just in front of the advertising boards by the digital scoreboard over there. Nicely timed and nicely put away by the former Worcestershire captain. He's up to 20, 190 for 6. I suppose there's a school of thought as well about Stokes to say that actually he's coming in as captain at a good time, because in some respects the only way is up really for England at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's not really got a lot to lose, has he?
Past the umpire, in he comes, and this is almost played on. It was short outside the off stump and Leach went to just shovel it off the back foot, thick inside edge, but down onto his pad and rolls away to safety.
I think in some ways as well, I felt quite sorry for Joe Root towards the end, because his form obviously hadn't been affected by the captaincy, but you could tell that in other areas, it had possibly worn him down a little bit, and his passion for the red ball side hadn't gone, and you can tell that Ben Stokes, he's very passionate about the red ball side and wanting to take them back up to that number 1 spot.
He bowls and Leach defends up to mid-off and there's no run.
So I'm excited. I think the future is bright with him at the helm. I think he's going to bring the youngsters through who are going to look up to him in all areas, on and off the field. He obviously does train incredibly hard. People talk about that all the time, and how he goes about his business and how he trains and analyses. And he loves his cricket. He's prioritised red ball stuff over the IPL.
And he comes again. No run here either for Leach as he punches out to mid-on. A swooping Chris Rushworth does the fielding. Still 190 for 6.
And he just is one of those cricketers that makes something happen. You give him the ball and he bowls his heart out, and you know that he puts his body on the line, and he really tries. So I think it will be a challenge for him to manage that and manage his workloads, the length of spells that he bowls and how much he bowls, given that he's got a huge job to do with the bat as well.
He bowls, that's a good bouncer, and Leach saw it early, got down really low and through to Eckersley, and there's no run. Yeah, I suppose in a way all this debate about being lack of options, I think even if there was 2 or 3 other potential candidates, I think you'd probably still plump for Stokes, wouldn't you? Yeah,
absolutely. In my opinion, it's the right choice.
In he comes, past the umpire, and Leach will get runs out through mid-wicket again. Nicely turned with a ball that's just over stump high. End of the over. Stokes has now got through 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 25. Leach up to 21 with that single. Cox has 14 at the other end. Worcestershire 191 for 6. They are still miles behind. I have to it's not
can't do the mental maths quick enough, but
no,
400 odd runs,
400,
just under
plenty.
400.
My computer's had to reset. There we go. 402. Don't ask me to do maths, Georgia.
I know. I think these Worcester batters, they're not going to be looking at the scoreboard, are they? All they need to do is bat time and take it as just a bit of a net in the middle, really, and be disciplined to leave the ball well, pick up runs when they can. There's plenty of runs out there, aren't there? So
yeah, totally. That's the thing to remember as Potts starts a new over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. Nice drive from Leach. Held the pose for a fraction and out the ball goes towards the cover boundary. Not quite sure it's got the pace to get there, so not completely out of the screws. Ben Stokes does the chasing. Loses his white sun hat in the process, so they're back for just 2. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? That Durham obviously have got millions of runs in the bank to play with, so they can have attacking fields, and there will be gaps, like you say, and before you know where you are, you bat half an hour, you might have 20 odd to your name, and you bat an hour and you're up to half century or whatever, and then you're set. So that's how Worcestershire, I think, have to play. You're right. 193 for 6. Leach on 23 with that couple. That's a short ball, but doesn't get up from Matty Potts. Did that pass across the back of Joe Leach?
He didn't play it very comfortably, did he, in the end? You're right, it was a short ball, but didn't really get up more than chest high, and he made a bit of a meal out of it. But they're obviously targeting Leach with this short ball. He hasn't. I mean, the ball before was the first one I think he's played on the front foot this morning, so it's obviously a plan. But he's looked fairly comfortable against Stokes' short balls, ducked the bounce as well, and
yeah, there is Sean Dixon who's under the helmet at short leg there. 2 slips and a gully. There's another short delivery from Potts, but that's too short, way over Leach's head. Through it goes to Eckersley, but yeah, this definitely looks like a tactic here for Durham, for Joe Leach. I don't reckon he fancies the short stuff.
No, we've got 2 men out, deep fine leg and one deep square, and then like you said, we've got the short leg in all ready and waiting, but he's not actually gone after that short ball, as he's quite happy to duck, happy to leave it alone, and the one is at his hips. He's played it quite nicely, so he's matching this tactic quite well at the moment.
Yeah, he's not being tempted, which is good. That is short and pulled away. Doesn't get up too high, and Leach has the time to just roll his wrists and keep it down, and he's hit it between the 2 fielders that are set for that top edge trap around the corner on the leg side. He'll get a single. Through he comes. 194 for 6. Now will they employ the same tactic for Ben Cox? No, the short leg has gone out, and now the fielder was behind square on the leg side is now pushed further round. Liam Travaskis has gone sort of an orthodox deep mid wicket for Cox. He waits for Potts, who's in and almost plays on, trying to leave the ball outside the off stump. That could have gone anywhere, and that didn't miss his leg stump by very much at all.
Yeah, first bit of indecision really from Cox this morning. I thought he's looked very comfortable at the crease. Wasn't sure whether to play or leave, and tried to leave, but actually played it, and that wasn't far away.
We've seen a turn down risky second, which was good play, and then we've just seen a couple of slices of luck as well for the batsman this morning. That inside edge could easily have cannoned onto his leg stump. Last ball is played up to Ben Cox at mid-off to end the over. 194 for 6 is the Worcestershire reply after 56 overs. 386 runs behind. Leach has 24 and Cox has 14. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also live on the Worcestershire County Cricket website and their YouTube channel, where you can watch the live stream. And we're also live regularly on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Newcastle, bringing you all the action from day 3 at New Road, with Durham still very much in control of this match. Ben Stokes to start a new over from the Diglis end. Sprinting towards us now, bowls, and Leach plays a rising delivery well beyond Keegan Peterson at gully. Peterson gives chase on a slide and throw back to Eckersley. Takes it down by his ankles. They're back for a second. He played that short ball well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And they're still going with this, Durham.
Yeah, I think he's looking quite comfortable against it, but I was just thinking to myself then, I wonder how long it'll be before we see some spin this morning from Durham.
Or maybe a Yorker from Stokes. That's short again, but Leach is behind it, just playing it up to mid-on. Short leg's gone back in for Joe Leach. There are 3 slips now. I think actually there's probably 2 in a gully. Keegan Peterson's come over to have a chat, I think, with Scott Borthwick, the Durham captain, and he'll wander back to gully. And there are still 2 men out set for that top hook miss hit off the short ball. Travaskis looks slightly in front of square on the leg side, which is safe as long as short leg is also in front. You can have 2 behind square on the leg side, can't you? But no more than that. So those 2 have got to be careful, work in sync, that they're not all 3 behind square on the leg side, otherwise it would be a no ball. Stokes in, that's short again, well managed by Leach, down to mid wicket. He's getting used to this, certainly. He's not getting anything to drive, not much in his half of the pitch. Poor old Joe Leach.
Yeah, at least he knows what's coming. He knows he's not going to get many pitched up, but then I suppose Stokes will go for that killer blow.
You throw a Yorker in there.
Throw the Yorker in.
You throw one in now.
Try and smash the toes and hope that he doesn't get forward.
But Scott Borthwick's gone very wide at second slip. He's now like a third, 3.5 slip down there. Tuckled off his hit by Leach to another delivery dug in. Down it goes to fine leg. One more to him. 197 for 6. So approaching the 200 mark, and Worcestershire's first batting bonus point is within grasp. You
see, this is a role Stokes plays for England so often, isn't it? The enforcer, and kept the same field to Cox, and a strange sort of fly third man here now. So I fancy that we're going to have the same tactics against Ben Cox as well.
Here we go. This is interesting. Strategic stuff here at New Road early on day 3. Punched off the back foot by Cox. He'll get runs here. Won't go for 4. Hasn't timed it that well, but he'll come back for a comfortable 2 as Matty Potts hauls it in 3/4 of the way towards the boundary. Yeah, you don't often see a fly slip, do you? That's like almost a third man, but these must be, 10 or 15 yards inside. He's very, very straight as well, isn't he?
It's a really strange position.
David Beddingham is the man there. But yeah, he's almost an incredibly deep second slip. Second slip on the boundary. Stokes bowls. Runs here for Cox. And the ripple of applause around New Road for the 200. And the first batting bonus point in the bag. 17 Cox has to his name. Leach has 27. 200 for 6. The end of the over from Stokes. None for 31 now off his 13 overs. And so far so good for the home side here.
Yeah, they've played really well this morning. Really impressed with how they've gone about it. And they've looked comfortable at the crease, calm. They've obviously got a game plan, and that is just to bat. I think sometimes when you're so far behind in the game, it actually makes it easier to just go out there and bat and get yourself in, spend some time at the crease. The ball is 57 overs old now, so you think there's probably not too much sideways movement, which is why Durham are trying to create by using this short ball option. But both batters have played well and have played that short ball plan well, so it'll be time for Durham to have a little bit of a rethink, try and create some pressure. A lot of runs scored this morning.
Potts to continue. This is a full delivery wide of the off stump and driven stylishly by Cox, but he's hit Dixon at backward point, and there's no run. Rare thing that was, pitched up in almost in the block hole. Something to drive and get your arms through. We've seen virtually none of that this morning. In the half an hour or so we'll have another update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners, and then Martin will be joining us.
The outfield's very lush here as well, which doesn't. I wouldn't have thought that they'd be able to get the ball in a position where it would reverse swing just yet.
On the drive is Cox. That's a lovely stroke, and that'll go for 4. Out through the covers up towards the digital scoreboard by the hotel. That was a lovely shot. 2 kind of in the slot from Matty Potts. I think this one might be a bit of a better length coming up.
Yeah, I think the way that the Worcester boys have played this morning, it'd be frustrating for Durham. They've leaked a fair few runs, and I think Potts has just lost his length there, probably trying a little bit too hard to get something out of the pitch.
Here's Potts, long strides, eating up the ground as he comes in, and that's a flash. I think he's tickled it behind. He has.
6 for Potts for the 3rd time this season.
Matty Potts takes his 6th wicket for the 3rd time. Tremendous effort from Matty Potts. Ben Cox has gone for 21, and Worcestershire have lost their 7th wicket. 204 for 7. It was 1 drive too many. We were wondering whether the next delivery after 2 in the slot might be a bit of a better length, but he chanced his arm by throwing it up there again, and Cox couldn't resist and has edged it through to Ned Eckersley. and he's gone. And Worcestershire lose a 7th wicket as they slide towards the end of this first innings.
Yeah, and there we were talking about how Potts had just served up some half volleys, but actually it's just conned Ben Cox into the drive, and a little bit short, a little bit wider. Through went to the keeper.
So it's still gone down.
Yeah.
Mine, I couldn't dial out before.
Well, we're having trouble with technicals here a little bit, but we're still on the live stream, so I can still bring you coverage of the game, but we've momentarily lost listeners via the BBC Sport website and app. We have some issues, not dialing at all. Yeah.
Good morning from me, Martin Emerson. One or two technical issues have befallen us this morning as Potts is bowling here now to Baker, and Baker with a nice drive through the covers towards the hotel boundary. There's a chase on from Ben Stokes, and he stops the ball going for 4 with about a foot to spare. And Baker runs 2, so he's off the mark. 2 from 2. Now I couldn't get a line out when I was trying to do my update at 11 o'clock into Radio Newcastle, so I think there's some technical gremlins in the system somewhere. For those of you watching though on the live feed, we'll continue the commentary. Worcestershire 206 for 7. As Potts comes in and bowls. Right arm over to Josh Baker. That's the 3rd 6 for this season for Matty Potts. He's been bowling like a Trojan.
It's the first time I've seen him bowl live. I really like the look of him.
He took 6 for 58 against Leicestershire. And what's the other stats I've got for him? Where is he? He took 6 for 107 against Notts, and he's now got 6 for 51 today. So career best at the minute. As they say in the northeast, he's gone canny. That is the end of the over. So 17 overs for him, 6 for 51. There are quite a few Durham supporters here. I've bumped into a number of people who I've recognised the last couple of days as Stokes comes in from the Diglas end, turned by Leach. This is interesting, they've got 2 leg slips in place there. In fact, I tell a lie, one of them was the keeper standing miles back. He conned me. They've got 1 leg slip. Ball's gone off down towards fine leg for a single. So Baker is now on strike on 2. Leach has 27.
It's a very obvious tactic, isn't it, what they're trying to do here?
Yeah.
Leg slip, deep fine.
They've got a short leg in place as well. They've got a leg slip. There's comes in and bowls again, and Baker defends, rolls back up towards the bowler's end. Keegan Peterson, with his sunglasses on the back of his head, looks like he's looking at us when he's actually facing the other way. He's in the gully. Beddingham's at first slip with Borthwick at second slip. So who's that at leg slip then? Is that Lees? Alex Lees is at leg slip. Got a little bit of a goatee going on at the minute, Alex Lees. The England opener, as the England captain comes in here and bowls. And it's a short one, and Baker ducks out the road of that one. Welcome to the game. As if he didn't already have enough experience of what Ben Stokes is about. Nice touch for Stokes to text him last night, though.
Yeah, it was. It says a lot about character of Ben Stokes, and I suppose it's one way of getting his attention, isn't it? By certainly knows who Josh Baker is now.
Yeah. In comes Stokes once more to Baker. He's up on his toes and fends that down. He's 18 years old, Josh Baker, and he's from Redditch, just yon side of Bromsgrove. So this is his 9th first-class match. Coming into this one, 155 runs and a higher score of 61 against Middlesex last year. Made his debut last season as well. Came through Worcestershire's academy and the second team. A number of players have gone to Malvern School, including him. Although Dan says it's Malvern for some strange reason. Not Rushworth, it's Stokes comes in. Oh, it's in the air from Baker and it drops short. Loops over Dixon at short leg and lands in front of Travaskis at mid-wicket. Beautiful day. It is really warm out there already. Highs of 20 today, which is that's enough. Don't need any more than that. 20's plenty. Anything else is a waste of heat, and all it does is burn you. So there'll be a few people burning in the sunshine here today. I hope they've got the factor 50 on. Stokes turns from the Diglas end. Right arm over to the right-hander. Edged and didn't quite carry. It's gone bouncing through the slip cordon for 4. Well, now then, what do you make of that, Georgia? Because Scott Borthwick, its second slip, has dived across in front of David Beddingham at first. It's bounced between the two, and they've all missed it, and it's gone away.
Yeah, it's not a happy bowler there, is he? I think it was a great effort by Borthwick. I don't think it would have carried to first slip. So I think Borthwick had to dive and go across, but just meant that he's left that first slip unsighted, and balls are raced through for 4. But Stokes is creating chances. You say 2 half chances at least in that over. And that will give the Durham bowlers a lot of confidence after a little partnership between Cox and Leach this morning. Both played nicely before Potts took the wicket of Cox, and Baker's played the short ball okay there, but I think Durham will feel that he's not completely comfortable at the crease at the moment.
Here's Potts racing in from the New Road end. He bowls and Leach cuts that to backward point, no run. It's like being stuck on a party line, this, Dan. The other person won't get off the phone. Joe Root's batting today in Essex for Yorkshire. Bit of a delay going on here, the umpire's switching sides because short leg Sean Dixon is in the line of sight of Paul Baldwin, so he's now going to stand at point for Leach. Still got the leg slip in here for Leach as well. Potts comes round the wicket and that thuds into Leach's thigh pad and trickles to Dixon at short leg. No run.
Yeah, I really like the look of Potts. I think he's got good pace and lovely
he looks quicker
action
this year and he's filled out a bit as well.
Yeah, he's lovely repeatable action, and obviously swing that new ball, and then can play this sort of role where he's got to hit the pitch hard and create something for his team.
Comes in again, that's a bouncer. Leach ducks out the road of it, goes right down onto his haunches. They trail at the moment, Worcestershire, by 369. Leach has 27, Baker 6. 1 wicket to go this morning was Cox, caught by Ned Eggersley off a delivery from Matty Potts to give Potts his 6th wicket of the innings. Took the first 4 to fall yesterday, 2 of them ducks, Libby and Ali. Haynes went for 6 and then Pollock for 32. Another short one through to the keeper. That was before tea. They were 110 for 4 at tea, and then after tea D'Oliveira was basically bounced out by Chris Rush with a short one which he tried to cut and clip to the keeper. Great diving catch from Ned Eggersley. So he departed on 41 to give Rush with his 550th championship wicket. And then Barnard went last night. He left a delivery from Matty Potts and it smacked into his off stump when he was on 55. And then the 1 wicket to go today, that of Cox. 2 balls left of this over. Here's Potts bowling to Leach. Leach up on his toes, fends the ball away safely on the leg side. Paul Wilson has emailed. He says, greetings from a chilly but brightening up Costadale Hartlepool. Esther's been on the phone to the missus and it's a little bit cool on the Roca Riviera today. And he says, what a day yesterday. Let's hope for more of the same today. I should be with you until around 6ish this evening, apart from nipping out to the chippy at around 11:30 before going out to watch an excellent rock band called Lock and Load. Potts in and he locks and loads, and there's loads of dust comes up from the creases that flies through to the keeper as Leach tries to flick one down the leg side. End of the over, 211 for 7. I think that was a maiden, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling there by Potts. And come round the wicket, dug the ball in, going for those ribs of Joe Leach, and then a final ball, the over goes for the Yorker and doesn't miss by much. But I think this plan, what it does also is it dries runs up, and that's what Worcester won't want. Still just want to be ticking along, picking up the runs as they go. But this plan makes them think twice about that. Do I want to take on that shorter ball? I don't mind that from Durham.
Travascus coming into the attack with a bit of spin. Durham still looking for their first win of the season. They've played 4, they've drawn 3 and lost 1 against Notts. Worcestershire coming into this one have played 3 and they've won 1, lost 1 and drawn 1, so they've had a bit of everything from them this year. Travascus it is, with a bit of left arm spin from the Diglas end. Left arm round, straight into the keeper's gloves. He's standing up the stumps, got short leg in place still. And Keegan Peterson's in a short mid-wicket position. Beddingham's wearing 2 caps. He's got a wide-brimmed hat on, plus a cap on top of it. That looks a bit unusual. He's at first slip. Travascus in, bowls, and this is defended. 23 years old now, Liam Travascus. This is only his 19th first-class match, so still very much in the infancy of his career. He made his debut against Worcestershire in 2017. His next match was 2 years later at the start of the 2019 season in Derby. This is played back to him by Josh Baker. How many wickets has he got? 23 wickets, best bowling, 5 for 75 in the final game at Bristol last year on a pitch which was shorn of just about everything. He's got his sunglasses on as he bowls. Defended again by Baker. Sun is shining brightly here in Worcester. Day 3 on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Newcastle. Travascus again. Bit of a full toss that time, played up to mid-on by Baker, no run. Race through this over, last ball coming up now. And he comes and bowls. Why is the cry? I'm not really sure what that is, but that's a dot ball. That's the end of that over, so maiden for him. So I was just looking through Durham's stats this year, trying to think. I can't remember the last time they won the opening game of the season. Might be something, I think it was 2015, and I wasn't there. That was the week my daughter was born, but until last week when I didn't go to Sussex because of bashed me head in, That was the last match I missed, was that game when Durham won at the start of the season in Taunton in 2015. So in 2016 the first win came in the 4th match against Lancashire, and then they were relegated by the ECB at the end of that year. So in 2017 it took 7 matches before they won. 2018 they got absolutely annihilated by Kent in the opening game. The match at Northants was abandoned the next week, and then they beat Leicestershire after following on. The only time they've done that. And then in 2019 they lost their first 4 games for the first time. Never won one in 2020. That was the curtailed Bob Willis Trophy. I can't remember what it was last year. It was about 3 or 4 in last year, was it? What year was it last year? 2021. Drew at Notts, lost at Essex. In comes Rushworth bowls. Oh, that's up in the air from Leach and away out through mid-wicket. 1 run. Then they drew at home to Derbyshire, then they beat Warwickshire, so I think it was the 4th game last year. 2020 was the year when Paul Collingwood took over the captaincy from Phil Mustard midway through this season, and in that year it was really wet. Couldn't get matches finished because of the rain. It was the 10th game before they won. Remember, they'd been bowled out for 101 by Middlesex, and Middlesex only needed something like 119 to win, and then Durham bowled them out for 101 the next day. Rushworth in here. He's replaced... Who was it? This? Oh, it was Potts, wasn't it? He's replaced Potts. 1996, they never won a match. So that must have been a fun year following them around the country. I was still in my previous job back then. Rushworth turns. Comes in to bowl to Baker. Baker defends. Ball runs up to mid-off.
So how did Rushworth go yesterday? Because his figures suggest it was a little bit expensive.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Chris this year. I mean, he got bashed in the head last week, so he only bowled 4 overs at Sussex last week, and then was taken off for concussion reasons. Didn't get a wicket in the match before that against Notts. Comes in here to bowl now. Oh, short one, gone through to the keeper. Baker ducks out the road of it. And they'll tell you against Notts and against Leicestershire, where I think he only got the 1 wicket against Leicestershire, maybe 2, that he bowled really, really well but didn't get his rewards. And because normally, I remember here 2 or 3 years ago under leaden skies he took 5 wickets and had Worcestershire 35 for 5. For whatever reason, it's just not been happening for him this year. Comes in again now, right arm over. That's through to the keeper. Says he's as fit as ever, but he did have a little bit of I think it was a thigh injury or a calf injury in the build-up to the season, so I don't know if that's just setting him back a week or so. But he's very very mindful of his fitness. He gave up alcohol for a whole season a few years ago and took 100 wickets in the campaign in the varying formats. He comes in now and bowls again. Defended. He's gone vegetarian. Does a lot of fitness training. That's the end of the over. So 1 run from it at the start, and then the rest were dots. And now how old is he? 31?
35. I just looked at that. Yeah.
Alright. Where is he?
At top.
Oh, he's at the top there.
Yeah.
35.
Great career he's had as well.
Yeah.
35 years old, still going strong. He looks in good nick. He looks...
Well, he'll tell
fit.
you that.
Yeah.
He feels as fit as he's ever felt, you know. Still a few more years in the old dog yet, as the saying goes. Have you had any luck, Dan? The new cable malarkey. Looks like a lovely new cable, that one. Once you've got all the twists and kinks out of it, it'll be fine. Travaskis, left arm round from the Diglas end. This This is defended by Leach. Rolls out into the offside. Mervyn says, Durham bowlers, please make the batsman play. Thank you, Mervyn. This is played by Leach off towards square leg. That's work, we're back on, are we? Change of cable did the job. That was funny, that, because there was something ringing in the other room, wasn't there? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. That was weird. I know. But it was coming from the room that my kit's in. Unless you were ringing my kid. I'm not answering the phone if it's you. It's down towards third man. It's gone for 4. Nice cut there from Leach. Takes him on to 32. 216 for 7. I can hear a singer now. Who's this again? Do you know this one? Can you hear anything?
Yeah, I can hear. I don't know who that was. It's gone now.
Travaskis has just gone for 4 through vacant third man. Comes around the wicket again and bowls. Leach defends. Oh, the ball trickles backwards and just misses the off stump. Now we saw yesterday Barnard, when he was on 6, got bowled by Stokes. The ball rolled onto the stumps, but the bails didn't come off. No doubt there were people out there saying, well, he wasn't bowled then, was he? Because the bails didn't come off. Brought Keegan Peterson in from deep mid-wicket to short mid-wicket now. Still got that short leg in place. This is driven by Leach up towards long off. Still having trouble. Somebody's trying to dial us now. In comes the bowler Travaskis. That's played away short on the leg side, and that is the end of the over.
If you ring broadcast support, report the issues, they will test the lines. It might be the ISDN lines in here.
Rushworth bowling here to Baker from the New Road end. Ball is played short on the offside, no run there. Breeze just catching the trees on the river side of the ground towards the nets on the riverbank. Worcestershire 216 for 7. Andrew's been on. He said, good morning. A good win for Sunderland last night, he says. Brackets through gritted teeth. This is defended by Baker. Will Durham enforce the follow-on? Well, it depends how far into the day they get. That's the issue. If Worcestershire bat all the way up towards tea, for instance, and don't rule it out because we've seen it happen twice this year already, then they probably wouldn't. But the other issue there is you're taking time out of the game to win it. That's the problem. There's Rushworth bowls to Baker. Baker defends this one. The ball is 63 overs old now, so it's well worn. New ball will be due in 16 and a half overs time. Darryl Mitchell, who retired at the end of last season, wrote a piece in Chris Rushworth's benefit yearbook in which he said there were 3 things that kept him up at night. Undercooked prawns was one of them. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, Baker drives up to mid-off, no run, cut off by Potts. Too many cut off by Stokes. Too many Jaeger bombs, of which, being a sensible and middle-aged man, I've never had any of those. I don't know what they are. And the thought of Chris Rushworth with a brand new cherry in his hand first thing on a morning. And Rushworth, through his career, got Darryl Mitchell out 9 times. He's got him out more than anybody else. There's a few on the 8 dismissal list. Rushworth in. Ball played off towards the covers, no run there. Sam Robson at Middlesex is on the 8 list. I'm trying to think who the others are. I've got them written down somewhere. Then again bowls, and Baker drives through the covers. That's away towards the boundary for 4 on the Cathedral side of the ground. In fact, it's actually slowed down dramatically right in front of the rope and didn't make it. It's just a slight rise up the hill there, and it never had the momentum. I thought it would have got across quite easily.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot. I've just seen a couple of balls slow down through that cover region. Stokes giving chase to a few, and Alex Lee's there, so the outfield's quite lush, isn't it? The ball, perhaps because it's not as old, it's a little bit softer and it's not travelling as far, but we see double set of pads coming on now, so I think we could give a bit of spin from both ends.
We've got out in here output now, and then here, right, yeah. I was going to say, right, Sam Robson, Stephen Mullaney, and Ben Brown have all fallen to rush with at least 8 times, and Darryl Mitchell was 9. I don't think Rushworth got Mullaney this year in the Notts game because he didn't get a wicket in that match. So Jackie Wilson now. Higher than I've ever been before. Well, that's good news. You've linked back up then, Dan. Well done.
Yes, I've done my technical bit. You're welcome.
Did you buy this kit off the guy who sold you that car?
No, I bought off the guy who sold you those deck shoes.
Deck shoes, yes. Travaskis. Oh, comes round the wicket and Leach nearly plays on there. He's chopped the ball down into his back foot and it ricochets away from the stumps and off to safety. We were on air yesterday when Dan's car got towed. Came over on the tannoy and that had gone. Travaskis walks up to the stumps and bowls to Leach. And Leach tries to drive it, plays it back to the bowler. I'll tell you what, you jump back in now, Dan, because I'm going to have to check my line again just to make sure it's alright.
Afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Georgia.
Hello, hello.
Well, I haven't seen any cricket in the last 25 minutes. I've been elbow deep in cables and texting technical-minded people and basically saying, I haven't got a clue what to do. Help me. But in the end, the old try a new cable trick seems to have worked. I don't know how, but it has. The next thing I was going to do was take the plug out and blow on it and put it back in. I was down the list that far. I think we're okay. Fingers crossed. So we're back on the BBC Sport website and app. Apologies for our absence as we try to sort out a few problems with the system, but I think we're okay now. 219 for 7. Leach has gone on to 33. Survived a testing morning so far. And Baker has also done well. Dug in 25 balls for his 8 as Durham seek these last 3 wickets. We'll be updating BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners on the FM service in just a second after the news at 12. But Liam Travaskis to continue. In he comes, left arm, slow left arm round the wicket. Forward comes Baker and plays it up to mid-on. They're certainly crowding him, aren't they?
Yeah, trying to make him as uncomfortable as possible. He's played quite nicely. Quite a lot's hit the middle of his bat and he looks very comfortable.
Yeah, he's very capable with the bat, Josh Baker. He's got a silly point, a short leg and a slip for company. He strokes the last ball of the over calmly out to the covers. 7 overs in the match now for Travaskis. 2 maidens, none for 19. 219 for 7. Leach has 33 and Baker's just got to stay with him here, hasn't he, really? And just hang around as long as he can and see where this Worcestershire first innings can take them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about partnerships for of Worcestershire here. A nice one between Cox and Leach first thing. And now Baker, if he can aid some resistance, bat nicely here with Leach. Just take time out of the game, bat up until lunch. That'll be the plan for now.
Yeah, lunch is an hour away. As Rushworth continues from the New Road end, and that keeps a little bit low on Joe Leach as he comes forward. And he's leant on his bat for quite a while after that. That was almost nipped back through the gate, very close to bowling him. Rushworth within centimetres of just disrupting Leach's stumps there. Good ball. A little bit of movement there with this old ball. In he comes Rushworth, and that's cut off the back foot by Leach. There is a man down there at deep cover, or run around to field just in front of the silver birch on the far side of the ground. Through they come for a single. Leach up to 34, 220 for 7. Haven't seen too much movement certainly with this old ball, but Leach was nearly done for there by Rushworth, who've been hearing has been struggling a bit for wickets this season. He has had that concussion issue, but he has at last picked up his 550th wicket for Durham, which he did yesterday. No run to that last delivery, just stroked out to mid-wicket. Joe Leach has already got a half century this season. He got 70 in the first innings against Leicestershire, and 26 in the win here against Sussex. Didn't play up at Trent Bridge because he had a bit of a stomach bug. Baker on strike now. We'll just play this out to the covers, and there's no run. He's already got 43 this year here against Sussex. And he's proved himself with the bat at the stages of last season as well. Are they going to come to me at 12? That's the question. But they can hear us, Georgia. That's the main thing. Back at base, Rushworth comes in and bowls, defended by Baker. Back up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think they're coming now. Worcestershire 220 for 7, so they're still a very long way behind in this game, and they've lost one wicket this morning, that of Ben Cox, driving at Matty Potts and tickling it through to the wicketkeeper Ned Eckersley to give him a 4th catch of the innings. Cox out for 21, but former skipper Joe Leach has batted really well. He's on 34, soaked up 72 balls for that with 4 boundaries, and he's getting good support from Josh Baker as well, who's into double figures with that second 4 that he's just stroked through the covers of Chris Rushworth's final ball of his over. Worcestershire 224 for 7. They are still a long way behind, trailing Durham by 360 runs. Nice stroke to finish the over there from Baker. But Leach is somebody you know, isn't he, Georgia?
Yeah, I've known Joe since we were about 10 years old. Both played together Staffordshire for the boys, and then he's gone on and had a very successful career here at Worcestershire, and it's been nice to follow his journey as he's grown, and nice to see I played a bit with Tom Fell as well at Wolverhampton. It's nice to see them doing well.
Travaskis starting a new over. Leach will get a run here, tucked out to mid-wicket. Chris Rushworth runs round from just behind square to field. 225 for 7. Leach up to 35.
We had a little bit of a golden era at Staffordshire around that time. Obviously Danny Wyatt, Eve Jones, who was here yesterday. Played some good names.
Travaskis bowls. That's a controlled outside edge, and more of a dab really than an outside edge from Baker. We'll get a couple here down to third man. Matty Potts, who was kind of on the 45 trying to save a single, but it was perfectly between him and Keegan Peterson. So comfortable enough to come back for a second. Baker up to 14. Waiting for Travaskis now. He's in. Gives this a bit more air. Forward comes Baker. Back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Fellow Wolves fan?
Is he?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so. Yeah, he's a
good.
big Wolves fan. Joe
Good,
Leach.
good.
Travaskis bowls. Bit flatter. Forward comes Baker. Back up the pitch it goes. And there's no run.
There's only one team to support in this area, isn't there?
Worcester City, quite right. Travaskis bowls. And Baker is forward. Up to mid-on. And there's no run. They've had a good year, haven't they, Wolves? They're alright.
Doing alright.
On the cusp of the European places,
Yeah.
potentially.
Need a strong finish, though.
Travaskis bowls, short, cut away by Baker. Get runs here, might even get 4. He's timed that nicely. Yeah, away it goes for 4. Just running towards the ladies' pavilion now. A bit short there from Travaskis. And very nicely dispatched to the fence from Baker off the back foot. He goes up to 18 with that boundary. 231 for 7 at the end of that over. None for 26 now from Travaskis. He's got through 8 overs.
This is a little partnership that's really going to frustrate Durham, isn't it? You need those 3 wickets to be in control of this game and decide what happens next. But Worcester are proving difficult to get past this morning, and that's pleasing for the Worcestershire fans. They're digging in and making batting look quite easy out there at the moment. Dare I say?
Dare say it. Worcestershire need it to be good for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well, as they try desperately to save this game as best they can. They get a single here. Joe Leach punching it up to mid-off. It's a tumbling stop by Ben Stokes. They come through for a single. Yeah, the partnerships, the last couple have been 54 between Cox and Leach, and now this current one is worth 28 between Leach and Baker. So they are starting to put some kind of stand together here, and just trying, I guess, to forget scoreboard pressure, which is easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a daunting looking scoreboard at the moment. 580 next to Durham's first innings, but yeah, Worcestershire will know that they need to just bat and just enjoy themselves out in the middle. Don't look at that scoreboard, just play each ball as it comes. Baker and Leach both looking comfortable, as you said, very competent, both of them with the bat, so just take each little session as it comes, up to drinks and then up to lunch.
Yeah, which is about 50 minutes away, and they'll break that 50 minutes down into little sections. Short ball, and just evaded by Josh Baker, who's a tall man himself, so you've got to dig it in quite short to get it above his head, but that went through about throat high to Eckersley. 2 slips and a gully in position. Everyone else up in the circle, save a long leg. Rushworth again is short, and Baker sort of collapses himself down onto the ground to get out of the way. They tried this short pitch stuff, didn't they, with Leach for quite a long time this morning, and with Cox to a degree, and then eventually pitched it up with Cox and got their rewards. Matty Potts with the 3 full deliveries in a row. That the third one found the outside edge of the cover drive of Cox. Rushworth past the umpire in and bowls. This is short once more, and Baker gets really low, has to, because it's not actually that short. If he'd stayed standing up, that was probably about shoulder high on him.
Just wondering, when's the Yorker coming? When's it coming?
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen it really. I know Potts pitched it up and then got the outside edge. It wasn't an attempted Yorker, but yeah, we've had a lot of short stuff from Ben Stokes. Field has been set for a top edge. The traps have been there, but Leach is still there. He was the one who was targeted. Slower ball here by Rushworth. Nice variation. Baker watched it closely though. Last ball of the over. It was drifting down leg side anyway. There was a half-hearted appeal by Eckersley and Beddingham at first slip. End of the over. 2:32 for 7. 36 to Leach. 18 for Baker. How many times have you been to New Road then, Georgia? What's your experience here been like?
Yeah, so I used to come quite a lot as a young kid before I played professionally to watch. New England women played a fair few games here, and then I think it's been twice now that I've actually played here for England women. I know they play here quite a lot in their calendar. They like the ground.
Travaskis bowls, and that thuds into the pads of Joe Leach and trickles out to Peterson at backward point.
Yeah, we always get a good crowd here, good support. I love watching their women's cricket, and we love playing here.
Travaskis gives us a bit more air, and that's thrashed out all the way along the ground to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. What is it about New Road that you like? Because when India were here last year, and the feedback from them was very good. Travaskis bowls. This is cut, and it's just gone through Beddingham at first slip, and that'll trickle away for 4. Goes over the rope now. There it goes. That went quickly to Beddingham, but couldn't react fast enough. I guess technically a chance. And Leach goes up to 36 with that 40 with that 4. 2:36 for 7.
Yeah, technically a chance. It almost took his head off, didn't it? They're horrible when they come that fast at first slip. He's actually done quite well to get out of the way of it, I think.
Knocked his sunglasses off the top of his sun hat. Travaskis bowls, bit quicker. Leach is forward, defending it out to mid-wicket. Travaskis scuttles from the bowling end and fields.
Yeah, so I think what we like about it, I suppose, the scenery of it. You've got the beautiful cathedral. It's a good pavilion. The changing rooms are good. It's got a good view. That always helps as players. And I suppose just the family feel to the ground.
Travaskis bowls, bit more air. Down the track comes Leach. Not too far though, maybe a stride and a half, and he hits it out to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's a ground that we can fill, and when it is full, it sounds like you've got a lot of support behind you. And yeah, the people of Worcester come out and support us.
Travaskis bowls, forward comes Leach. Won't get a run here, out to mid-wicket. Dixon runs round in fields. Dixon and Peterson now are 2 Durham players with pads on under their trousers. 2 men charged with going in close when necessary. 2:36 for 7, the end of that over. Travaskis 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30. Leach 40, Baker 18. And coming from Wolverhampton, of course, well, it's historical Worcestershire country, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty local for me. Get the family down.
The old boundaries, before they were redrawn.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely ground. A lot of memories of coming and watching school cricket over the back, and my brother his school used to play against is it RGS?
Yeah, the grammar school.
The grammar school, and I remember coming down and always sort of looking through the hedges and thinking, oh, it'd be cool to play at that ground one day, and then 10 or so years later I was, and it's stuff that you dream about, isn't it, as a kid, but actually happened, so that's pretty cool.
Salisbury from the New Road end into his 11th over now. Bowls a short delivery, and well ridden by Baker, and dropping it down to backward point where it's fielded by Alex Lees. And he's carrying on the strategy of the short pitch bowling to try and draw a mistake out of these Worcestershire batters. But so far, Baker's done pretty well. Salisbury turns, runs away from us now, up to the wicket and bowls. Again, it's short and nicely played. Baker drops his hands. Way out of the road of that one, through it goes, and there's no run. This takes me back a little bit to 2019 when the Australians were here for the tour match, and Charlie Morris went in at number 11, and Mitchell Stark was bowling, and Josh Hazelwood were in the team as well, as they were trying to sort of win their places for the cement their places for the second test, as the tour game took place between test 1 and 2. Driven by Baker. They'll get his quick single here up to Stokes, who throws at the striker's end. Leach, obviously the set batsman, that's the one they want to remove. Well, it didn't hit the stumps from that distance. I think Leach probably would have been okay anyway. And it was getting to the stage where Australia were getting annoyed with Worcestershire's innings going on, and Stark sort of slipped through the gears and came in. Absolutely battered Charlie Morris. Short ball after short ball after short ball, like bowling like the wind. And he stuck at it and played superbly. Ended up with a half century. This one is short and ducked by Leach through to Eckersley. A nice celebration when he got to his 50 as well. Let's just say he really enjoyed it. Fair play to him. But it was a 50 that he definitely earned.
A few bruises to go with it.
Yeah, he played it real. What struck me was how well he played it. He played it like a top order batter. It wasn't sort of, getting out of the way and hands and arms and bats everywhere. Driven in the air, but it's back over the bowler and the umpire's head by Leach, and that'll run away for 4. Controlled Leach. He knew that as soon as he got it over the bowler, he was okay, because it was that straight. Because Stokes at mid-off and Rushworth at mid-on were wide enough, and didn't get all of it, but enough of it to get it to the fence. That's all that matters. 241 for 7. Leach in sight of a half century here. He's got 44. Would be his second 50 of the season. Salisbury, last ball of his over. It's short, and Leach leaves the batter a bit like a periscope, but fortunately it's at 45-degree angle rather than straight up, so the ball whistles over his head, and there's no danger of brushing the bat on the way through to Travaskis. I've seen batters get out like that in the past. Duck down, leave a bat sticking up. It grazes the top of the bat, and they're out.
Yeah.
Wonder what's going on.
Look a bit foolish, don't you?
Yes. But safe and negotiated. Another over gone. Closer to lunch. Give Georgia a bit of a break, and Martin will come back shortly. George will be back with us soon. 241 for 7 Worcestershire. Leach 44. Baker has 19.
Now then, what's the crack? What's going on here?
Well, there's a lot of short pitch stuff.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Ball at the stumps, perhaps?
Wow, exactly.
We're nearly in new ball territory now, aren't we?
Yeah, 10
to
overs
go.
away, yeah. But they've done well with this the short pitch tactic so far.
Batting point's not far away as well, 9 runs away.
Yep. Players taking the chance to have a bit of a drink.
The deficit is the big picture, is 339 at 241 for 7. But we are entering the territory where Durham might be thinking about batting again, which then lessens their chances of winning the game, you would say. Had a scenario against Leicester a few weeks ago where they only took 2 wickets in the entire final day of the game. Durham batted first and made 428, bowled Leicestershire out for 273, but then Durham batted again rather than force the follow on, which was there was 6 runs from saving the follow on Leicestershire, but Durham batted again, then declared. Leicestershire had a target of 395 and basically batted all day on the final day for the loss of just the 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's not the fashion so much these days, is it, to necessarily enforce the follow on. But you're right, it would be a gamble, but the chunk of time it would take for Durham to smash a few quick runs.
Yeah. Fashion, wasn't that, David Bowie?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Travaskis, left arm around the wicket from the Douglas end, crowding the bat. Durham here. They've got a silly point in there. Keegan Peterson, short leg. Sean Dixon, keeper standing up to the stumps, batting him at first slip. First ball is played back to the bowler, and quickly he's turning to come back to bowl his second. Left arm round. Ball played out towards the offside. No run there. Slow left arm orthodox is Liam Travaskis from Cumbria. Comes in and bowls again with his sunglasses on, and Peterson leaps out the road of a ball that's played down in towards his legs. It's silly point by Baker. No run there. Travaskis in again, bowls turned by Baker out past square leg for 1 run. Rushworth cuts it off. Leach on strike. Leach has 44. Travaskis bowls. Leach drives. It's cut off, bouncing awkwardly in the covers by Borthwick. Just runs away from him slightly towards mid-off to give a run. Leach's highest score against Durham, 76 in 2015 at New Road. Durham won that one. He's approaching 50 for the 23rd time, but it's Baker who's on strike now. That's left alone outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 243 for 7 here on the BBC. Dave's been on. He said he's looked at the highlights of the Ben Stokes innings yesterday, which the County Championship retweeted a sort of 3-minute package with our commentary on. When I looked last night, it had 286,000 views on one tweet alone. Incredible numbers. Dave says, Botham-esque. That innings in 1981 got me hooked on the game as a youngster, and that innings by Stokes can only get youngsters of today hooked on the game. Great stuff from England's new captain.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch. Really was. And dare say even the Worcestershire supporters in here must have admired much of what they saw.
Well, he got a cracking ovation when he walked off, didn't he, at the end?
Absolutely. Salisbury starts a new over. Leach gets runs here, pitched up on leg stump. He turns it out to Travaskis at deep square leg.
You know, we looked at the fact it was the quickest 100 for Durham. I mean, and there was the other stat, wasn't he? He hit 17 sixes yesterday. The record for sixes in a season for Durham's only 19. That was John Morris in 1994.
And he could whack it, couldn't he?
Yeah. The most boundaries in a season, 245 from Wayne Larkins.
Salisbury bowls, dug out well by Baker, fielded by Peterson at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Wayne Larkins.
Yeah, he hit 232 fours and 13 sixes in 1992.
Yeah. When he was about 57.
Now, one of the things was, because it was in the second part of his innings where Stokes went daft, wasn't it? Because his 50 was quite sedate. Wasn't it 49 balls for his 50 or something?
Yeah, wasn't crazy, was it?
No. 47 balls.
Salisbury bowls. Baker on the drive. Doesn't take an enormous stride towards the pitch of the ball, but a big swing of the bat and out to Stokes at mid-off. No run.
So the fastest first-class 50s for Durham was Mark Stoneman and Phil Mustard. Both broke the record in the same game in that run chase at Trent Bridge in 2013. That was the night after there'd been a fire in the team hotel and the players had spent most of the night on the street. And they were chasing down something like 183 to win in 18 overs. Stop there at the gully. No run. That was an inside, an edge off Baker along the floor. So Mustard got there first. He got his 50 in about 25 balls, and then Stoneman got there in 24 and broke the record for the second time. So 47 ball 50 from Stokes yesterday, compared to Stolman's record 24 is quite sedate.
Pedestrian.
Really. Yeah.
Salisbury passing by bowls that short. That's a really good bouncer. Just in that area where Baker wasn't sure whether to drop hands or sway out the way or duck, and he just about did the right thing there, getting everything out of the way of the ball. Joe Leach comes down halfway and just has a quick word. Probably well played, I would suggest. 2:44 for 7. Half an hour, just over half an hour to go to lunch. And Worcestershire obviously will be desperate to only get there with 7 wickets down. That will be a terrific first session for them, with only 1 wicket lost if they can get there. That of Ben Cox for 21. But still lots of work to do before then. But these two, 46 for Leach and 20 for Baker, have done very well. Salisbury bowls, and this is flicked off his hip by Baker. He's got both feet off the ground as he makes contact with that. It's fine enough as well to avoid Matty Potts down there at fine leg. It was quite wide for a fine leg. And a fall to end the over. So 2:48 for 7 now. Baker up to 24 with his 4th boundary. Leach has 46. And these two continue to go along nicely. 44 is the partnership now between these two.
My maths are right. The follow-on target here is something like 431. You've got to get to within 150, don't you?
Still 150, isn't it? Yeah. Long way off. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way. Worcestershire 248 for 7. This has been another gutsy effort from the home side here. He'll be delighted if they can get to lunch, which is half an hour away, for just the loss of Ben Cox. He's the only man out this morning for them, caught behind by Ned Eckersley off the outstanding Matty Potts. He's now got 6 for 51, which at the moment are career best figures. The 3rd time he's taken a 6 for already in the county championship this season, and he's been absolutely terrific for Durham. But Joe Leach is playing really well. He's got 47, and terrific support from Josh Baker as well. Great to see after his experience yesterday at the hands of Ben Stokes. He's got 24 off 54 balls with 4 fours, and these two continue to go along nicely for Worcestershire, who'll just want to get to lunch with just 7 wickets down. They're 249 for 7. They're still 331 behind. Travaskis halfway. Oh, Scott Borthwick, I beg his pardon. Just assumed before I actually glanced up and see who it was.
He's replaced Travaskis, hasn't he? That's the 250 and a batting point.
Yeah, second one for Worcestershire, which might have looked unlikely when they were 16 for 3 and then 41 for 4 yesterday. But they've responded really well since then. Leach is forward to this next one from Borthwick. It trickles out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Would be a second half century of the season for Joe Leach if he can get there. He'll pick up runs just in front of square on the offside. Potts runs round to field, a single.
What's this partnership worth now? It's a sneaky little 47 job.
Yep.
Last partnership was 54, and the best partnership, Oliveira and Barnard yesterday, 101. That was for the 5th wicket.
Borthwick bowls, bit more air. Back goes Baker, plays that very comfortably out to deep cover to Matty Potts. They come through for a single to end the over. 252 for 7. Baker up to 27 now from 57 deliveries. That's a decent strike rate as well for him, the number 9. Leach has 48 from 88, which isn't too shabby either. 252 for 7. But as Martin was saying, still long way behind. 328 runs. Just under half an hour to go before lunch on day 3. With me, Dan Wheeler, from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and BBC Radio Newcastle's Martin Emerson. Also joined today by the England, Southern Vipers and Birmingham Phoenix all-rounder Georgia Elwes. We'll hear more from Georgia shortly.
Salisbury in bowls. Start of a new over from the New Road end. Defended by Baker. These two standing firm from a Worcestershire point of view. George is coming back in. As Salisbury bowls, right arm over. Played by Baker out into the covers to Peterson, no run there. Peterson still got his shin guards on under his whites. Had a cracking cup of tea yesterday off Eve Mine, so
Oh dear.
you're up against some stiff competition. It was proper builders quality tea yesterday.
Is that how you like it?
Yeah.
Just a splash of milk.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to see how this goes with the taste test here. Salisbury again in past the umpire and bowls. Bit more effort in that delivery. Played by Baker up to Stokes at mid-off, no run. Nothing much doing from Durham's point of view with the ball at the moment. Things have settled down in favour of Worcestershire, but they're still massively behind in this game and so much work to do to get a level. The deficit is still 328 runs. In comes Salisbury, flicked away down the leg side by Baker. It's on off the thigh pad, I think. And leg bye will be signalled by the umpire Richard Illingworth. It is. It's raining in Chelmsford.
Oh dear.
Too far south to guarantee the weather. That'll be upsetting Mr. Topley. He was looking forward to a couple of days on the microphone this weekend. In fact, he might have had them by now, because what is it, day 3? I'll look at the scores for you in a moment as Salisbury comes in and bowls again. Short one, and it's gone way down the leg side for 4 erratic byes. Keeper couldn't get anywhere near that.
Yeah, that's annoying as a keeper, isn't it?
That's the 50 partnership up, is it, as well, with that? Yep. 50 partnership. I mean, there's nothing the keeper could do about that at all. It was miles from him. That partnership has come together in 98 balls. Bowler in again, a flick from Leach. He's flicked it into inside edge into the thigh pad and the box area, and it's come to land in front of him. And that is the end of the over.
Yeah, Worcester's batters are going nicely here, aren't they? These two put on a partnership of 53 now, and both looking comfortable at the crease. Lovely day for batting, and that ball is 74 overs old. You see Scott Borthwick into the attack, I think, just to see if he can sneak anything out before you assume Durham will take the new ball at 80 overs, would you? With the pitch looking quite flat, looks a good day for batting. I think they'll want that new ball and hopefully be able to finish off this Worcestershire tale from their point of view, probably before lunch.
I'd be surprised if if they see anything like that before lunch now, but this is played by Baker off the back foot down towards the point boundary for 1. If anything, you'd expect more stubborn resistance from Worcestershire now with lunch in sight, wouldn't you? The new ball can make a difference, obviously, but as we say in these commentaries, it can also go to the fence quicker than the old ball. Borthwick, right arm over, bowling his leggies to Leach. Big stride forward from Leach there to snuff that one out.
Have we seen much turn in the first few days?
Not really, no. We can't tell from here anyway, can we? Down at third man here. As Borthwick bowls again, and that's swept by Leach out towards deep mid wicket, and it's going to go for 4. Just got a little bit too leg side-ish there, and that is the 50 for Leach. 23rd time he's got there. 92 balls and 7 fours. Second time he scored a half century against Durham. This is defended by Leach. Keeper comes from behind the stumps to collect it just in front of the crease. Very pleasant day today, lovely sunny day, quite warm. Borthwick in again, Leach drives, and he's put that wide of mid-off and away for 4 up towards the family stand, which is opposite us. The stand which was peppered by Ben Stokes yesterday. Aggression there from Leach.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. I just tossed it by Borthwick, and not been too many for Leach to play on the front foot this morning, but when he has, he's tucked in.
Defended this time by Leach on a length, and that is the end of the over. So 266 for 7, and we are 22 minutes away from lunch on day 3 here in Worcester. Who've Wolves got today?
I think we're at Chelsea actually.
Chelsea, are they?
A bit of a faltering finish to the season.
Is it?
And their bid for Europe.
Are they
so,
safe? Oh no, they've.
Yeah, we will.
They're going to end up in that tier 3 European competition nobody understands.
That's the aim, but I think we're a bit of a long way off it at the moment.
The Sunderland match was a hard watch last night.
Who did you have?
Sheffield Wednesday in the playoffs. It was 45,000 there at the Stadium of Light last night.
Blimey.
So second leg on Monday night at Hillsborough. Sunderland with a fractional lead of 1-0. Could be quite a nervy night on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. Still the lead. The lead.
Salisbury right arm over, comes in and bowls. Where's that gone? He didn't deliver it, did he? It's still in his hand. What happened there? He went through the whole motion of bowling but never left go of the ball. I think something put him off. The umpire's now looking at the foot marks to see if it was that. I thought, why is the batsman not playing a shot here? He'd gone through the full delivery stride there. He's going to try again instead. Bowls this time, short one to Baker. He's up on his toes and fends it away safely.
So have you watched all the Sunderland documentaries that have...
Oh yes.
You a fan?
Of the team?
No, of
the
the documentary.
Well, that's one of my previous jobs before I joined the BBC many years ago. There was an original series which was actually made by some colleagues of mine in the BBC in Newcastle. As Salisbury bowls edged, and a good catch. That's taken low and hard by Bedingham at first slip. Just got his hands underneath it, and Baker's resistance ends. 63 balls, 64 balls for his 27. Well, I was just saying, I thought there'd be more resistance from Worcestershire as the lunch break got closer, but he's driven at one there, hasn't he? And Salisbury gets his wicket.
Yeah, in really similar fashion to that dismissal of Ben Cox that we saw this morning as well. Both batters looking set, looking comfortable at the crease, and then just playing fraction away from their bodies, getting the nick, and that was a very good catch low down by Bedingham at first slip, and yeah, quite against the run of play there, because Worcestershire were looking very comfortable. But
yeah, they didn't look like there was anything coming, did they? Which I suppose is the beauty of cricket, because there's the wicket's always just a delivery away, but it was out of the general scheme of things at the time.
Yeah,
So the partnership has ended at 62. We might now be entering extra half-hour territory here as well.
It's looking a bit ominous for Worcestershire now, isn't it, with 2 wickets left.
What did he get? 27, did I say? Is he? Yeah, Court, Beddingham, Salisbury, 27. Is that right?
Yeah, 27, yeah. Just 4 overs now before that, the second new ball. Durham bowlers, Matthew Potts, he'll be licking his lips, won't he? He'll want that ball in his hand to these final 2 wickets. And then put his feet up for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Well, that's if he's not back out there bowling, actually. Depending on what Durham decide to do.
That was a really good catch from Beddingham, that, because he had to get his hands right underneath the ball as it was about to hit the ground, and he managed to scoop it away from the ground at first slip. Well, 266 for 8. They trail by 314. They added 62 for the 8th wicket. So Finch is your new man. He's a right-hander. This is his 16th first-class match. He's got 169 runs, a high score of 33 against Notts in the last game. He defends, and actually the ball runs out towards the covers, and he'll go for a quick single here, and he's off the mark first ball. It's always a little relaxer, that one, isn't it, when you get off the mark first ball?
Yeah, definitely. Feel bat on ball. See it drop into a gap, your eyes light up. Yes, let's get through. Get me at the other end, and he can just... And that probably be his plan, is to face as little of the strike as possible now.
That Notts game he played in last match was actually his only appearance of the season until this game. Didn't play in the first 2. Salisbury in, bowls, short one. Oh, and Leach was nearly lured into a little attempted uppercut there. Pulled out at the last second. In fact, he nearly played it. He nearly played that inadvertently. Salisbury in again, bowls, pulled by Leach out towards deep mid-wicket. It bounces about 3 or 4 yards in front of Travaskis. 1 run. Nearly got too much on that there. Travaskis was hovering around on the boundary rope. .12.45.
I see a short leg coming in now. We know plan against Finch is going to be the short ball.
And he comes, defended, and it runs to the gully area.
Or double bluff.
Yeah. That is the end of the over then. So 4 overs to go to the new ball. 268 for 8. And they trail by 312 here on the BBC. 2 wickets to fall today. Leach is on 57. And he tweeted Worcester Warriors there instead of the cricket team. Scott Borthwick flicking the ball from one hand to the other, ready to come in and bowl to Leach, who's faced 97 balls for his 57. He plays that out wide of gully, down towards the third man area. Potts picks it up, 1 run. Finch now comes on the strike. Does a few stretches before he's ready to face the bowler. Short leg in place for him. He cuts at that one, and it's come off the toe of the bat and squirms away down along the ground, being chased by Rushworth from backward point to third man. 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs. Good running. Leach coming back for the third there, taking on the throw of the fielder, and that was dangerous, but he got there, forcing the issue with Durham. Good running that.
Yeah, it was good running since Rushworth was just ambling after it, and Joe Leach is going to want to take as much of the strike as he can in these last 13 or so minutes before lunch. Make sure that Worcestershire go into the break still only 8 down.
Borthwick right arm over to Leach, who pulls out towards deep mid wicket. There's a man out there, and that's a good stop as well. Oh, eventually, third attempt. Is that Lees? Who's out there?
Too far from my eyes, that.
I think it's Alex Lees. He's so far away, he's virtually in the nets, the riverbank. Mervin's emailed. Don't know what you make of this, George, but he says, I'm wondering, is it me or Durham bowling a load of dross? Well, they've got Worcestershire 8 down, and the ball's nearly 80 overs old, so it will be changed shortly as Borthwick bowls. Your thoughts on the short pitch stuff that we've seen today?
Yeah, it's obviously a plan, isn't it, that they're going with, because I feel like much is happening with the ball, not much sideways movement, and the pitch still looks quite flat.
Yeah. That's a Yorker length ball from Borthwick, which is snuffed out on the bounce by Finch.
It's hard to tell from here, but the lines have been quite wide, and I think Joe Leach has played pretty well this morning, to be honest.
This is defended by by Finch off towards short leg. Leach has had runs against Durham in T20 plenty of times, and he's not a mug.
No, absolutely, and I think they've been able to bat time, haven't they, this morning? So
yeah.
They've been able to be watchful, and Durham have probably searched for wickets, and that's brought about those looser deliveries that's allowed Worcester to put on these runs. They put on this morning about 80 odd runs. No more than that.
What were they this morning? 169 for
over
6.
100, yeah.
It was 200 odd yesterday morning. It was 212 or something, was it? One of the highest morning totals for years in the county championship. Ben Stokes going mad with a bat for Durham. He kept changing his bat every few overs, and I asked him in the interview if he'd broken the bats, and he said no, it was a new delivery. I think Gunn and Moore are his bat supplier, and he was just trying them all out to see what the middle was like on each of them. I think the middle worked perfectly on all of them. 4 different bats he had, and I noticed there was an energy drink supplier sticker on them all as well, so he certainly had wings yesterday. Here's Salisbury coming in to bowl, right arm over, short one to Leach, who ducks out of that one. It's through to their keeper. Other energy drinks are available.
It must be nice to just have 4 bats that you can rotate and know that each one's going to be as good as the next in terms of pick up and feel, where the ball comes out the middle. It's a luxury.
Have you got a bat sponsor?
I do, yes.
Yeah. In comes Salisbury again. Leach turns this off towards long leg for 1. Travaskis is there in fields. Do they look after you well?
They do, actually. They do. I'm sponsored by a company called Bass, who are
by Bat.
Bass.
Bass.
BAS, yeah. Who are quite
Where are they
popular
from?
in
India or somewhere? Or not?
India and South Africa. They're popular in, but the little workshop is down in Surrey, so I can go in and pick up bats there, and they are very good to me, and they are very good bats as well.
Other bat manufacturers are available as well. I'm amazed by the price of bats these days, as Salisbury bowls here to Leach, another short one. It's not Leach, is it? It's Finch. There's a company based who used to be based in the ground at Hove. And they had some of their bats in the shop. Some of them were like 550, 600 quid. I didn't even pay that for my mountain bike.
Yeah, it's silly prices now, isn't it, for effectively a piece of wood, but people pay it, so.
Salisbury to Finch, driven out through the covers 4-4 possibly. The ball slowing towards the boundary and just makes it over the rope. There's quite a big gap through the field there for him to aim for, and he found that area nicely. He moves on to 8 from 8. What would your average club player now, so somebody in the, I don't know, North East Premier League or whatever, Birmingham League, what would they pay for a bat? Couple of hundred quid?
I think you're looking for a decent bat, you're probably paying about 300 quid, yeah.
Really?
It's a lot.
Salisbury in and driven, cut off by Stokes at mid-off, no run there. So it's alright if you've got a bat manufacturer who supplies you and sponsors you. So, you know, Ben Stokes trying 4 different bats out yesterday, and if one of them breaks, it doesn't matter, but I'd be in tears. I've spent 300 quid on a bat and it broke in my hands.
Yeah, it's not just that, is it? It's the cost of your helmet, your pads, gloves,
Yeah.
your team kit, spikes, all of that as well.
Salisbury in. This is pushed off towards backward point, no run there. What's a helmet like? How much are they? They're not that expensive though, the helmets, are they?
I reckon about 100.
Are they?
100 for a good helmet, yeah.
Oh, the last one I bought was about 30 quid. Last bat I bought was about 25. That wasn't a bad price in those days. Back in the 1800s.
I know, well, all that really matters is how good you are at using it, isn't it?
We bought some bats recently for the girls. They were about 25, 30 quid a go. Which I thought was enough for their first bats. They're only youngish, you know. It's, that's gone through Liam Travaskis's legs. It went like a bullet through his legs and his hands. Off Leach out through the covers. 1 run. Borthwick bowling. Get the feeling they're all winding down towards lunch now.
Yeah.
And that new ball's 2 overs away, which will probably be right on the cusp of lunch. Might have an over with it, maybe. Borthwick again out the back of the hand, defended by Finch. Colin's been on. He says, supporting Sunderland for 50 years since coming to the North East, the atmosphere last night matched visits by Newcastle United. The limitations of the present team, though, were also evident. Borthwick in once more, bowls. Finch looks to drive at that one and gets a bottom edge. Looks more like the shoulder of the bat, really, down into the ground. Bounces just around about the crease and off towards the keeper. No run. Borough are losing 1-0 against Preston. Borthwick in again, defended by Finch. Other things are happening as well as Borthwick bowls. Well, this is played into the ground. It bounces back towards the stumps. So, having played it, Finch then deliberately walked into the ball to fend it away from the stumps with his pads. So, Sheffield United are leading Fulham 2-0, which means at the minute that Middlesbrough's hopes of playoffs are looking bad. In comes Borthwick. Oh, that's a quicker delivery there, much quicker delivery. That was medium pace. Attempted cut from the batsman, playing a miss into the keeper's gloves. It goes. End of the over. So Worcestershire 279 for 8. Leach has 61. Finch has 8. If you want to get in touch, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Weir, W-E-A-R, the River Weir. Are you on Twitter, George?
I am. At G Elwis.
At G Elwis. No numbers or underscores or anything?
No. Pretty simple.
Have you ever met another Elwis? who's not related to you.
No, I haven't.
No.
Have you?
No, I've not come across the surname really before. It's quite a rare one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
279 for 8. Salisbury coming in the ball to Leach from the New Road end. Leach plays the ball down towards the backward point for 1. Where's the name from? Is it? Have you looked into it at all?
I haven't. No, I think it may have some German connotations, but not in the immediate family.
Yeah. $280 for 8. Coming up with 3 minutes to 1 and lunch. Salisbury, second ball of this 80th over. Another short one. To Finch, through to the keeper it goes. Leach is wanting to try and make sure this is definitely the last over because he's gone for a chat to his colleague and a bit of fake gardening. Absolutely no reason for him to go down there at all, really. Now wandering back to the non-striker's crease. Salisbury comes in again and bowls. Another shortish one. Finch rocks out the run of it. Richard said Elvis has left the building. Have you heard that one before?
No, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
It was when I got hit for a 6, I think.
Oh.
Mark Butcher famously
Did he?
coined that one.
Was that in a TV commentary?
Unfortunately, yeah, it was.
Salisbury comes in and bowls off the pads. There's a big appeal. It doesn't look right from where we're sitting, and the umpire says no. It's gone well down the leg side. It was a bit of a sort of half-hearted, it's nearly lunch, give us a wicket moment. The clock is about to tick over to 1 o'clock. 2 balls left of the over. Salisbury bowls, played off to short mid-wicket, stopped by Travaskis. The Cathedral clock strikes 1. Last ball of what should be the morning session then. A session in which Worcestershire started on 169 for 6 and are now 280 for 8. Cox went for 21 and Baker for 27. Matty Potts has taken 6 wickets for Durham for the 3rd time this season. As Finch defends, the ball goes out into the covers. That is the end of the morning session. Leach turns to walk away. Leach has 62, Finch has 8, and Durham will have the new ball available when they come back out in 40 minutes time. We'll leave it there then, and Dan will be back on in a sec to do an update for Radio Hereford and Worcester, and we'll see you again on air in 40 minutes time.
Yorkshire
Worcestershire have battled well this morning. They've only lost 2 wickets, but they've added over 100 runs in the process on a pitch that's still pretty good for batting, which is what Worcestershire have to do for most of the next 2 days, you reckon, if they're going to stand any chance of saving this game. They've reached lunch on 280 for 8. They began the day on 169 for 8, so they've lost Ben Stokes this morning for 21, caught behind off Matty Potts to give him a 6th wicket haul for the 3rd time this season. And Ben Stokes made 21, as I said, and then Josh Baker caught low by Bedingham off Salisbury for a well-made 27. So Worcestershire 280 for 8. They are still a long way behind in this game. 300 runs, but they'll come out after lunch still with 2 wickets in hand in their first innings.
Well, the sun is beating down here at New Road and the Worcestershire batters have been digging in. First, Joe Leach and Ben Cox. Then Josh Baker joined Leach at the crease before Adam Finch and Joe Leach saw us through to the close. Joe Leach bringing up his half century in the session. Here are the highlights.
And South Causey.
Causey Arch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prince Village.
Pursuing the Worcestershire Leach, Joe Leach, and Adam Finch.
I'll plug you in there, Georgia. Well, very good afternoon and welcome back to New Road for the afternoon session here on day 3 of this LV County Championship match between Worcestershire and Durham. It's been a decent fight back from Worcestershire this morning, who were looking like they might fold their first innings pretty quickly after the carnage of yesterday, but great credit to them last night with Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard's stand of 101, and they've carried on that fortitude this morning. Really just lost a couple of wickets in the process, but Joe Leach has led the charge. The former skipper is 62 not out from 103 deliveries, and Adam Finch is his latest partner. He's got 8, and he got good support from Josh Baker, 27, who lasted just over an hour this morning and hit 4 fours in his innings. But Leach with 8 boundaries, 62 from 103, his second half century of the season, and of course he'll be looking to try and convert that into 100 if he can. Only 2 wickets left in this first innings, and Ben Gibbon, the debutant, is the final man due in. But needn't panic yet with Finch, who can definitely hold an end up. 2 slips and a gully settle down as Chris Rushworth opens up from the Diglis end. First ball of the afternoon session is driven up to Ben Stokes, who turns to his right to field, and there's no run. Good afternoon again to Georgia.
Hello.
You alright?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
Nice lunch.
Lovely lunch, wasn't
Good.
it?
Yeah, it was good.
Treated today.
Here's Rushworth then, turning and sprinting towards us now. 280 for 8. In he comes, and that's edged, and I think it's carried. It has. Good catch by Scott Borthwick at second slip, and Joe Leach's fine innings has come to an end soon after the resumption. The second ball after lunch, and Leach has gone, failing to add to his not out 62. And Rushworth has picked up his second wicket, and Durham, who've caught very well in the slips in this innings, have bagged another one. Borthwick with the safe hands this time, and Worcestershire now 280 for 9.
Yeah, Rushworth is so good with that new ball, isn't he? And that's what is done for Joe Leach there. He's looking really comfortable before the lunch break, and then how often do we see that switch off and you come back and it's really hard to get that focus and get that feel around the crease again. And yeah, good catch again in the slips by this Durham side. Brings Gibbon to the crease, and Durham will certainly be thinking now about whether they will enforce the follow on or whether they're going to look to bat again.
Yeah, because they're still 300 runs ahead, so double what the cut-off is to avoid the follow on, which is within 150. So I can't imagine they'd bat again. We'll have to see. I mean, if they get rid of Gibbon or Finch pretty quickly, I think they will send Worcestershire back in. But at the moment, I don't really see much value in batting on, really, for Durham. They're just taking time out of the game, and they might already be best part of 300 ahead. So it doesn't seem to quite add up for them to bat again, but we'll have to see.
Now, you think 300's a sort of total that Worcestershire probably won't surpass in their second innings, I suppose. thing that Durham will be thinking about is time, isn't it? And if they've got enough time to bat again and try and bowl Worcestershire out. I don't think they have. If that was me, I'd be asking my bowlers, you fancy it? I've only been out there for 80 overs, so well, let's see.
Rushworth comes in with that shiny new ball. Forward comes Gibbon to his first delivery as a batter in first class cricket, making his debut, the 21-year-old. Did well with the ball amongst all the runs scored by Durham. Ended the first day going at under 3 runs and over, which was a pretty good effort. Got his first wicket, got his second yesterday morning. And now he's just got to do his little bit here for his team with the bat. 2 slips and a gully as he waits for Rushwick. High back lift, and he's behind this one comfortably, pushing it out to Dixon at cover point, and there's no run. Obviously being his debut, we've not seen Ben Gibson bat. Bowls left arm, bats right-handed. He's got in line quite nicely so far, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I was just thinking, not phased by the pace of the new ball. He's just behind it in the middle of his bat. It's a lovely defence.
Because a new ball in the hand of Chris Rushworth is a tricky thing to negotiate. He's driving this next delivery, a check drive really. Out it goes to Liam Travaskis at cover. It's a lovely day here at New Road. Plenty of white clouds, bright blue sunshine. Decent crowd in again today. Not quite so many national journalists here as there have been over the last 2 days, understandably I suppose. Stokes did get a bowl today. 14 overs, none for 35. Rushworth bowls, short of a leg, down the leg side, taken by Eckersley. And the end of the first over after lunch, and a successful one for Durham. Chris Rushworth takes his cap from umpire Baldwin. 280 for 9 now. Durham getting closer to this decision about whether they're going to bat again, but the way they've batted, and as Georgie was saying, they've still got some energy in the legs. Rushworth's bowled 16 overs, Matty Potts 18 overs in the match, and he's in great form with his 6 wickets so far. Career best figures as they stand for him. 6 for 58 are the ones he needs to try and get under here, and he's never taken a 7-fer, so he'll be eyeing this last wicket. Adam Finch is on strike. 2 slips and a gully. Everyone else in the circle saving 1. In he comes. That's a shout for LBW that looked like it was sliding down, but Finch would have been concerned for a split second there, but on the replay, yeah, that looked like it was comfortably missing leg stump. I guess with the new ball, unlike this morning where they were peppering the Worcestershire batsmen, they're going to get it up there a lot more with the tail enders in. Bowl at the stumps, try and bring other modes of dismissal in play. That's a poor delivery down the leg side though, and Eckersley can't grab it to his left. 4 by signalled. Worcestershire will take every run they can, obviously. 284 for 9.
Yeah, not a nice one for the keeper, that one, was it?
Horrid.
Big diving effort, and after all that still gets called byes.
You've just got to get as close to as you can and create an impression you've done your best to try and get there. Plus it's the bowler's fault, isn't it, if you're going to fire it down there. Potts bowls, that's edged, and that hasn't quite carried, and they're appealing. Maybe that was pad first. Let's have a look. Yeah, it didn't carry. Don't think that carried to Eckersley, did it?
No.
Looks like it might have struck him outside the line of off stump. But Potts is certainly asking some questions here. Finch just resettles to 84 for 9. Here comes Potts. up to the wicket and bowls down the leg side again. Maybe this is the strangling tactic, maybe. Just trying for that irritating dismissal down the leg side, the brush of the glove or off the face of the bat, the splice.
It's just getting loose after lunch, isn't he? It's,
yeah, his radar slipped a bit here, I think. But impressive again, Matty Potts, as he was here last year. In he comes and bowls. That's a nice looking drive, but it's gone, I think, the opposite direction to where Adam Finch was originally intending it. It was a nice looking cover drive, and it's ended up going down towards deep backward square at the end. But through they come for another run. 286 for 9. So here's Ben Gibbon in with the first look at Matty Potts. He's only got one ball to survive. I guess we'll get a clue, won't we, from Adam Finch about when he might look to take a single, in terms of how they might view Ben Gibbon's batting. And that's beating him on the outside edge coming forward. Through to the keeper. Safely negotiated. End of the over. 285 for 9. Gibbon yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 balls. And Finch has 9 from 25. The men out this morning. Ben Cox first to go, caught behind, driving at Matty Potts for 21, and then Josh Baker was caught well down low to his right by David Beddingham off Matt Salisbury for 27. Baker batting for just under 70 minutes, giving really good support to Joe Leach, who notched his second half century of the season, was going really well on 62, but succumbing second ball after lunch to the new ball, edging Rushworth to Borthwick at first slip. Rushworth in again. Get runs here though. Finch down to deep backward square. Through they come. Well, they've taken a single off the first ball, so that might tell you that Finch is pretty confident that Gibbon's going to do his best to see out this Chris Rushworth over. Nice vote of confidence.
yeah, it is. It's a difficult situation for these two to be in, definitely, but they'll both fancy themselves as budding all-rounders, a chance to stake their claim for that.
Rushworth bowls, forward comes Gibbon, nicely forward again, solid, up to the covers, and there's no run. I guess the thing for Durham here is to be patient, isn't it? They've got the new ball, not try and search for wickets, this last wicket too much, and just sort of hope it will come.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen when they've put the ball in the right area, they have found that outside edge, and this morning when they went with that short ball plan that didn't have that much success.
Rushworth in and driven up to mid-on nicely by Gibbon. Hits the fielder though, and there's no run. Well, he's the man, isn't he, Rushworth? If you want someone who's going to just drop it on a length time after time after time and move it about and ask questions of the batsmen and their technique, they're a few better than Chris Rushworth at doing that over the years. 2 for 70, into his 17th over now. Well, he's taken his time to get going this season. He's been hampered by injury and that concussion recently in a game, but he's got his rhythm back here. Gibbon defends that one nicely again out to the covers.
Yeah, it is, and it's about him being patient. Like you said, that's what he is the master of. His long career, just putting it on that length and being really annoying, and it's how much patience these two have got to just keep defending and keep seeing out that ball.
Gibbon waits up onto his toes. Again, nicely played. Back up the V to mid-on. Well, he's got a compact defence, hasn't he, Ben Gibbon?
Yeah, he looks very assured. I think the Worcester batsmen this morning looked very good in defence, and it was just as they started playing those attacking drives, that's when they got the outside edge and lost their wicket. So interesting to see how these two go about accumulating runs now.
Rushworth bowls to him, and again no problem here, coming forward, bat and pad nicely together, and well negotiated Ben Gibbon. 5 balls seen off in that over from Chris Rushworth with the new ball. 286 for 9. soaked up 10 balls. He's yet to get off the mark, but well, he'll care about that, won't he? He'll want his first run, but it's just all about trying to eke out this first innings as long as they possibly can into the 84th over of it now. But at one stage yesterday it was looking like it was going to end a lot sooner than that at 41 for 4 inside 10 overs. So they've done well to stretch it out as long as they have here. Potts starting a new over. This is edged down towards deep backward square, but mid wicket is going to beat him to it, running round to his right, Liam Travaskis. But they come through for a single. Finch goes up to 11, and Gibbon now has another 5 balls to face. He's getting practice, certainly. He'll be a top order player at the end of this.
Oh, he's playing like one, isn't he? Having to face a brand new ball.
Here's Potts past the umpire, bowls. Nice looking forward defensive push by Gibbon, and there's his first run in first class cricket. In fact, there's his first 2 as the throw comes in. It's a bit wayward at the non-striker's end. Nicely timed. 289 for 9. Gibbon is away. Re-scratching the crease with his boot, looks the part.
He does. You think if you just turned up to the ground this morning and you didn't look at the scoreboard, you could say he's comfortably a middle order player, couldn't you?
Potts is in, bowls to him, and defending back out. Some oohs and ahs from the Durham close fielders, trying to put the wind up Ben Gibbon. The test of his temperament here. Here comes Potts, halfway through his 20th over, and again negotiated well by Gibbon. Plays him up to Ben Stokes at mid-off. I mean, how vivid are your memories of your respective debuts? George, your England one, I suspect, is pretty fresh, isn't it, in terms of how you felt and sort of empathise a bit with Gibbon here?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of nerves. Once you step onto the pitch and you're actually in the battle, though, it's so much easier.
Potts bowls. Gibbon won't get a run here. Out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think my debut was in South Africa in 2011 now, so quite a while ago. But still remember feeling really nervous and marking my run up out about 10 times just to make sure that was right. But once I'd settled into the game and you bowl your first ball or you face your first delivery, then the nerves go out the window. You just get into the game, and it's just what you do, day in, day out at training. And I think he'll be enjoying himself out there. I think he's looking pretty assured, and he'll know he'll be frustrating the Durham bowlers. So I think he'll be enjoying it. He's played some nice strokes in defence, and then a nice little push out for 2. So
last ball of Potts is over. That's a good leave as well, outside the off stump. Not sure that might have come back into him. Off the seam a touch. Yeah, it did. Slightly wider of the crease from Potts, so the natural angle may have exaggerated that movement slightly, but that was okay. A good leave, whistling over the top of middle and off. Through it goes to Eckersley. End of the over. 289 for 9. Gibbon has 2 from 15 balls. Finch 11 from 27, and the wait for Durham goes on after the early dismissal of Joe Leach. Almost identical field set by Chris Rushworth. Here he comes. 2 slips and a gully. Those are the only close catches. He comes in and bowls, and up onto the back foot goes Finch. Out onto the offside, and there's no run. How did you do in your first game?
Okay. I wasn't like a dream debut. We won the game quite comfortably against South Africa, but I had to wait a while for my first wicket and take a wicket in my first game, and I don't think I batted actually. So quite a quiet one, but sometimes you're just pleased to get your debut out of the way and get underway and get into your career. So I enjoyed it.
Rushworth bowls. No run here. Finch is stoutly behind this one up to mid-on. 289 for 9.
I think there's many people that can come out on their debut and have a really good performance. I think a lot of the people I speak to just almost want to get it out of the way, and because there's such a buzz around it, so much attention around you making your debut, and you're so nervous about it.
Rushworth bowls. This is short, well evaded by Finch, who just squats down out the way. 289 for 9. I guess some players as well naturally would be better at dealing with that whole occasion and nerves than others, and not letting it affect your performance.
Yeah, definitely. I think it depends where your debut is, in what competition and all that sort of stuff, and how quickly you can settle. I think if you're an opening bowler and you get the ball in your hand early doors, and you can settle into the game quite quickly. If you're a spinner and you're having to wait a while to do stuff, you can get a bit jittery in the field.
Rushworth bowls. No run here. Down to gully by Finch. It's fielded by Keegan Peterson. No run.
But certainly as a batter, all you want to do is feel the ball on the bat. Your first ball you face, and as a bowler you just want to get the ball in your hand straight away. And often when there's a youngster making their debut, make sure they get the ball in the field early doors, so that they can just settle themselves down, get a throw away, and really get into the game.
Rushworth bowls, driven out into the covers to Travaskis, and there's no run. 289 for 9. 2 balls left of this Chris Rushworth over. I mean, so much more work done behind the scenes of preparation, sort of mentally now these days, isn't there, with team psychologists and stuff. Is that something that you've noticed as well, and has been a help and made a difference? Yeah,
definitely. Psychologists on board. I really, they're doing a lot of individual work and they're doing a lot of teamwork, and I think the biggest thing that I've noticed really is that the girls coming through the system now are being exposed to higher pressure environments from a younger age. So actually, when they step over the rope and make their first team debut, it's not such a big change in the standard, in the pressure, in terms of the crowd, the media attention. They've had all that, and they're used to all that from the competitions such as the 100 and our domestic stuff.
Rushworth bowls, driven a bit inside edgy by Finch, but all along the ground up to mid-wicket, mid-on rather, and there's no run. 291 at the end of that over. Gibbon has 2, Finch has 11. Rushworth 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 72 now for him. I think Matty Potts is going to continue. Rushworth has bowled, taken 1 for 3 in this spell after lunch. He's got through 3 overs since the resumption, and got rid of Joe Leach in that time. And what about have you noticed a big sort of improvement in standard since 2011? Because we all know where the women's game is now compared to where it was.
Yeah, hugely. I think the biggest difference has probably been in the last 2 or 3 years, to be honest, with the introduction of our domestic competition. I think the girls that are able to train full time, it's just made a huge difference to their skill set, their confidence. They're fitter, they're stronger, and then you team that up with being able to play on like good pitches at good grounds. You have the exposure to the crowds that we had in the 100 last year, and you put all that together, and it makes for really good viewing. I think the England national team is really going to benefit from that, and I think we'll start to see that. We'll see more youngsters come through the domestic system and make their debuts, I suppose, like we have over the last year, but I think even more so over the next 2 or 3.
Potts bowls, starts a new over from the New Road end, fields on his follow through from Gibbon, who makes good contact again. A bit of chat between batsman and bowler as well. Potts is certainly fired up. He wants a 7-fer, and obviously he knows that this is Gibbon's first game. And I guess what you want more than anything else is more test matches.
No, we'd love more test matches, absolutely. good that we've got one against South Africa this summer. We need other teams to want to play them as well. Obviously play Australia in them, and good of India to want to play one last year as well.
Short, rocked out of the way by Gibbon, and there's no run. More words between the two. It's got a bit feisty out there. Potts certainly trying to unsettle Gibbon here, who's got 2 and soaked up 17 balls so far. Ben Stokes has just lobbed Matty Potts the ball. No doubt a word or two from him as well. 6 for 55 for Matty Potts. Here he comes again. Past the umpire and bowls. Gibbon is solidly forward again. A look this time rather than any talking between the two.
He's doing his job though, isn't he? He's frustrating these Durham bowlers, just hanging around. He actually looks very solid. He doesn't look like getting out, which is, I think, even probably more frustrating for these Durham bowlers. And you're right, Potts is trying anything he can to unsettle him.
Here he comes past the umpire and driven nicely by Gibbon again. Good looking stroke up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Matty Salisbury, and there's no run. Are you a chirper or a sledger? Where do you sit on that spectrum?
I've been known to get a bit of white line fever, but I try nowadays to just keep it calm and cool. I just get frustrated, so I have a good mutter under my breath usually. But it depends. It depends on the mood, the situation of the game, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I have
who you're bowling to.
Yeah, exactly.
Potts bowls, and it's played up to mid-on. And again, Salisbury moves to his left to field. Of course, you have to be so careful these days with stump mics, don't you?
I know, you do, yeah, absolutely. If you're going to say it, make sure you... no, that's wrong. Don't say it. No, I think what I'm more conscious of is the fact that because I bat and bowl, if I give it when I've been bowling, I'm going to have to accept that I'm probably going to take a barrage of it when I'm batting.
That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Potts in and short. Well played, Gibbon. Sort of gets front on and then just sort of bends at the knee. There's more words exchanged between the two. Update for Hereford and Worcester listeners on the way. Well, they're fighting hard here, Worcestershire, to make sure their first innings lasts as long as they can possibly make it. 291 for 9. They have lost Joe Leach early after the lunch resumption. Caught it slip for a very well-made 62 with the new ball from Chris Rushworth. So it's Ben Gibbon on his debut, has offered obdurate support to Finch, who's got 11. Gibbon's 2 from 21. He's getting plenty from Matty Potts in the verbals category. He's got 6 for 55, but Worcestershire still miles behind in this game. 291 for 9. They're still 289 behind. That was an update live into the 2 o'clock sports show with music underneath and everything.
Very fancy.
Yeah. Coming live from Agborough this afternoon with the playoffs in the National League. This next ball from Rushworth is defended out into the covers by Finch, and there's no run. So is there anyone, when you do get is there anyone you do look for that you have a little bit of an ongoing thing with?
No, but there are people that I would try to avoid having
Right.
anything with. Name, probably not surprisingly, would be Catherine Brunt. You don't want to have a chirp at her because she'll certainly come back at you.
Rushworth bowls, and that leaps a little bit on Finch, but he steers it out to mid-wicket safely enough, and there's no run. Yeah, you've got to pick your battles, I suppose, haven't you?
Yeah, you absolutely do, and I think I'm probably a bit braver if I've already batted. I won't be afraid to say as much. I mean, and I'm a bit older. I'm
wiser.
I'm a bit yeah. Yes, not as naive to getting involved in that, and let her just try and let the cricket do the talking and hope that that's good enough.
Rushworth past the umpire, bowls, and Finch is forward nicely up to Travaskis at cover, and there's no run.
I think it does add to it, doesn't it? And I think it's so nice when you've got got people in your team who are that passionate and who aren't afraid to give a bit of chirp, because it does get you going. It does lift you as a team in those moments where you need it. If you've got someone just having a bit of chirp, 'cause it keeps it interesting, and especially if you're the fielding team, you all pile in together. So
Rushworth bowls short, and Finch ducks underneath it. Yeah, I guess it's knowing where the line is, isn't it? That's where the opinion has been about sledging over the last few years. But it has its place, I think, doesn't
yeah,
it?
no, absolutely. As long as you're not getting personal and you're not nasty, I think you can have a little bit of a chirp, and if you're okay with receiving it as well, I think it's fair. But yeah, you do have to pick your battles. And
Rushworth bowls, and Finch defends this back up the pitch. Solid enough again. Good stuff this from the Worcestershire tailenders. The last pair at the crease. One more ball to negotiate of Rushworth's over.
yeah, I'm obviously not going to go off against a young 16-year-old coming through who's playing in her first game, but some of the maybe more experienced people who are having a bit of a hack, I wouldn't mind having a bit of a nibble at. But mainly it's just because you can't get them out, and so actually it's probably a compliment to them really that you're trying other means to unsettle them.
Rushworth past the umpire bowls and almost gets it through the defences of Adam Finch via the inside edge, endangering his stumps, but enough of bat on that from Finch to just change the angle out to mid-wicket. Another over ticked off for this Worcestershire pair. 291 for 9. Rushworth 19 overs, 2 for 72 now. Gibbon 2 off 21. Finch 11 off 40. Because there must be players too that are inspired by people having a pop at them as well, aren't there? So there are players that you think, well, I'm not going to have a go at them anyway because we know what might happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tammy Beaumont is certainly one of those that likes to be chirped at. She says that it focuses her and it really gets her in the zone and in the mood to almost prove you wrong. So she's somebody that you don't engage with at all when she comes out to bat. Luckily it doesn't happen very often that I'm playing against her, but when it does, you certainly don't engage, even if she's like, oh hi, how are you? No, you just pretend you don't like her, just ignore her and try not to talk to her at all.
Salisbury is replacing Matty Potts. In he comes and bowls, and Gibbon defends him up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. 291 for 9. This pair have done really well actually for the home side. How long's Gibbon been in now? Half an hour pretty much.
Came in the 81st over.
Yeah, so he's into his 7th over now at the crease. Durham will be starting to be a bit irritated by this. A bouncer from Salisbury. Gibbon rocks out of the way, and there's no run.
Yeah, because while they're not adding a huge amount to the score, they're just occupying the crease, aren't they, and taking time out of the game. And it's very frustrating as a side when you get a side 9 down. You think, yes, I'm not too far away now, and the longer it goes on, the more annoyed you get.
Salisbury in another very short bounce. That's a bit of a waste of energy, in all honesty. There's no way Gibbon's going to get anywhere near that. He'd need steps to get up to that. So that's a bit of a wasted tactic really. But it's time more than runs that will concern Durham here, obviously, because they have plenty of those in the bank. 289 ahead still. This pair now starting to be a bit annoying. Won't get a run here. It's scrambling stop by Keegan Peterson here in the gully. Well, there's no run. I mean, with the test against South Africa, Georgia, this year, and bearing in mind what happened in the winter with that one test that was, amazing viewing and left everyone thinking, well, why aren't there more? And the India test, which you of course played in last summer as Salisbury bowls. I mean, how confident are you, do you think? What's the mood like that the women will play more test matches?
Yeah, we'd love it. As players, we always speak about wanting to play more of it. And I think the multi-format series that we have against Australia for the Ashes, which is 3 ODIs, a Test match and 3 T20s, is a really good way of doing it. And I think if we can structure series against other nations and other teams like that, then there's no reason that we can't play more Test matches.
Salisbury bowls, defended out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, against other opposition. I certainly think the feeling amongst the other players from the other nations as well is that they'd like to play more of it. It's just time, space in the calendar. I think with losing that year to COVID, we're already trying to fit in more games for the next World Cup cycle, which has had to be condensed into the 3 years rather than the usual 4. And then with the T20 World Cup as well, every 18 months it is quite a jam-packed schedule. But for sure, as players, we'd like to play more of it. Every time we get the opportunity to, we do jump at the chance. But considering we don't play a huge amount of it, the last few Test matches that we have played have been fantastic viewing and really close games. I know there's a lot of talk about whether we should play 5-day Test matches or not, but I think we just need to play more, regardless of whether it's 4-day or 5-day. The more Test matches we play, the better our skills will be at the longer format. I mean, we only ever play 50 over cricket growing up in the women's game, so to throw us into a Test match and expect us to perform, I think is difficult, but I think we do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Travaskis starting a new over from the Diglis end, driven by Finch out to the covers, and there's no run. And we know how successful England have been at white ball in recent times, but presumably the players look at the Test matches and think, well, that is the ultimate test.
Yeah, 100% they do.
Travaskis gives this one a bit more air, and just batted back up the pitch by Finch.
It's a strange feeling around training for the Test matches, because everyone sort of gets a bit giddy because we don't do it very often. So playing these 2 days and 3-day games, and it's
Travaskis bowls, no run here, stroke to the covers.
Yeah, it's like just this excitement, is this buzz around, and people practicing leaving the ball, which we don't do. We're not taught to leave the ball, so it's very strange. Get the pads on, do some short leg stuff. It's all good fun.
Oh, you can't beat a good leave though, can you? Finch defends the next ball back up to Travaskis.
No, it is. I think it tests your skills, doesn't it? You hold your skills for so much longer. You've got to be fit, strong.
Well, it's driven or attempted drive by Finch, but that's come off a thick inside edge, down past short leg, and round the corner to Chris Rushworth, just behind square on the leg side, no run.
You've got to factor in so many different things. Like for us as females, not playing it at all growing up.
And last ball of the over is negotiated safely by Finch. 11 overs, none for 32 now. Finch has 11, 291 for 9.
Yeah, so with us not playing it at all growing up, we're not used to bowling long spells of 8-9 overs. It's just not a thing that's done in the women's game. So for a Catherine Brunt or formerly Anya Shrubsole to be asked to be bowling 8-9 overs and then 20 overs in a day, 30 overs in a day, and forcing follow-ons, it's just not something that we're used to at all. And I think that's probably why you see players break down in the longer format, because they're just not used to it, just not used to managing those sorts of workloads. We're used to bowling 30 overs, 35 overs a week max, and those loads spike so much when Test match comes around.
Salisbury starts a new over. First ball is right on the money to Gibbon, who again is securely behind that, pushing it out to the covers, and there's no run. 28 balls he's now faced for his 2 runs. So we have the test in the summer, of course, but I guess for you as well, thinking about getting back to the 100 this year. Get your thoughts on what it was like last year in just a second. Salisbury's bowling here, it's edged, and it's well stopped by Peterson, scrambling to his right in the gully there. It wasn't anywhere near a chance. It did outside edge, yes, but kind of went down almost straight away from Gibbon. So still 291 for 9, because Phoenix did pretty well last year, didn't they?
Yeah, we actually burgled the semi-final spot. Really, we were down and out, sitting in 7th, I think, out of 8 for the majority of the season.
In comes Salisbury, no run here. Gibbon again is compact in defence, pushing it up to mid-on.
And then a lot of results went our way. We kind of got a bit of momentum towards the back end of the season. We went on a winning spree, and I remember the girls had all these equations in their notebooks of what we needed to happen, and somehow it did. Teams lost that we needed to lose, and then we beat them, and all sorts, and we managed to get ourselves to the semi-final, and really we should have chased that down in the semi-final, but wasn't to be.
Salisbury bowls an attempted Yorker, which is well watched by Gibbon, who kind of flat bats it in the end with the bat almost lying on the ground, steering it out to point, and there's no run. Yeah, because Phoenix almost had a great year, didn't they, with the men getting to the finals, almost a double.
Yeah, almost. But we had that taste of it, and I think we left disappointed in that semi-final that we hadn't shown a better account of ourselves from the position that we got into. But again, it gives us hunger for next year, or this year now.
Salisbury bowls, and whether Gibbon just lost sight of that, because it wasn't that short. He kind of took his eye off the ball a little bit and flinched, and it sort of thudded into kind of his thigh pad. It was no more than waist high, so maybe just have lost that as it was coming down to him off Salisbury. No damage done though. Still 291 for 9.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the whole competition last year, the way that the ECB put it together, the entertainment, fireworks.
Salisbury bowls, a bit of pad and bat in Gibbon's defensive stroke there, but it's gone out to the covers. No run, another over chalked off. 291 for 9. Gibbon 2 from 33 deliveries. Terrific job he's doing for his team here. He's now survived close to 40 minutes. Finch has been at the crease for an hour, so this is just what Worcestershire need. Their last two batters eating up the time here. 291 for 9. Finch 11, Gibbon 2. Yeah, it promises to be. It's got a bigger and better again this year, doesn't it, with the international players now able to come over properly.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some exciting names.
Travaskis bowls, and that's fielded and the covers, and there's no run.
We've done pretty well at the Phoenix. We've got Elise Perry, Sophie Devine and Sophie Molyneux, so 3 outstanding overseas signings to go alongside our already strong domestic lineup.
Travaskis throws this one in the air, and Finch turns it into a full toss but drills it out to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. Travaskis past the umpire, wheels away, and this is stroked nicely timed by Finch, but can't beat the man at sort of deep cover, who's Matty Potts, and there's no run. He's fielding just that wrong side for him of the coconut matting, so he's got to be careful as he walks in that he doesn't get an awkward bounce. Travaskis bowls, Finch forward, trickling away from short leg, who trots after it to field. 2 balls to go. Travaskis is ready, not giving Finch much time to settle here. Wants to get on with it. Bowls to him, and again safely forward out to the covers. Borthwick, the Durham captain, took a good catch just post lunch to get rid of Joe Leach. It went quickly with the new ball off Rushworth. Durham have caught very well in the slips today, and that's almost a catch behind to Ned Eckersley, which would have been his 5th of the innings, as Finch went to cut that late. Missed it by a whisker. Through it goes. End of the over. 291 for 9. Gibbon has 2. Finch has 11. Travaskis none for 32 now from his 12 overs. So is the just as a final thought, Georgia, are you going to be replaced by Martin? Expectation on the Phoenix this year with those new players coming in. Obviously, you want to do better than you did last year, getting a step closer to maybe getting to a final. But is that expectation higher as a result of who's coming in to join, as you said, an already a very good-looking squad? Yeah,
I think so, and I think it'd be wrong not to. I think to have had that taste of the finals cricket last year and to be disappointed with how we did. Absolutely, we want to go 2 better this year, get to the final and then win it.
Salisbury bowls, punched off the front foot by Gibbon and fielded in the covers by Sean Dixon. Georgia leaves us for a second. Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, will be joining us very shortly, but more from Georgia as we go through this afternoon.
Yes, we were talking cricket bat prices earlier today.
Were we?
Yes, I was nearly in tears at the thought of how much they are. It's alright if you get them given by a bat supplier though. As Salisbury comes in and bowls, and this has gone up to Matty Potts, no run there. Now, we were talking about Ben Stokes trying out 4 different bats yesterday from his new from his bat manufacturer. And he said afterwards they were new bats and he hadn't tried them out. So he was trying to see which one had the best middle. They all seemed.
They all did, yeah.
Gunn and Moore basically are the company who supplied Ben with his bats. And Andrew Tempest's emailed us as Salisbury comes in here and bowls, pushed off towards the covers, and he said that Gunn and Moore Ben Stokes bat retails at £699.
Crikey.
So he had 4 bats yesterday. So that's about
£2.5 grand?
Yeah, £2.5 grand's worth of kit out there. Unbelievable. Now the next question, what did Durham do here? Now I've just been watching James Franklin, the coach, having a chat with Scott Borthwick up at the slip cordon as Salisbury bowls, and basically asking, Borthwick seemed to be gesturing, what do you want us to do, sort of thing, or what should we do, and one hand out here, one hand out there. And I'm not so sure that Durham may enforce the follow on here. Well, I got the impression that they made a batting gesture which suggested Durham might come out and bat again.
Well, the thing is, wickets here now tend to hold together pretty well.
Salisbury again bowls. This is played back to him. We now in the realms of 92nd over, so they've they've bowled a bit, but
so I think it's going to be good for batting, pretty much.
But what do they do then? Do they come out and swing the bat, try and knock on another? If they were to get a wicket fairly quickly, the lead's still quite substantial, isn't it? What is it? 289. So come out and biff 100, put Worcestershire back in.
Yeah, or maybe they'll think about it.
Does that give them enough time to try and take another 10 wickets?
Yes,
like Salisbury bowls. Ball's gone back up towards the bowler's end because they didn't. The same thing happened against Leicestershire a few weeks ago on a flat track at Durham, and they bowled all day the final day and only took the 2 wickets. So there's a risk of history repeating itself.
Yeah, how many sessions they're going to need to bowl Worcester out on this, and can they count on Libby, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes only contributing 6 next time round?
No.
Wouldn't have thought so. D'Oliveira's in great form, Barnard's in great form, we've seen Leach play well today, and it's an obdurate tail as well, isn't it? Baker's hung around, Finch has hung around for more than an hour. And nearly 3 hours the last 3 batters have been in altogether, Baker, Finch and Gibbon, so that tells you something, doesn't it?
They're bringing Matty Potts back into the attack now to try and sort this out and get this final wicket done, but it seems to me, gone are the days when you rattle 4 wickets off first thing in the morning and put a team back in again. Potts bowls. This is guided towards Dixon at backward point, no run there.
I mean, I would stick them in again. I would, I'd enforce the follow on, and then if they do bat, then fair play. But you've got to give yourself the best chance.
I would
of winning
force
the
follow
game
on as well. What's that say? What?
The last run off the bat was at 152 apparently, according to David Bradley Esquire.
Was it?
Thank you very much.
A plethora of dot balls.
I'll send that to Jed. He'll love that.
It's defended. Goes off the point. So we've had buys, our leg buys since then, haven't we?
Yeah.
So the last over was a maiden. The over before that was a maiden, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. 2 runs in the 85th over for a no ball. They were the last runs.
But who cares?
That's nearly 8 overs ago.
Yeah.
In comes Matty Potts and bowls. This is another dot ball. 1001 dot balls. The follow-up video available from all good retailers.
Is that the sequel to the final test?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Edge was on last night.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
I must have seen that before, but I have to say, watching it in the hotel, there wasn't much of it. Rang a bell with me, to be honest. About the England cricket team rising to world number 1. Remember those days? It's just gone off towards backward
Seems
point
like
again.
a very long time ago.
It does. And Andrew Strauss talking about his fallout with Kevin Peterson and vice versa. And
Oh,
Peterson's tweets to the South Africans and texts.
The beginning of the end.
Yeah. Equally, they started messing around with the format of the county championship around about the same time, and look what's happened. England 6th in the world now, or something like that. Potts in. Defended once again by Finch. 57 balls for his 11.
Yeah, it's their lowest world ranking for 27 years.
Is it? Well, they're further down than that. I think last night on the documentary they started off about 6 or 7, so there must be 8 now then. And then they gradually rose up the rankings. Won a test series in Australia, could you imagine such a thing?
Not now, no.
I saw them win a test series in the West Indies in 2004. It's just defended. And rolls out towards mid-off. That was when Steve Harmison was the world's number 1 test bowler at the time. He took 7 for 12 at Sabina Park.
I went to that tour on holiday.
Did you?
Yeah.
We went to Barbados and Antigua.
Yeah, we went to Grenada and St Lucia.
Right.
But it was the time where they had just had the hurricane, or was it just or that was to come? Can't quite remember. But they didn't play at Gross Islet, isn't it? The ground at Grenada. It was rained off, I think, and then they rearranged it for St Lucia. It was an ODI. As Salisbury starts a new over from the New Road end, bowls wide outside the off stump. Gibbon has nothing to do with it. Through to the keeper. He's faced 40 deliveries now, Ben Gibbon, and he's batted for nearly 50 minutes. That's been a terrific effort from him.
What was it, 52 did he say? 152?
152 was the last run off the bat.
So that's 8, that's 30. 37 minutes ago.
Yeah. Salisbury bowls, and that's a cracker. Gibbon forward and whistling past his outside edge. Perilously close there through to Ned Eckersley. I've sent it to Jed. It'll be on the live stream soon. Jed Scott and Ben Koski in the chair today for the BBC County Cricket live text service. As Salisbury comes in and bowls, and defended up to mid-on by Gibbon, and there's no run. Yes, you can keep across all the things that are happening across the County Championship, right across all the games, while listening to your chosen match, of course. So do give that a read as well. It's terrific work from the boys that staff that. What is happening today elsewhere? Let's just have a quick look. I wonder how Joe Root is doing. Salisbury bowls, and again negotiated nicely up to mid-on by Gibbon, and there's no run. Joe Root, how's he doing?
Do you want a tea?
I'd love a tea. Thanks, Georgia. That's 2 teas I owe her now.
Yeah. I'm going to pass on this one because I've had about 3 cups of tea already today, so
Have you?
I think you'd have too much.
Nah. 44 Joe Root's got at the moment.
It was raining there, wasn't it?
Salisbury bowls and turn to mid-wicket.
Keaton Jennings has got 100 for Lancashire today.
Yeah, Yorkshire 165 for 3, replying to Essex's 403 all out. So
Is it not raining there though?
No, not at the moment.
No.
Nah, it's not raining. But they trail by 238. Hampshire 342 all out and 173 for 9. Gloucestershire 179. Salisbury bowls, it's full. Dug out though by Gibbon. Steers it to backward point and there's no run. So they lead by 337 with only 1 wicket remaining. Will that be enough? Might need the highest score of the match to chase those down, Gloucestershire. The champions, Warwickshire, with 315 all out. Lancashire going very well, as Martin mentioned. 100 for Keaton Jennings there. They're 241 for 2. Surrey, 401. Northamptonshire, 194 and 61 for 3. So they've been forced to follow on there, haven't they, Surrey? Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way. Yes, and they still are climbing the mountain. They're doing very well. 291 for 9. Well in the context of the game, but they're still a long way behind Durham on 289. That's the deficit at the moment. But these two have done really well. Finch and Gibbon. Finch has 11. Gibbon has 2. But the pair of them have batted for comfortably over an hour and a half between them. The last 3 have really hung around for Worcestershire to try and take this game as far as they can. But the sensible money at the moment still on Durham, you feel. Worcestershire have plenty still to do. 291 for 9 in their first innings, 289 behind.
40 minutes run off the bat.
Whee!
Hence the applause.
Well, I didn't think anyone was applauding me for my update.
No,
that's never going to happen.
but there was a highlight, the comment.
There was,
on
yeah.
there, and you missed
Well,
your
I can't
chance.
multitask, Barty, can I?
Well,
I can't.
know.
I was in the flow. Something happens out there.
Apparently men can't.
I'm not even
So I
watching.
keep telling my wife
No.
anyway. Borough have had a bad day.
Have they?
4-1, they lost at Preston.
Oh dear.
Potts bowling here. This has gone off towards backward point. So, that's the end of their season.
It is,
And
isn't
it means, as far as the playoffs are concerned, the championship season is now ended other than the playoffs. Sheffield United and Luton Town have secured places in the playoffs. So Huddersfield will play Luton. Nottingham Forest will play Sheffield United. Did Luton only go up last year from the League One, or was it the year before? 2 years ago, was it?
I think it was 2 years ago.
Matty Potts in again, bowls. Playing off towards point by Finch, who's faced 4,397 balls now for his 13. It's Monday afternoon. I remember Sunderland beat Luton Town 5-0 when Roy Keane was the new manager.
Mm-hmm.
Last game of the season, Sunderland won the Division 1 title, or the Championship title at the time, pipped Birmingham. They went up, Luton went down again the next year. As Potts comes in and bowls, and Finch plays us out through mid-wicket, trickles away for 1 run. I think, didn't Luton go out the league briefly as well?
They did. They were National League, a few years ago now. But it's one of the things with Luton is that they've gone under the radar a bit with the way they've come through the leagues, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, they could get into the Premiership.
Well,
Wasn't that
Mick
long
Harford,
ago,
who's from Sunderland, has played a major part in sort of restructuring the club and recruiting the players and stuff. He's been poorly recently, and he's had a massive part to play there as Potts comes in and bowls. This is defended. Luton wouldn't have gone under the radar at Luton Airport though, would they?
No,
No.
definitely not. If they did, there's something wrong.
Yeah. Who sang that? Luton Airport. Was that Elaine?
Not Elaine Page again.
No, it wasn't her, was it? It was a comedy actressy womany thing. Was she called Elaine somebody as well? Luton Airport, who were you? It was by Cats, was it? Cats UK, Luton Airport. The Rain Chase it was, I was inspired by the punchline of a television commercial for a particular drink featuring Lorraine Chase. That's where I'm getting mixed up.
That wasn't Cinzano, was it?
Campari, apparently.
That's right.
Can't say I've ever had this stuff.
Oh, Cinzano, was that Leonard Rossiter? Cinzano, yeah.
Scott Borthwick back into the attack for Durham here. Still looking for this final wicket. And, hey, there's still a batting point to be had here. 6 away from 1 now, Worcestershire. The 3rd batting point. Still 15 overs to go to the batting point cut-off. Durham have got the 3 bowling points they were looking for, so they've taken 8 bonus points from the game. Have you ever flown from Luton Airport?
No. Have I?
No, I don't know. That's defended short on the
Don't
leg side.
think I have,
I don't
no.
think I've even seen it. Never mind.
Bristol, yes. not
Bristol. I've been
Luton.
at Bristol Airport a few times. It's miles out of town, isn't it? Bristol
Yes.
Airport up on the
Yeah.
hill.
I thought, am I actually in Bristol anymore?
Yeah.
No.
Borthwick in bowls. Played back to him along the ground by Finch. Rich says Luton were deducted 30 points and spent 5 years out of the league. They got promoted from League One with Barnsley, if I remember correctly. This is played off towards the covers. So that was 2 years ago, because Barnsley have just come back down, haven't they? Just missed out in the playoffs last year, Barnsley, and then got relegated this year. Here comes Borthwick bowls. Ball skids in towards the batsman. And that's another over gone. And that's 96 on the board now. And Worcestershire 294 for 9. I've only actually flown from Teesside Airport once.
Have you? Where was that to?
Amsterdam.
Ah.
It was a very short flight. Sort of took off, flew over Hull and then landed again.
£2.94 for 9. There's a conference here between Ben Stokes, Scott Borthwick, and Keegan Peterson. Just to try something different, maybe. Potts is going to continue.
What's the deficit now?
It is 286. He said, sounding like he could do maths in his head.
Yeah,
in a
you
flash.
did.
I did.
You pushed that off well there.
I scrolled like lightning there.
Yeah. Matty Potts bowls, defended by Gibbon, who's on 2 from 47 balls. Eating up valuable time though on this Saturday afternoon. It's nearly 20 to 3. That's all it's all about.
Especially when they took a wicket with the second ball after lunch.
Yeah. How long was it for the first wicket this morning? It was Cox, wasn't it? Potts turns. He's taken 6 for 58, his best figures so far. Edged, and it's gone through the slip cordon, past the keeper's glove and away for 4. Never more than about an inch off the ground if it was. Bellingham went to his left, the keeper went to his right, and the ball went between the two of them. .298, 4-9 now, so they're just 2 away from a third batting point here, Worcestershire.
Wow, 41 for 4. That didn't look likely. A terrific effort from the home side to try and turn this round. Still a long way behind, but great effort.
Potts in, balls, and defended by Gibbon. What's Gibbon done with a bat then? 123 runs in 9 matches in minor counties for Cheshire. He's played for Lancashire 2s, Worcestershire 2s, Alton Park, in the Cheshire League, Tatnall. Have you ever played at Alton Park? No. I wonder if the cricket ground's inside the race circuit, do you reckon? Comes Potts again. Might be, mightn't it? Got a load of land like that.
Feasible.
Dot ball.
Be hard to bat there though, wouldn't it, with the cars going round?
Yeah. Looks like a nice clubhouse. Potts bowls. Ooh. Jab down into the ground, one-handed there by Gibbon. One's off short on the leg side. Nice looking clubhouse's big teepee thing going on there as well. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's Birkenhead Park Cricket Club. It's in a massive country park by the looks of things. Ball played this time short to Peterson. Well, there's Alton Park racetrack on a map. I think the cricket ground might be at the bottom end there, next to a lake.
.298 for 9. This Worcestershire first innings drags on and on for Durham. Borthwick.
This is totally the opposite of yesterday.
Yeah.
About this time yesterday.
Yeah.
Balls smashing off buildings left, right and centre.
Beautiful afternoon here though for batting. Borthwick starts a new over. Right arm leg spin. Finch blocks him out to the covers and there's no run. 70 balls now he's faced. Adam Finch for his 14. Approaching an hour and a half at the crease. Gibbon has broken the hour mark in his effort so far. Baker before them lasted 70 minutes. These last three really have done a sterling job in terms of crease occupation, which is pretty much the only way Worcestershire can hurt Durham at the moment, and just slowly tick off these runs bit by bit.
Single there.
Yeah, around the corner to short fine leg.
Crease occupation, that sounds like the difficult second album.
Borthwick bowls, bit more air. Forward comes Gibbon and there's no run.
Just imagine the band citing musical differences after the failure of crease occupation and going their separate ways.
What was their debut album called?
Hit for 6. Brackets 17 times, close brackets.
Very good. What we seeing? Another helmet come onto the field here, or a helmet for short leg. Sean Dixon is the man under the lid. Ned Eckersley is up to the stumps. He's also got a helmet on. 299 for 9. Borthwick bowls, and here's the 300. Out into the covers from Ben Gibbon. Through they scamper. 300 is up. Well, the supporters here are giving that a hearty round of applause, because not only is it a terrific effort, it's appeared very unlikely round about this sort of time yesterday. But a third batting point won by Worcestershire, and more runs here as Finch just tickles it down to short fine leg, just wide enough for the fielder to come through. End of the over. Borthwick 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26, 301 for 9. So it's now 280 the deficit. So what are they? 130 away from the follow-on cut-off.
81st over when these two came together, so 17 overs have been batting now.
Yeah, that's all that Alex Gidman and the Worcestershire coaching staff could have asked for, really, is not to fold early. Starting today on 169 for 8.
Ben Stokes is coming back into the attack.
The wicketless Ben Stokes.
Is he wicketless? Is he? Well,
Wicketless.
he did take a wicket yesterday, but the bails were glued in place, weren't they? And they didn't come up.
Nailed on bails.
Finch is on 16 as Stokes bowls from the Diglas end. It's defended.
Wonder what sort of tactic we'll see from Stokes here, because in his spell this morning it was pretty much all in his half of the pitch. But there's no one out on the hook as there was this morning, and with 10 and 11 in, your best bet is probably to aim for the stumps.
Stokes then bounding in past the umpire and bowls. It's a short one. And Finch ducks out the road of it. Richard's been back on. He says, mention of Teesside Airport brings memories of my only flight from there to Budapest in September 1973 to see Sunderland beat Vasas Budapest 2-0. Statistically, Sunderland are one of the best teams in European football, having won 75% of their games in UEFA competitions. Stokes in, turned off past square leg by Finch for a single.
When did they last play in Europe?
That was then.
That was then.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've played twice in Europe. Unless you count the pre-season tour to St Patrick's Athletic in Dublin. Yeah, they played. They beat Vasas, and then was it Sporting Lisbon? Did they play or somebody in the next round? Cup Winners' Cup it was. '50th anniversary of it next year. In comes Stokes, and this is down towards vacant third man. Nice little push away from Gibbon, who will run 2. The remaining members of the 73 FA Cup winning squad and backroom staff and whatnot were given the freedom of the city a few weeks ago. 49 years later.
Better late than never.
Yeah. Well, the manager, Bob Stokoe, received it more or less the same year in 1973, I think. Something's upset all the gulls on the river. Look, they're all taking flight around the cathedral. Stokes in. Short one again. Taken by the keeper.
It's a good job Eve's not here today with all that going on.
Scared
Phobic of
of
birds,
birds.
apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she said yesterday. Yeah.
She was crawling under the
There's
desk
a
at one
pigeon.
point.
We get
What's she
pigeons
doing?
up here in the eaves.
Yeah.
And, yeah, she was not quite under the table, but it was like
Fancy being
jittery.
called Eve and not lighting pigeons in the eaves. It's
Exactly.
unlucky, isn't it?
It is. There's loads of gulls over there.
Something's upset them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stokes again. And defended. Every delivery that's played away by these batsmen gives me the impression Durham will be batting again at some point today.
It's probably the chip van, isn't it?
The chip van?
Yeah. Chip van or ice cream van. Gulls, they're absolute blighters, aren't they, for that? Nick your chips, nick your ice cream. It's true. Well, just
go
got
to Whitby. There's this horrible poster on the seafront, don't feed the birds. There's like this picture of this young kid being attacked by seagulls.
It's true. It's all true. It's all true. Just come back from a week in Wales, and there was a guy on the beach. This is absolutely true. He had to go back to get ice cream, and he was carrying it to his family on the beach under a kid's sort of sand bucket. He had a fistful of cones under there, and his wife said to him, "What are you doing?" He said, I said, "I had to go back. I was halfway, and a seagull swooped down from nowhere, took all his ice creams away. So I had to go back and get them, and then carried them back to the beach with a bucket over the top." It happens, Martin. Runs here for Finch. Might get 4. Nicely timed. Rushworth starting a new over from the New Road end. He does get 4 through cover point. Lovely timing.
It's enough to melt your heart, the ice cream story.
Oh, I know. 308 for 9 now. Finch into the 20s.
Did they get his flakes? Did his monkey's blood as well?
Oh, I don't know, but it was like... Because I thought
They
they'd...
call it monkey's blood.
What's
Sauce on an ice cream?
No.
No. Is that just a northern thing?
Yeah. It's just sauce.
Just sauce?
Or topping, isn't it? Rushworth bowls. No run here. Finch blocks it out to cover. Raspberry sauce, strawberry sauce.
No, it's raspberry
chocolate
sauce, isn't it? It's called monkey's blood in the northeast.
No.
No?
No.
Not in the Midlands?
Does you want monkey's blood on your ice cream? No thanks. In fact, can you keep the ice cream? It's like... No, I'll go somewhere else. That's what it'll be, though. That's what's got them all in a flutter.
A non-existent chip van.
Yeah. Rushworth bowls. And forward comes Finch, and there's no run.
I reckon there'll be a dredger on the river.
They've gone funky with the fields here, Durham. They've got a short mid-wicket and a short cover. And a shortish, actually. Actually, he's pushed back a bit now. Travaskis is almost level with the umpire, not at square leg, but at mid-wicket. But he's definitely close enough to catch anything elevated around the corner. Just one slip in place now. Durham trying something different in the search for this final wicket, and they're being defied, and there's more runs here. Off the inside edge of Finch, aiming a drive, goes all the way down to deep backward square. Matty Potts does the fielding. One more to the total, 22 now for Finch, 309 for 9.
I've searched monkey's blood on.
Have you?
Yeah.
I bet you have.
The Urban Dictionary claims it's northern slang for strawberry sauce. It originated from Hartlepool due to the story of hanging a monkey found in a shipwreck during the Napoleonic Wars.
Lovely. Rushworth in and bowls. Oh, and he's cleaned him up, and finally Durham have wrapped up this Worcestershire innings, but what a fine effort from the last pair. Ben Gibbon is the man to go, bowled for 9, might have been a hint of an inside edge onto his Midland leg stumps, but Durham have finally done it. But boy, they've been frustrated by this lower Worcestershire order. 309 all out, so the deficit is still 271. We wait to see whether Durham will enforce the follow on or come out and bat again. Rushworth is finished with his 3rd wicket, 3 for 77 off 19.5 overs, but Gibbon out for 9, which spanned 58 balls and 72 minutes.
They are. They're not enforcing the follow-on. They're going to have a bat.
They're going to have a bat.
Yeah.
So it leaves.
So that was the signal I saw James Franklin give to Scott Borthwick a good half hour or more ago.
Bat. So where are they? 271 ahead.
Yeah.
Finch not out 22 from 80 balls and over an hour and a half. Great effort from him, and kudos to Josh Baker as well. 70 minutes for his 27, supporting Joe Leach, who made 62. Well, he was out second ball after lunch, but the Worcestershire backroom staff could not have asked for much more from their lower order. From Brett D'Oliveira down after being 41 for 4, that's a pretty good effort to be all out for 309, picking up 3 batting bonus points on the way, and more importantly taking time out of this game, because when they rocked up this morning at 169 for 8, Worcestershire fans would have feared that their innings would have been wrapped up pretty early and they'd be absolutely miles behind in this game. As it is, there's a bit of intrigue about this. How are Durham going to play? You reckon they're going to come out for a quick thrash? How many do they think they're going to need to be in front, and balance that with how much time is left in the game? Because thanks to Messrs Leach, Baker, Finch and Gibbon, there is a lot less time left in the game than Durham would have liked.
How long were the last two together? 81st over to the 100th over.
Yeah, 19 overs.
Yeah.
19 overs. So 309 all out. So Durham will come out in their second innings after deciding not to enforce the follow-on in about 10 minutes' time.
There's another take on monkey's blood, by the way.
Is there?
This whole story was rudely interrupted by Chris Rushworth taking that wicket there, but it's also...
How dare Chris Rushworth interrupt your flow, Martin?
It's spicy dish. No, I haven't heard of this one. Green and... it's a spicy green and chili pepper alongside poached pears and apple crumble. That sounds hideous.
It does.
Doesn't it just? Have you done the bowling figures?
No.
Shall I do them?
Go on.
Here we go. Right, where are we? Worcestershire. Chris Rushworth then finishing with 3 for 77 in the end from 19.5 overs, of which 4 were maidens. Matty Potts 6 for 62. I think that might be career best figures for him. What did he do previously?
No, they're not.
They're not, are they not?
No, I think it's 6 for 58.
Oh yeah, 6 for 58 against Leicestershire. So he's just missed out on that one.
Just an update for... It has, yes, 309 all out, with Chris Rushworth removing Ben Gibbon for 9, the last man to go. But a brilliant effort from the lower order. Josh Baker soaking up 70 minutes for his 27, and Gibbon 72 minutes for his 9. And Adam Finch, not out 22, batted for more than an hour and a half. Taking time out of the game is the only way at the moment Worcestershire can really hurt Durham, and they've done a sterling job, bearing in mind they started this morning on 169 for 8. The last pair lasted for 20 overs. Durham, though, will not enforce the follow-on. They're going to bat again with a healthy lead, looking to add to that as quickly as they can. They're 271 runs ahead after bowling Worcestershire out for 309 in their first innings.
Where's Trevor at there?
He's at Agbra,
Is he? Who's playing today?
Kidderminster Harriers. In the
Is their season? Is it a playoff?
It's playoffs, yeah.
Right.
I should know they're playing off the top of my head, but obviously I can't remember.
Well done.
Pleasure.
Do you know? Kidderminster Harriers. They nearly beat West Ham, didn't they?
They
That
did.
cup tie. I was
Let's
watching
not
that in the
talk
house.
about that.
Declan Rice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I enjoyed the FA Cup early rounds this year. There was some nice sort of drama, and Darlow, they're playing Darlow today.
Darlington, yeah. There you go. Oh, it's the regular season's final game. There you go.
Yeah. So what's that? National League North.
National League North, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're in the playoffs, Harriers.
I used to go and watch Darlow a lot at one time, particularly when they were at Feetham's. Used to love it there. Great little ground.
I'm trying to think if I've been to Darlington.
They built this new stadium out of town, held 25,000. I think they were only ever allowed to have 10,000 in it, and then the club went bust and went out of the league. But the cricket ground, Feetham's football ground, was next to the cricket ground where Durham have played some of their county championship matches over the years. Saw them play Derbyshire there in 2000. They were due to go back and play some one-day matches there last year or the year before, but COVID struck and everything changed.
Wow.
Anyway, bowling figures, where were we? It was Matty Potts 6 for 62 from 24 overs, 9 maidens. Salisbury 1 for 50 from 20 overs, 9 maidens. Stokes none for 38. Had a quiet game, Ben Stokes, hasn't he? 15 overs, he bowled 4 maidens. Travaskis none for 32 from 12, 4 maidens for him. Borthwick none for 26 from 9, 2 maidens from him. It's coming up to 3 o'clock, and the second Durham innings will begin in about 5 minutes time or so. So by my reckoning, we've lost a couple of overs there, so there's 46 left in the day. Do you concur?
I do. That's what the board says.
It didn't when I did the maths earlier.
So you're ahead of the game, Martin, again.
It hurts my head, you know, sometimes. Having to do all this thinking. Right, do you want to have a quick breather then before the
Yeah,
the
let's
action
do
gets
that.
underway?
Back in a sec.
Here we go then. Durham are batting. I thought for a second I was looking at Ben Stokes going out there. It's not. It's 58, Sean Dixon rather than 38, and Alex Lees. So Durham have a lead of 271. They have decided not to enforce the follow-on. 46 overs left in the day. So we've got it's a crack then. 14 overs to go to tea, isn't it? So back to tea. Give yourself 4 sessions to try and bowl the oppos out. Is it with the extra 2 overs? Right. Tea's at 3:40 because they're playing a couple of extra overs, having lost some from bad light yesterday. Here we go then. Leach from the Diglas end bowling to Lees, and Lees defends this one first of all, just pushes it up to mid-off, retakes his line. What do you reckon then, Georgia?
Yeah, I think he's spot on, to be honest. I think they're gonna have to come out and be quite aggressive, aren't they, and see if they can get another 100, 150 ahead, depending on how it goes. And then I think they'll want 4 sessions. The resistance that Worcester just provided has been fantastic today.
Leach played out towards point by where's the ball gone? Oh, he hasn't thrown it. I thought he'd thrown it back at the stumps then. I was thinking, where's the ball? So Lee's played that out towards point. Libby, I think, pounced on it, and then it looked like he'd thrown it back towards the stumps, but didn't actually release the ball. Jake Libby. It's a gorgeous day. There'll be a few people out there catching a few rays, getting rid of vitamin D. Leach comes in and bowls, and Lees guides that down to third man. There's a fielder there. He'll just get the 1 run. Are you travelling down to Hampshire tonight, are you?
Yeah, Hampshire. Big game tomorrow for, well, big finals day really. We've been playing in a county cup down there with Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire and Kent, and all teams go to finals day. So Sussex, the team I play for, playing against Surrey in the first game of the day, and then Hampshire, Kent after, and then the winners will meet in the final. So
T20, is it?
Big day of T20s, yeah.
Leach to Dixon. Dixon plays the ball to Libby at point, no run there. I mean, these are not far from the T20 now, are they? When does it come? Later this month, isn't it, the T20? I think Durham start at Leicester, and they've got a little tour of the Midlands, because they have Leicester and then Northampton the next day, and then I think there's a day off, and then they go to Edgbaston. The Midlands swing. Leach comes in. Dixon to Libby again. Libby's been involved every delivery, I think. No run there. Craig says, I would have thought putting them back in was the way to go. Easier to chase 50 to 60 runs in a few overs than bowl them out in 110 overs. If you want to tweet at Marty Cricket, you can do. Or it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on the email. Leach in. Ooh, Dixon nearly clips that behind the keeper there. He was fishing outside the off stump quite a distance from his guard there. Playing a miss, end of the over.
It's interesting. I definitely thought that Durham would enforce the follow on, but that it did look to be getting quite tired and weary, didn't they? The bowlers racking up 18 plus overs. Put their feet up for half an hour or so, and then maybe come back at them again tonight, depending on how many.
I think they'd have to come back at them again tonight. Surely they will have in the backs of the front of their minds Leicestershire 3 weeks ago. Only 2 wickets on the final day. Right, who's this Gibbon then on debut coming in to bowl left arm over to Lees, who cuts out through the covers for 1. Ben Gibbon is 21 years old. played minor counties cricket for Cheshire, and he's come through the second team system here. He's had trials with Lancashire as well, and he's only just taken his pads off and he's out there bowling now. Turns from the new road end, coming in past the umpire. Bowls, no run there. Paul Baldwin is officiating now with his back to us. Ball runs up to D'Oliveira mid-off. What do you make of this? These whites that Worcestershire are wearing with this black line down the sides that sort of vanishes around about the knee.
It's trendy, isn't it? Apparently.
Is it? Is that this year's thing?
Gives some shape.
Gibbon again. Bowls. Dixon back into his crease, pushes the ball up towards mid-on where it's collected by Adam Finch. 1 run. Halfway through this second over, comes in and bowls. Ball played off through mid-wicket this time for 1 run by Lees as D'Oliveira comes round to collect it. So 340 we are told is tea. There was some cake brought in earlier, lots of it, drizzly sort of stuff out there, yeah.
I've already had
I didn't
some.
mean I wanted any, I'm just saying it was brought in early. I'm thinking of tea, that was all.
I'm an athlete.
As long as I don't get it all over my clothes today like I did yesterday. Given in, turned to the leg side this time by Dixon. It's going to be signalled as a leg by, actually it's come off the pad. How many slices are there? I'll get some later on when
I've already had some today.
You've had some, have you? You see, the truth's coming out now. It's not I'm an athlete, it's I've already been there.
Got a bit peckish this morning.
How many of us are in the press box today? Is 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, and there's about 20 pieces of cake there. Gibbon bowls, Lees pushes the ball up to D'Oliveira at mid-on, no run. End of the over. Yeah, there were swarms of national press here the other day to see Ben Stokes, and of course he didn't feature at all on day 1 because he didn't come out to bat. And then quite a few of them had gone home yesterday when he smashed it around the park. I have never seen as many national cricket writers at a county championship match before. So we were asking for a noun of cricket writers, what could you refer them to? And somebody said a slip. Somebody else, a bale of cricket writers. A box of cricket writers was another one. Leach from the Diglas end, bowling to Dixon, who's gone for a walk here, and he's launched that up into the air, and it's disappeared out of sight into the far end of the ground for 4. One bouncing over the fence it went to the D'Oliveira stand. He was about 7 or 8 yards down the track there, wasn't he, by the time the ball came?
Yes, Philippa just poking it around for singles. I'm going to have a go. Off he went.
So that's 280 the lead. Leach again, bowls. Dixon pushes it short up towards mid-on, no run this time. Have you played here many times?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 times now.
Is it a nice place to play?
Yeah, it is a nice place. I remember playing against Pakistan here and we scored, I think it was 371, which was a record in a
one-dayer.
In a one-dayer. Hundreds from Beaumont and Winfield Hill, and then Nat Siver came in and smashed 70 odd off 30 balls.
Leach in. This is down to backward point, no run there. Was there a decent crowd in?
Decent, yeah. Always a decent crowd in Worcester. Always do well.
So you play a lot of games in Derby, don't you? And Leicester as well.
Yeah. We've actually got a game for the Southern Vipers up at the Riverside in a couple of weeks, so I'm looking forward to that. Be the first time
against the Northern
against the Northern Diamonds. Yeah. So that'll be
I think
good.
Durham have got a match that afternoon as well, haven't they,
Mm.
against somebody?
Might be.
Leach in. This is pushed down by Dixon towards long on. So where's the sort of home base then for the Southern team? Do you have a specific ground that you're connected to or not?
Yeah, so we're between both Hove and the Aegeus Bowl. So
Right.
Sussex and Hampshire play.
Should play at Arundel and about
Yeah,
equidistant, isn't it? Or
Yeah,
Chichester.
Played at Arundel. We had a warm-up game there last weekend, actually. Lovely ground.
Yeah, it's nice there. Leach to Lees. Lees down the track to the bowler, pushes the ball up towards mid-off for one. The problem with Arundel is it looks beautiful from the outside, but when you're in it, you've got no view of anything, because other than you're surrounded by sort of mature parkland, but you can't see the river or the castle or anything unless you go to the far side, and there's a little gap through the trees where you can look along the Arun Valley. But when you look at Arundel from the other side of the river, looking at the town on the hill, it's beautiful looking place. Durham had a couple of nice trips down there in recent years for the county championship. Leach to Dixon. Off it goes through deep mid wicket. One run. There was one night we went, we had a drive across the South Downs, and Isabel Duncan was with us, and she took us to a little village where we mentioned it on commentary yesterday, where they filmed Outside Edge, the comedy series, apparently in the village cricket ground. I can't for the life of me remember the name of the village now. But the road took us up and past the main gate of the race course, Goodwood race course. What a beautiful place that is.
It is, yeah.
Gorgeous view up there across the rolling hills. 12 for non-Durham. Start of a new over from Gibbon, left arm over, cut by Dixon, and sharply cut like the clappers to deep backward point for Ford. Hits the rope in front of the seats and shoots up into the air. He middled that one.
Yes, doesn't look like it's going to be much fun out there for the Worcestershire bowler, does it? Already very defensive fields. We're going to go to T20 defensive mode fairly soon. His run rate keeps climbing.
Gibbon again. Oh, that's a shortish ball which spits up at Dixon. He manages to fend it away one-handed around about chin height down towards third man. That came up sharply, didn't it? Got a run out of it. A little bit of extra bounce there. Gibbon in bowls. Turned away down towards long leg by Lees for 2. Oh, it's gone for 4, has it? Oh, it's gone for 4. The boundary rope tapers away out of view down there, so I didn't think the rope was as near as it was.
Yeah, the runs are flowing here, aren't they? Quite a couple of overs, just taking the singles, but even though the field is quite spread, still finding the boundary, these Durham batters.
21 without loss. 3.3 overs in. Gibbon again bowls. Played up towards D'Oliveira at mid-on by Lees. No run there. Some scores for you in the North East Premier League. Oh, big score from Burnett Field, which is Ed Barnard's family club up in the North East. 355 for 7 in 50 overs against Newcastle. That's quite a knock. I wonder if Bryden Cars is playing in that one for them. He's had some runs recently. Gibbon to Lees, the left-hander. Jab down to backward point, no run there. Who got the runs for Burnett Field? John Oswell, wicket-keeper batsman, 194. That's a knock and a half. Mitchell Colleen, Neil Colleen's son, 32. Neil Colleen, 3. I was wondering Neil Colleen's not here this week. I was wondering where he was. Gareth Breeze, former Durham spinner, 29.
Our coach
They've
at England.
got a canny set up there, haven't they? They must be paying a few quid. Gibbon again bowls. Ball played out in towards the Short extra cover area, and they're going to get overthrows now. 1 overthrow, 2 runs then to Alex Lees. Yeah, Gareth's involved with the national setup now, isn't he? And who was a lad who was connected with Durham? Who was it? Was it Alistair Maiden?
Yeah.
Yeah, is he still there?
No, he's not involved with us anymore. But he was for a while, and he actually pro'd at Wolverhampton when I was a youngster there as well. So we've got that link to him. And then we had Will Gidman. He did a bit of coaching with us as well.
Right, yeah.
So we've had all the Durham links actually.
New over, Leach starts it, bowling to Dixon, who swipes at that one, and it goes out into the covers to Barnard for 1. There was another lad who came from Whitburn, near where I lived, and he did some coaching at Durham. I think he ended up coaching the Irish women's team. Was it James? Name's gone out of my head. Chesley Street, 239 for 8 against Sunderland, who are 13 for none as Leach bowls here to Lees. Oh, that's a bouncer down the leg side. Lees looked rather surprised at that. He's looking at both of the umpires. Come on, that's got to be unplayable. He's now shaking his head. Why haven't you no-balled that? Oh, Eppleton have struggled against Benwell Hill today. 118 all out in 37 overs. Benwell Hill 27 for 1. Felling 256 for 7 against Tynemouth, who are 2 for none. Leach in, bowls. Cut away by... Oh, that's a nice shot from Lees. That's going to go for 4. Perfectly positioned. He's pushed it just beyond point. There's a man on the cover boundary, and he's put it just beyond him as well. Nicely taken shot, that. 4 runs. Sean Dixon, who's batting here for Durham, he was playing at Felling last year and got a few runs for them in the early part of the season before returning to Durham's one-day cup side. For none. Leach again to Lees. Lees cracks that one off the back foot out through the covers. This could be 4 more. There's a fielder there. Will he get there? No, he's taking the ball over the ropes with him. I think that might be Josh Baker way out there on the riverside of the ground. Stewie Pointer, the former Durham player, is playing for Tynemouth. He's batting next. There's a Ben Debnam playing for them, not to be mixed up with Ben Debenham, the umpire. Joe Cracknell got 117 there. Alan Mustard, who's the Colonel's brother, got 13. I think the Colonel's involved in properties and stuff these days. 32 on the board, and Durham's lead was 271. In comes the bowler, and that's a bouncer down the leg side, which Lees has attempted to try and hook, and he leapt up in the air. He was trying to swat at that one, and he did look like he was launching a big sort of fishing rod there, didn't he? And casting out into the sea off Seaham Beach. Played and missed, but the lead is now then, it's gone up past 300 here in this over. 303. Leach in again, bowls. Lees drives up to... Oh, it's gone past mid-off and away for 4, up to long off. Nice shot. Oliveira's up there, but he couldn't get across and cut it off in time. Timed that nicely out the middle there. Other scores... Oh, this is not a good day for the village. Whitburn, 122 all out at South North, who were 31 for 2. Hetton Lions, 27 for 2. In response to Burnmoor's 145 all out. So that's the Premier Division of the North East Premier League. And in Division 1, Ashington, the Harmies Ashington, a 9 for none, chasing 182 to beat Crook. Colley's Shotley Bridge, 235 for 8 against Gateshead Fell, away at Gateshead Fell. Gibbon starts a new over, played down into the ground by Dixon and off his front foot and out towards point. Castle Eden 202 all out against Lanchester, who are yet to bat. Philly 131 all out against Bladen, who have just started their innings. CM Park made 236 for 9 against Sacriston, who are yet to bat. And Willington bowled out for 158 by Ashthorpe's Washington, and Washington 20 for 1 after 9 overs. In comes Gibbon again. That's defended. Ball played back up to the bowler by Dixon. Will says, I hope Durham crack on so they can declare as soon as possible. I think well, that's the plan. I would suggest. Gibbon in. Bat and pad this time from Dixon. The ball comes to rest right in front of him and he picks it up and then he throws it past the nearest fielder who was coming to collect it. What's your local club affiliation then? Where you grew up? What's your family's club link? Wolverhampton Cricket Club, is it?
Cricket Club, yeah.
So is that near the city centre, the ground, is it? Or?
Yeah, fairly near. It's up in Tetnall Wood. We had Vikram Solanki come through there. Tom Fell.
Yeah. Oh, Dixon tries to hook one. It's a short one, he plays and misses. Was Tom Fell here? Was he here?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
He's here. He's at Worcester, yeah.
Yeah.
Had a good career. Played with his brother James for a long time as well, growing up. So, Wolverhampton had some good players come through the ranks.
What age range would that be when you were playing together?
Oh, when we were under 15s.
Right.
Young.
I think there's up in our neck of the woods now. There's mixed cricket in the third leagues, something like that. That's a nice shot. That's going to go for 6. Whack. That was picked up on a length there by Dixon, and he's mullered that straight back over the bowler's head, and it's cleared the ropes down to our left, right in front of the sight screen, and smacked into an advertising hoarding. That was low, hard and fast. And now the ball's been damaged. Umpire's just checking it to make sure it's okay. .42 for none. Dixon waits as Gibbon comes in. It's up in the air, but it's gone wide of mid-on, and it's going to land up towards the ropes. Oh, well fielded there from Finch. He dived in, snatched at the ball, and it ran out of his hand and was heading for the boundary, and he managed to somehow recover the situation and have a go at a second attempt. Just kept it away from the rope as he then rolled off the pitch. That was really good fielding there. End of the over, 6 gone, 45 for none. Back up to tea maybe, we were thinking. Which is 15 minutes away. Durham leading now by 316. Here on the BBC Radio, Hereford and Worcester, BBC Newcastle. Gonna see some spin. This is early. Unless they've decided to chuck a few up to try and move the situation on and get Worcestershire back batting again. I don't know. What over is this? We've only had 6 overs and they're going with spin already. Interesting turn of events. Dixon's on strike on 22. And a paddle round the corner, nicely done. Reverse paddle 4-4. So he's turned effectively third man into fine leg there with that shot. Ball didn't quite pitch.
We're just seeing all these white ball skills now, aren't we, coming out. They're so comfortable and confident playing, and they're now doing it in the red ball game.
Yeah, Paul Collingwood used to talk about 360-degree scoring. That's driven out towards... good stop right on the boundary on the offside there. Deep extra cover. They will get 3. 2 fielders involved there. Barnard flying in and diving along the rope. He's taking a bit of skin off his elbow by the looks of things. What's this run rate now then? What are they at? 52 in... This is a T20 score. 50 up in 6.2 overs. 2 runs, 2 leads down towards third man. The daft thing is Durham don't bat like this here in a T20. They've only won once on this ground in that format. That was years ago. An attempted sweep by Lees. Keeper takes the bails off. It's a dot ball. Current run rate 8.2. So they're not hanging around, are they? Spinner comes in again, and that's driven up towards long on for 2. Dixon coming back to the danger end. Oh, and you know what? He might have been run out there, but Baker dropped the ball. And he's back to the stumps, and he was trying to turn and take the bails off, but the ball wasn't properly in his hand, and it ended up rolling behind him. This is the final delivery of the over to Lees. Tries to sweep, and it's not worked out for him. It's a dot ball, end of the over. 7 gone, 56 for none. Now 56 for none and lead by 3-2-7.
Okay. Another bowling change from the this end?
The new road end.
The new road end. So see Ed Barnard come into the attack. See if he can change the fortunes a little bit for Worcester and stem this run flow, but at the moment it's all Durham out there. They're just having a bit of fun with these Worcester bowlers.
Barnard right arm over. Inside edge from Dixon. Oh, now then. Oh, no. We've had a collision on the field. The umpire, Paul Baldwin's been absolutely hammered into. What was that? Who's ran into him there? Ben Gibbon, was it? Collided with the umpire, Paul Baldwin. They both ended up in a heap on the floor. He's got some good one-liners, Dave Bradley. He was on about a car the other day in the car park where somebody had left the window down and there was some valuables on the front seat, and then there was this pause and he said, well, that's where they were when I found them. Barnard around the wicket, pulled by Lees towards long leg for 1. Could have been nasty that for the umpire, because Gibbon's quite a big lad, isn't he? Umpire was running backwards as the throw was coming in towards the bowler's end. What had happened was the shot from Dixon had got jammed against his pad, and Lees called him through for a quick single, but Gibbon came racing in to try and get the ball, or try and get to the stumps really, and that was when the collision happened. Now that's heading this way towards him. Oh, an awkward bounce, and 1 run for Dixon. It was in the air for quite some time, but it was one of those where Gibbon had to judge, did he try and go forward towards the ball and maybe get a face full of ball, or try and go back and stop it and cut it off, and he went for the second option instead. They're awful, those ones where you're left in the sort of in between.
Yes, can leave you looking very silly if you miss it as well.
Little single off towards mid wicket this time from Lees, just a little dab. Just turn your mic up again. I think you've just gone down there. Am I on? Which one am I on now? This
You're
one,
on the
yeah. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Newcastle. At Marty Cricket on Twitter. If you want to drop us a line, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. By my reckoning, 7 minutes to tea. Barnard to Dixon. He bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. So the lead now is 331. So there's not enough on the board for Durham to declare yet.
Yeah, what are you thinking? What do you reckon they want to get up to? Do you think 400?
380, 400, something like that. But they need to have a go tonight with the ball. That's the thing. As Dan said, the top order batsmen from Worcestershire all failed yesterday. This is played away by Dixon to deep square leg for 1. It's not likely that's going to happen again. 2 of them got ducks. What was the others? There was a top score of 6, I think, wasn't it? Who got ducks? Libby got a duck, Ali got a duck, Haynes got 6, and then Pollock was the 4th man out for 32 later in that session before tea yesterday. That was the 10th over of the innings. They were 41 for 4 and he had 32 of them. Worcestershire all out for 309 earlier to give Durham a lead of 271. In the world of football, Middlesbrough have messed it up and they miss out on the playoffs in the Championship, so they're in there for another year. Josh Baker about to start his second over, but he wants Brett D'Oliveira at Cow Corner on the ropes. As he comes round to bowl to Dixon. Dixon drives out through the covers instead for 1. Durham's 12th men sitting on chairs just out in front of us, and Ben Rain's got a towel around his head with a wide-brimmed hat keeping it in place. And I can't even work out who's sitting next to him because I can't see anything of their head at all. That's covered by a big towel as well. Might be Ollie Gibson. Lee's down the track, drives upfield towards mid-off where it's cut off by D'Oliveira. 1 run. Good diving stop from him. .63 without loss. Josh Baker, left arm round. An attempted paddle round the corner by Dixon. It whacks off his pad. No run. He's trying to pick that up a long way outside of off stump there, George, isn't he? He's about a 6th stump across, I think.
Yeah, he's just seen a big gap on that leg side. He's trying to get the ball there, isn't he?
He's more or less having to right angle the ball there. This one's played out towards the extra cover area for 1. Him and Lee's jog to the opposite ends. Lee's has now just said hold on to the bowler while he works out how many men are on the boundary. He's got 4 on the boundary on the leg side for the left-hander, and that's punched up off the back foot up towards long on. 1 run. Sloppy overthrows could have happened there. Bowler's missed the ball. It's rolled way across the square. I don't think either batsman was watching at the time. Dixon on strike on 34. Lees has 30. Durham 65 for none. Josh Baker left arm round. Dixon down the track, drives out into the cover area. It's a diving stop, and there will just be the 1 run there. Barnard, I think, with a stop. End of the over. 9 overs gone. 66 for none. The lead is 337 and the run rate is 7.3. It's dropped a tad. It was 8.2 a short while ago.
This will probably be the last over before tea, would think.
Barnard in to bowl to Dixon. That's up in the air, and it's going to land safely just in front of D'Oliveira, who comes running in off the boundary in front of the hotel from long off. 1 run. Round the wicket he comes. Barnard to bowl to Lees, the left-hander. That's off towards deep mid-wicket for 1. Warwickshire. Oh, his scorecards have jumped massively across the screen there. Where are we? Warwickshire in Division 1 made 315 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Lancashire now 307 for 5. And Keaton Jennings, the former Durham man, had a century earlier. Dane Vias is now batting though. He's on 23, and it's an interesting approach from Dixon, trying to swat one down on one knee. One knee hooky pull. He missed it though. Hampshire are all out in their second innings against Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire 15 for none in Southampton, need 353 to win. Dixon drives, that's 6, that's gone over the roof in the stand we're in the New Road end here. It might be up on one of the balconies above us, or it might be in the street outside. Somebody's coming to have a look to see if they can retrieve the ball. Brett D'Oliveira, oh, he's found it. It's hit the balcony upstairs where the tarpaulin is for the sight screen, and it's rolled down the inside of the sight screen and come to rest on the path below. So that's twice that ball's gone into the stands. Dixon's approaching yet another half century. He's on 42 now. Got 104 in the first innings. 186 last week at Sussex. Tries another little hook attempt there at a short ball. Goes through to the keeper. Northants following on against Surrey are 115 for 5 in their second innings and still 92 behind. Yorkshire 243 for 5 after Essex were bowled out for 403 in Chelmsford. Barnard in. Slower ball, and Dixon looks to try and cut at the ball, and it bobbles away underneath his bat and goes to the keeper. Are they going to squeeze another over in here? What's the crack? It says 340 on my watch. They're going to... Are we definite about this 340 malarkey done? Yeah. They were trying to reclaim some of the lost time from yesterday to bad light, but they lost 12 overs last night and they were only able to reclaim 2 today, because they were 7 minutes away from 6 o'clock when play ended yesterday anyway. So this may well be the last over. Josh Baker round the wickets to Lees. Lees plays the ball up towards mid-wicket, and out in fact a long on for 1. Glamorgan are playing Leicestershire and Cardiff. Glamorgan made 437 after Leicestershire were 320 all out. Leicestershire in their second innings 41 for 2, trailed by 76. It's raining down at Hove. That was where the rain was. It's too far south. Sussex just started their second innings 15 for 2 there, as Dixon drives this one out towards the deep extra cover boundary on the Ladies Pavilion side of the ground. 2 runs. Oop! And Lee's nearly collided with the bowler there. He tripped up as he was coming through the crease, and then he smashed into the back of Baker. He ended up just sort of bouncing off him slightly, shielding himself with one arm. Baker to... Oh, Dixon, that's a full toss. That's in the car park. That's gone a long way into the car park. Hopefully not as far as the car that I'm in. And he has reached another 50. 37 balls. And that was absolutely hammered away.
37 calls, 3 balls.
I've lost count of how many he's had this year. He got a century in the first innings here. He got 186 last week at Sussex. What else has he done? He got 120 against Leicestershire. 84 against Leicestershire. So 4th. Did they get the ball back or not? Or have they just written it off? It was a bad full toss, but it wasn't half a high shot, that one. Well, one of the fielders are now going to look for it in the car park. So it's ran out of the ground in the gap between the hedgerows on the far side, and we'll have to jog up past the cricket nets and along the car park, round towards the back of the hotel. There's a big skip there, isn't there? Yes, the ball's probably gone in this skip. It'll come out covered in cabbage and all kinds. Alex Lees is signalling for a drink while we have a delay in play. How much is a cricket ball?
I think they'd be about 50 quid.
50 quid? I thought they were a bit more than that.
Maybe.
Do you know what brand well, we know what brand they're playing, just what name of the particular ball. Well, there's a one here, the County International cricket ball's only 40 quid. I thought they'd be a bit more than that. The clubs will obviously get a discount, won't they, if you're buying in bulk. Oh, there you are. Grade 1 red cricket ball, £74.99. The best of the best, it is claimed. Other cricket ball manufacturers do exist and may claim that their product is better. That's a canny bit, isn't it? 75 quid. Against Somerset a few years ago, the first over of the season, I think it was 2016, about ball number 3, Mark Stoneman smacked the 6 into the stand, it bashed off a step and the ball was ruined. 3 balls into the season. Well, this is dragging things out a bit. Have they got the ball back or not? Or are they going to get it? No, they've brought a spare out now. Why didn't they just do that in the first place? 10.5 overs, the ball is lost and replaced. Durham at 83 for none, and they now have a sizable lead of 354. Oh, he's not been stumped there. He should have been. He's come down the track, Dixon, and attacked the delivery from Baker, and he's missed the ball, and it's bounced off the keeper's right foot and pad and run away to safety. He sweeps at this one though and meets it in the middle and finds a fielder at cow corner. Not a good moment for Ben Cox there. That should have been out.
And that would have made Josh Baker feel a little bit better after the previous ball. His mate's not done him any favours there.
Lees with a little flick up towards mid-wicket for 1. Lees moves on to 33. Dixon's on 51. Durham are 85 for none. And that is the end of the over. Baker's annoyed with himself. He's just kicked at the ground and lots of dust's come up as well. Gets a little tap on the hand from Brett D'Oliveira. Well, they're still playing here, Dan, so I don't know whether you want to come back on air. And I'm wondering if it was a 4 o'clock tee rather than 3:40, because generally if there's a longer day, they normally have tea at 4. I'll come off for a bit anyway, and then you can...
My sources are highly reputable, Your Honour. but definitely told 340. Maybe it wasn't a done deal. Maybe that's what they were looking at the time early this morning. Things change, I guess. Well, so we're 3 overs away from a regulation break anyway, aren't we? So we're not a million miles away off 340. Ed Barnard starts a new over from the New Road end, and Lees drives him off the back foot to cover, and there's no run. Gibbon does the fielding. 85 without loss. So Durham have done what they've had to do, is get on with it. 356 is the lead. But these two have done exactly the right thing. Lee's 33 off 29, Dixon 51 off 39. Round the wicket, Barnard bowls. It's wide of Lee's off stump and through to Ben Cox. But this is part of the danger as well, isn't it, Georgia, when you don't enforce the follow on, unless you do get on, which they have done, of course. But time is ticking away, and now Worcestershire have done what they thought they might do, spread the field and then bowl wide of the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. They're bringing all their white ball skills into play here. Lots of slower balls.
Short ball down the leg side taken by Cox.
And managed to spread the field, and just the run rate was, I think it was up at 9s and 10s early on in the innings. They've just lowered it down now. Is it just at maybe 6s and 7s now? And yeah, again, it's that time out the game.
Yeah, just under 7.5 and over the run rate at the moment. More runs here, but only a single. Wide again from Barnard, and he's reaching for that Lees full stretch to steer it out to Adam Finch on the cover boundary. So Worcestershire won't mind restricting Derby to 1s and 2s here. It'll be the boundaries they'll obviously try to plug to keep that score rate down and just take more time out the game. Because at the moment, 357, Durham will feel that's not enough. With 4 sessions to go in the match. Barnard past the umpire, bowls short, wide outside the off stump and cut away. It'll only be a single. They might try and push for 2 here, but the throw is in quickly on the bounce to Ben Cox, and it is just the one. 3 overs, none for 15 now for Ed Barnard. 87 without loss. Dixon 52. Lees 34. It's not quite been the fireworks of Ben Stokes yesterday morning, but nonetheless, this has been a good effort from these two opening the batting for Durham. And the captain's coming on just before the tea break. Presumably a couple of overs to go now. Brett Oliveira into the attack. He only bowled a handful of overs in the first innings. Now he's going to try and carry on the restrictive tactics here. In he comes, driven by Dixon, but only a single out to long off. Through they come. I guess Durham have to be patient here as well in a way, don't they? Because wickets are just going to kill time too if they suddenly start to be a clatter, and that will stop their momentum. Oliver bowls, down the wicket comes Lees, and they eventually agree on a single. It's comfy in the end. Pushed out to the covers, of course, with everyone on the boundary. Lots of space for singles. The only fielders stopping those are Ben Gibbon at sort of a short third man. Well, he is the only one, isn't he? Everyone else is out there. Oliveira bowls on the sweep. It's in the air for a long time. Would have been straight down at mid-wicket's throat had he been there, but he's miles out in the deep. Josh Baker patrolling the white picket fence, that portion of the fencing that doesn't have any advertising hoardings on it. That's where all the vehicles come in from the cathedral side of the ground. Lees drives it up to long on. Azhar Ali is fielding there. 2 balls to go. 91 without loss. We should be updating BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners into Sport on Saturday. Coming live from Agra Stadium this afternoon. Kidderminster Harriers against Darlington in the final regular match of the National League North season. A swing and a miss outside the off stump off that ball from Oliveira by Dixon. Last ball of the over. Worcestershire captain's in. Bit more flight from him. Driven out, but again, just the single. Out to deep extra cover. And Jack Haynes comes in and gets rid of the ball quickly. End of the over. 91, 92 without loss. 5 runs coming off that over. So we reckon, I mean, this should be the last over before tea now. Should be. Maybe there won't be tea. Maybe that's the twist. Maybe I've been sold a wrong and right from the word go this morning. I think they changed their mind from earlier. Don't know whether I'm off the hook or Emerson's going to give me streak. Yeah, 32. Thank you. Martin baying at the window in front of me. Last over 4T then was the message. Here's Barnard bowls, and that's high, and that should be 6. I think he's going to clear the field as it is. It's landing just in front of the press box, and none of the spectators attempted to catch that, Georgie, which was very disappointing.
Oh, he thought about it, didn't he? And I think he pulled out at the last minute.
He did. He's got a can in his hand.
Protect the drink at all costs.
Which is no excuse, because I've seen some blinding catches in the crowd from people holding beers and stuff. Catch it in the glass as a can, isn't it? Fair enough. This is very wide from Barnard. Dixon can't reach it. But that 6 takes Dixon up to 61 over long on. 98 without loss.
I think he's bowled well here, Barnard. He's just had the 2 deliveries that have gone for 6, but if you take those out, his figures are pretty good.
Barnard bowls short, hammered away. That shouldn't be 4. It should be cut off by Ben Gibbon. They will come back for 2 though. Gibbon gets rid of the ball up to Ben Cox, and they come back for a second. And there's the 100 off only 13 and a half overs. It was pretty good going.
God, that was quick.
Run rate of just under 7.5.
13.5 over.
3 balls to go. Barnard past the umpire, bowls full, right up in the block hole. That's well bowled. Dixon can't do anything with that. A big puff of dust explodes at the batsman's toes as he digs that one out. But he's a lonely figure. Ed Barnard is the only Worcestershire player remotely in that 30-yard circle. Every other fielder is out there standing on the boundary. He bowls slightly slower, slightly wider, thrashed off the back foot by Dixon, out to deep extra cover. Josh Baker gathers and throws in. One more, 101 for 1. 1 ball left then before tea. And Durham's lead will be 370 plus. Barnard turns, goes round the wicket to the left-handed Lease, who dabs him down to third man for a single. Azhar Ali tidies up. There we go then. Tea is taken at 102 without loss. Durham. Lease 37 from 35 balls. Dixon 64 from 49. The lead for Durham is 373, and I guess Georgia, they'll just come out after tea and have a bit more of a thrash, won't they, and then stick Worcestershire in maybe for what, depending on how many they get, but possibly best part of an hour tonight.
Yeah, I would think so. I think they're already 373 ahead now, so a nice cushion. Whether they want to get up to 400 maybe, and yeah, certainly look to come out hard at the Worcestershire batters tonight. It's not been much fun for them in the field for the last 15 overs, has it? So yeah, very much in control.
Well, it's tea here at New Road on day 3 with Durham, who, as you say, didn't enforce to follow on. 102 without loss, but they've got on with it. Alex Lease is 37 not out, and Sean Dixon, who've got a century in the first innings has again looked in great touch. He's 64. Lisa's runs has come off 35 balls. Dixon 64 off 49, and they've gone about it quickly as they needed to do. Quick runs and then put pressure on Worcestershire. The lead at the moment is 373, so that still won't be enough. So we're expecting Durham to come out after tea for a little bit more. How much they'll need, I don't know. What they feel comfortable with, but they will at least want to give Worcestershire all day tomorrow and probably an hour or more to bat tonight. 32 overs remaining in the day. Worcestershire eventually dismissed in their first innings. A great effort from the lower order. 309 all out. Joe Leach with 62. Excellent contributions from Josh Baker, 27. Adam Finch, 22 not out. And Ben Gibbon, 9, but he lasted for 72 minutes as they really frustrated Durham, who wanted to clean up that first innings as quickly as they could. But they've taken time out of the game, Worcestershire. It's now back in Durham's court. They're 102 without loss in their second innings, but they're still a long way ahead. 373.
358, so Sussex lead.
An update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners. I'll shut up now and we'll have a break for tea. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes time. We'll talk to you then. Well, hello again, and welcome back to New Road. Strictly speaking, I suppose you say good evening, even though it's 4:15, because it's the evening session, the final one of day 3 here in this championship match between Worcestershire and Durham. Durham still in control, but Worcestershire have done their best to make life as hard as possible. Brett D'Oliveira is opening up from the Diglis end, the first ball after tea. Durham batting on after deciding not to enforce the follow-on, and they start with a couple of runs for Alex Lees. He goes up to 39, 104 without loss, so 375 is the lead now. Worcestershire bowled out for 309 earlier on as Lees comes down the track and digs one off his heels out to Jack Haynes at Cow Corner. All the Worcestershire fielders spread around the perimeter looking to save the boundaries and just frustrate Durham as much as they can. Durham have done their best to get on with it at over 7 runs and over. These two have done their bit. Dixon misses a cut outside the off stump. 64 from 50 deliveries for him. Lees has 40 from 37. D'Oliveira throws himself a catch. In he comes, gives this one lots of air. It's on the full, it's swept, but it's kind of almost off the back of the bat from Dixon. Doesn't go very far, out just behind square on the leg side. Ed Pollock does the fielding, and they come through for a single. 2 balls left of this opening over. In D'Oliveira comes, and down the track is Lees, but only a single. Out to Haynes all the way along the ground, out under the solitary horse chestnut tree in front of the marquee. 107 without loss. Lees up to 41. Dixon on 65. Turns this into a full toss, and for the second ball in a row doesn't make the contact he would have liked. Off the back of the bat again and just trickling out to where short leg might be. Fielded by Ben Cox. End of the over. 107 without loss. The lead 378. Georgia Elvis, the England all-rounder, and Southern Vipers all-rounder, and Birmingham Phoenix 2 in the 100, which is coming up later in the summer. She's with us today. And all the question now, Georgia, is how many are Durham going to need? What will they feel? What would you feel comfy with?
Oh, I'd feel quite comfortable now, I think. I think they've got enough. It's how much further they want to go on. Probably no more than an hour tops, if I was them.
Barnard bowls wide outside the off stump, and Lees tries to jab a bat down on it to manufacture an angle to get it away. You only have to hit the ball here and it's going to be at least a single.
It still looks like a pretty decent wicket. Haven't seen too many balls misbehave, have we? So Durham will be probably looking to get about 400, and then they can do the job tomorrow.
Wide again, and good save by Ben Cox. Lees tried to thrash that through backward point. Didn't really make much contact down into the ground. And Cox did good work there to stop a couple, because had that gone beyond him, they might have had time to run 2 before the 2 fielders at fine leg and third man got to it. It was very straight. Barnard bowls, hammered on bended knee by Lees, out to Gibbon at long off, but just a single. And it's weird trying to get used to this field. I'm just not used to seeing this.
Tell you, I'd like to bowl with this field sometimes.
So would I. Look, skipper, I haven't gone for a boundary. Barnard past the umpire and bowls, and this is heaved into the leg side. That might have gone all the way. It has. It bounces on the covers just in front of the marquee and away for a 6. That's probably rolled through the car park into the hedges on the far side where the King's School playing fields are. Bit of width there for Ed Barnard, and a bit short as well. And Dixon says thank you very much. 71 now off 53 deliveries. That's his 5th 6. Not quite in Ben Stokes territory, but that's not a bad effort. timed that all right, didn't he?
Yeah, he picked that up really nicely. I think good touch. I think he's hitting the ball powerfully, and it's the third six that Barnard's gone for. I feel for them. I feel for those Worcester bowlers. This isn't a very demoralising situation to be in.
Well, this is where you could see another momentum swing, isn't it, that was generated by Ben Stokes yesterday. And then when Worcester came out to bat, they were in all sorts of trouble at 16 for 3 and 40 odd for 4. And they've done so well to try and check some of that momentum. It's short and pulled again. This is 6 again by the look of it. Yep, almost a carbon copy. Bouncing on cover number 3 and then ricocheting into the trunk of the horse chestnut. And successive sixes. That would have woken them up if there's anybody inside the marquee there. Can't see there are. No one in the white plastic seats out in the front. There's a few congregated on the benches just a bit further round. Eyes on the ball at all times. You can't afford to take your eyes off the cricket because it could be coming your way. Last ball of Barnard's innings and it's wide. That's a clever response from him. And Dixon can't get it. 77 he's got from 54 balls, helped by that 2 successive sixes. 120 without loss now, 391. So they're almost at that psychological mark of 400. And they have all day tomorrow, so there's 3 sessions. What will they want here? At least an hour, wouldn't they, I would think. So what's that? Best part of 15 overs? So 30 overs remaining today. Maybe give it another 10 overs and see where they are.
Yeah, I think so.
D'Oliveira bowls. Lease launches it in the air, but not for very long. A bunt down to long on, really. Azhar Ali is stationed there.
I can't see Worcester chasing anything over 400, so...
D'Oliveira bowls. Thrashed high. Down the ground, that might go all the way. Azhar Ali is just watching it. Thought he might be interested for a split second, but no, it sailed over his head into row 3 or 4 of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. Long off. Another 6 for Dixon. He's up to 83. He might be eyeing another century here. Got 104 in the first innings. That's a 7th 6 for him. He's on the back foot now, cutting hard into the ground, out to deep cover point. Barnard is fielding there.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't see what Durham gained from batting for too much longer, but I suppose some individual milestones.
Least down the track, turns it off his toes, down to deep backward square. Finch comes across quickly, gets rid of the ball quickly as well, which is key. So just a single. Yeah, they will reach a tipping point here where they're starting to harm their own chances. Durham, if they go on too long. But the lead is 400 exactly. Another thrash by Dixon all the way along the ground out to Azhar Ali. One more to the total. The other thing to consider is that this wicket's pretty good. And it doesn't look like it's going to deteriorate. Fair weather tomorrow as well. And that's a clever from D'Oliveira. He saw Lease coming. A bit of a fumble from Ben Cox. To be fair to him, it was very wide. But they have managed to pinch a by at the end of that. Bit of a scruffy end to that over. But smart thinking from D'Oliveira just to try to keep Lease in his ground. 131 for no wicket. But of the 2 batsmen, I guess it is Alex Lease, so you might want to bowl to at the moment. Which seems a bit daft. He's got 45 from 44, but he's not been clearing the rope with the regularity of Sean Dixon. So what are you doing here, Georgia? Ball in hand. Are you bowling wide and full?
Yeah, I think so. Just try and keep it away from the arc. Lots of slower balls and changes of pace.
Barnard round the wicket, fires it into the popping crease. It's wide and it's slashed out to cover point to Adam Finch.
Must be nice bowling with this many fielders on the ropes, though. You should feel quite confident that you're not going to go for any boundaries.
Barnard past the umpire. That's down the leg side. And a fumble from Ben Cox. That's uncharacteristic, and they run a bye. That will annoy everybody, not least Ben Cox. But again, smart cricket there from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, just chuck it down the leg side.
Yeah. Well, it's not one-day rules, is it? One-day wides. Barnard aims for that outside the leg stump, and Lease has turned that on the full, all the way along the ground out to Josh Baker at deep mid-wicket. Just another single. Durham doing it in ones at the moment. 405 is the lead. Barnard bowls down the leg side. A one-handed waft from Dixon. Doesn't make contact. Cox takes it. So the game is still tensely poised, a bit of cat and mouse between Durham batters and Worcestershire's bowlers. It's a short ball, it's a attempted hook, it's top edge, does Azhar Ali has got there. He can't stop it, I think, going for 4. Oh, it's gone for 6. Difficult to see from our angle here. It was in the air obviously a long time, and the way Azhar Ali was moving and then attempted to get the ball, I don't know how close he was. It may be getting on the end of that. I don't know whether we'll get a replay of his effort down there. Into the 90s now, Dixon. Barnard bowls to him wide, and again this one-handed shot out to deep cover. 8th 6 for Sean Dixon, up to 81, 92 rather, off 62 balls. 141 without loss. 412 is the lead. What was his 100 off in the first innings? 184 balls. Bit of a contrast. Obviously very different circumstances. Again, who'd be a captain here? Brett D'Oliveira had it all yesterday with Ben Stokes going crazy in the morning, and now he's got it here to an extent. He starts a new over, gives this one air, swept away, not cleanly by Dixon. Fielded at mid-wicket. Ed Pollock has run in from the boundary rope. One more to the total, 143 without loss. I mean, the fact that 143 without loss with few alarms, I know that it's a different context now with the field spread and everything, but again, that should show you that this wicket is good and you can get runs on it if you apply yourself. We saw Worcestershire's lower order hang around superbly this morning. So when they do come to bat, I think they'll believe that batting out for a draw is possible, definitely. Drilled out towards extra cover for one more by Dixon. Round the field go again. A few tweaks with a left-handed Lease, who's 47. D'Oliveira bowls down the leg side, attempted sweep, doesn't make contact. Taken by Cox. 2 balls to go. Bit quicker, flatter, wide of the off stump. Oh, that's given a wide. That's not fair, is it? D'Oliveira resets, comes in, swept round the corner by Lease. He's hit that hard, but it'll be cut off by Finch. There's a slight hesitation when Dixon was coming back for a second. He was running to the safety end. The throw coming into Ben Cox, the end to which Lease was running back to. 49 now for Lease off 49 deliveries. Oliveira bowls to him, and this will be a half century for Alex Lees. Turned up to deep mid wicket, and well played, has done his bit.
50 balls with 4 balls.
Had to get off to a good start. Durham deciding not to enforce the follow on, so they needed quick runs, and this pair have done just that. Lees 50 off 50 with 4 fours. Made 27 in the first innings, and he'll definitely feel like he missed out. But he's done his job second time round. So is Sean Dixon, looking at twin hundreds in this game. He's already got 2 this season before today. Is it 2 or 1? Yeah, he's got 2 before today. So this will be his 4th ton already in the 5th game. And Finch is coming back into the attack. 27 overs remaining today. 148 without loss. 419 the lead. Finch has bowled that very wide. Well, you can't argue with that. Umpire Baldwin. There's a hand of apology to Ben Cox. Probably slipped, didn't it? We'll be kind.
Just a loosener, a gentle loosener.
Here comes Finch. Past the umpire, bowls, and there's a big swing of the bat by Lees. Great shot, back over his head. That should be 6. It is. Will stand and deliver. Gave himself a bit of room, got that front leg out of the way, and a big swing back over Finch's head, and clearing the rope down there at long off. 56 he has. This is a strange time as well for the Worcestershire openers, isn't it? Because they're on the edge of the boundary. They're thinking, trying to mentally prepare to bat. They don't know when it's going to be. Ball's disappearing. Wide of the off stump. Can't make contact. Through it goes.
Yeah, you're right. It's not easy, especially with Jake Libby had a duck in the first innings. Pollock got himself to 32, but it is an uneasy time. The declaration could come at any minute, or could be another half an hour still out there, but they just got to focus on the job at the moment, which is the fielding.
Finch on his way up to the wicket, bowls, fires it in at leg stump, turned out to deep mid wicket. Just the 1 run. Baker comes into field. He goes up to 57 from 53. Lees brings Dixon down, who's within 1 blow of 100 here. 94 of 64.
Yeah, I feel like Dixon gets, if he gets to his 100.
You reckon that might be it?
Might be it. Might be. That's my guess.
Finch is on his way. Bowls down the leg side. Oh, he's helped on by Dixon. A couple of bounces. Down for 4. Down through fine leg. It went quite fine past Ben Cox. Azhar Ali is at fine leg, but he's a bit wide. And he got plenty of that timed it away. 98 now for Dixon. Well, despite this field being absolutely spread, Durham are finding the gaps, either over the fence or the gaps between the fielders. Dixon on 98 then, looking for his 2nd century of the match. Finch bowls to him. It's a ballooning bouncer that loops miles away from him outside the off stump and into the gloves of Ben Cox. 160 without loss. 431 is the lead. 26 overs to go after this one. So we'll lose 2, won't we, for the changeover?
Surely that's enough. Surely.
Finch, last ball of his over. Dixon on 98 and can't make contact. He's sent back by Lees. Got to scramble to make sure he isn't embarrassed by Ben Cox there on Durham, because he was out of his ground for a second. End of the over though. 160 without loss. Dixon 98. Lees 57. The lead 431. And now he's doing a Ben Stokes. He's trying out some more bats. Do you get to try your fair share of bats mid-innings then, Georgia? You get someone runs on with 3 or 4 for you to try, see what the middle's like?
No, I don't like changing my bat. I'll only change my bat if it's absolutely gone.
How long have you had it?
The one I'm using now is maybe about 6 months old, so I
Right.
probably get through two a season.
And do you have every one has to be the same or feel the same?
No, not necessarily. I'm not that bad. I just go into the little warehouse and pick it up if I like the look of it and the feel. Often I do the eye closed job and see how it feels.
Donovan Bowles swept round the corner. This will probably be just one. There's a tumbling stop. They want to come back for 2, but they think better of it. Throw comes in from Gibbon, and it's a good one from Fine Leg. 161 for naught. The eyes closed test. What's that?
Close your eyes and pick it up, and
Right.
if it feels nice, you go with it. But I think too many bats would confuse me. I think it. I know people number them, don't they? Which ones are their favourites? But
Donovan Bowles. Bit of air on the drive is Dixon. Out to extra cover. Just the one. So it's all about pick-up for you?
yeah, all about pick up. I like quite a light bat, probably a £2 7 or 8 ounce. But I'm not too fussed on shape or profile or anything like that.
Donovan Bowles is a bit of a half tracker, whack round the corner, but again just the single. Barnard runs round to deep mid wicket to field. 163 without loss. Here we go then, Dixon on 99 of 68 deliveries. Now there's a conversation. Maybe another bit of kidology here maybe, just to keep Dixon waiting. Donovan is going to take time out to talk to Azhar Ali here.
They're going to bring a fielder in. I mean, stop it. It's very easy as it is.
Yeah. Well, giving him 100 here, aren't they?
Yeah.
He could do your eyes closed bat test here and get 100, couldn't he? Quite a safe bet. Here we go then on 99. Dixon facing Donavera, drives it out to deep extra cover, and there it is. A punch of the air, off comes the helmet, and raising his bat to the dressing room and the whole of New Road. A second 100 of the match for Sean Dixon. What a performance from him. 104 in the first innings, and now he's 100 not out of 69 balls with 4 fours and 8 sixes. He's been charged with getting Durham quick runs in this second innings, and he's done exactly that in partnership with Alex Lees. Donovan bowls to Lees, swept round the corner, quite fine, should be just one. Gibbon comes into field, clean pick up and throw, and one it is. Yeah, very good innings from Dixon.
Yeah, and very different to his first innings 100, isn't it?
Yeah, shows that he can do it all. Donovan throws this one up, it lands right in the block hole. Dixon steers it out. Here we go then, Georgia, your bet gets to 100. Are they going to declare end of the over?
No.
What's the lead? 437.
Let's think how many more runs ahead
500?
will be.
I mean, they won't want more than 500.
Surely not.
Which is another 63 away. 25 overs left in the day. So if they want an hour at Worcestershire tonight, you'd think that's probably at least 15 overs, wouldn't you?
I think the Worcester batters will be fairly pleased that they're not having to bat for longer this evening.
And that it looks still such a very good wicket. Finch in, down leg side, taken by Cox.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does look flat out there. Worcester bowlers, I just feel for them. If heavy first innings, total blistering innings from Ben Stokes, and then to come out under this sort of circumstance and to keep toiling away, it's not fun.
Finch on his way up to the blue stumps and bowls. It's short, it's pulled, it's in the air a long time. I'm not sure Ed Barnard's going to get there in time. It's a valiant sliding effort and it's going to cost him 4 runs, and he aims a kick at the ball in frustration as he just can't quite stop it from going over the rope. Well, it was a gamble there, wasn't it? It was either, do I sort of back out of the catch and save 3 runs, or do I try and get there, and if I can't, there's a risk I might give away a boundary. Sadly for Ed Barnard, it was the latter.
Yeah, you can't fault the effort, can you? He's a very athletic fielder.
170 without loss. Now it's gone high in the air. This should be out. It's gone straight up in the air. Ben Cox is under it, and he takes it with a tumble to finish. So Dixon's innings is out. 1 more than he got in the first innings, and the declaration looks like it's on the way. Does it, or is Leach just coming up to congratulate him? I think Durham have declared. Yes, they have. With that wicket of Sean Dixon, he's out for 105. Caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Adam Finch. So they're 170 for 1 declared in their second innings. That will mean that Worcestershire need 442 to win the game, or more realistically, they're going to have to bat for 23 overs tonight and all of tomorrow to try and save it. As the 2 Durham batsmen make their way off the field, round of applause for Dixon's twin hundreds. And now we know. Now Worcestershire know the equation. Didn't you say Dave get to his 100 and declare? I think you did.
Yeah, I did, and I think he'll be pretty annoyed because he's ruined his average now, hasn't he?
5th Durham batsman to get hundreds in each innings.
Oh right, okay.
First since 2016. And after Stokes yesterday, that's the 2nd fastest 100th.
For Durham?
Yeah, because Stokes got 64 yesterday.
Wow.
This was 69 today.
He's the 5th Durham batsman, thank you Marty, 5th Durham batsman to score 200s in a match, and his 100 is the 2nd fastest for Durham. And if Ben Stokes hadn't have been playing, if he'd stayed away with England, he'd have got a new record. But still a brilliant effort. And there's talk about Dixon, like there's talk about Beddingham as well, about where his international future might lie, either with South Africa or maybe for England, who knows. But he looks a fine player, like Beddingham. But up they go the steps, and Worcestershire's weary fielders, 170 for 1. I mean, it's only come after 21.5 overs, but it's been a bit bruising for them to see that ball disappear around the park. They did their best to try and keep the flow to a minimum with the field spread all along the boundary around the ground, but there's only so much you can do. And some terrific hitting from Dixon, 8 sixes and 5 fours in his 100. Lease not out 60 off 56, so terrific effort from him. His 2nd 100 of the match, his 4th of the season, and the 5th Durham player to score hundreds in 1 match. We'll be back in around about 5-8 minutes or so, give or take, for the Worcestershire second innings as they try to score 442 to win, or bat out 24 overs, is it now? They've only taken 1 off. 24 overs and all of tomorrow, so join us in just a sec. Here we go then, the Worcestershire opening batters, Jake Libby and Ed Pollock, coming in for these last 22 overs of the day. Tasks with getting Worcestershire off to a very good start in their second innings as they chase down 442 to win, or perhaps more realistically, bat the rest of today and then all of tomorrow to try and save the game. But one step at a time. First objective is to get to the close with minimal damage, Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and we were talking about it before, the wicket still looks good. Not too much sideways movement out there, so I think if the Worcestershire batters can apply themselves in the right way through a tricky new ball period, then they'll fancy that they can stick around a while. And while the pitch is good, a lot of runs to be scored out there. This is definitely a task which is doable for Worcester.
Yeah, that's got to be the way they're going to think about it. Without getting too far ahead, they'll break it down, obviously, into little manageable psychological chunks. But they'll know, as Georgia says, the wicket is good. There's still runs to be had, and the bowlers have got to work hard to get them out. As the lower order of Worcestershire showed, you can hang around and be a nuisance for quite a while. Here comes Chris Rushworth then. New ball in hand, right arm round the wicket to Ed Pollock, who will certainly get on with it if it's there to hit. And he's off the mark with a boundary, driving it nicely just beyond the dive of Alex Lees at mid-off. And a nice start.
Yeah, lovely start, and that'll make him feel better, having just watched the ball disappear to one part of the ground in the field. That one comes off the middle of his bat, the first ball, and settle any nerves that he might have.
Yeah, we know that he's a white ball specialist. He's come to New Road a chance to establish himself in the 4-day stuff, but he's stayed true to his instincts. He's rattled along at almost a run a ball in the county championship this season. His strike rate's in the 90s as he faces Rushworth, defends it back up the pitch, and there's no run. He said when he came here that Worcestershire just said to him, look, we're not going to try and change you. We know what you can be like in white ball stuff. You'll be a great asset in the T20 and the One Day Cup. And they said to him, don't tinker with it too much. Just go out there and play your natural game. And that's what he's done. He's got off to a terrific start. His maiden 100 already this season. And looked good for his 32 off 35. And he cuts this one down into the ground and hits backward point. Won't get a run there. But I guess it'll be a learning process for him as well, won't it? I mean, he played at one he perhaps shouldn't have done. He'll play. His instinct is to obviously play his shots, which is what he does in the white ball game. But he'll quickly realise in red ball cricket he's got to be a bit more judicious. But he'll learn as he goes. 112 in the second innings up at Leicester and 77 here against Sussex. As he waits for Rushworth, and just a punching drive is very similar to the one that brought him 4 off the first ball, this time straight at mid-off.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice vote of confidence from Worcestershire to say to him, we don't want to change anything about your game, because it just means that he can be free, be himself out there, and like you said, he can learn for himself and learn more from your mistakes. So probably for him, be choosing which gear to bat in.
Rushworth bowls down the leg side as an attempted swivel to help it on its way. I don't think he's got any bat on it, no. Umpire Richard Illingworth signals leg byes, but 4 more to the total. That's all that Worcestershire will care about. He's about as far removed as you can get from the man that he's replaced at the top of the order, Darryl Mitchell, who retired last year after many years of sterling service for the county. But the one thing Worcestershire have needed over recent years is a dependable opening partnership, which has been the case. They've solved it to a degree with the arrival of Jake Libby, who's been brilliant for the last 2 years. But they need to fill the gap left by Mitchell. Pollock is that man and got off to a terrific start. He's received a painful blow off the final ball of that over. He's gone down on his knees. I think it's one of those, isn't it?
Can't relate at all.
He's on his feet. He's been encouraged to get up and move around, I think, as if that'll make it feel a bit better from Jake Libby. He looks okay. He's up on his feet. A quick check, I think he's alright. 8 without loss. And Matty Potts is going to continue now from the, or open up rather, from the New Road end.
Yeah, off the back of his fantastic spell in that first innings, he finished with 6 for 60 and bowled really nicely. Good pace. Started well there. Jake Libby just going and doing some gardening down the pitch. He's a solid player. Good start to his season.
He's got 3 slips in here. 3 slips of gully. That one went to mid-wicket. Everyone else in the circle. I think there's a long leg. Yeah, there is. That one keeps a bit low. Pushed out to short cover by Libby. And there's no run. Is that Stokes there? Looks like it's Ben Stokes. Yeah, he's at short cover, isn't he? Or now moved out to sort of bit further out. That's defended into the onside and there's no run. 8 without loss. We had such a good couple of years, Jake Libby. It's unusual for him to be struggling as he is. He has got a 50 this season, 75 in the second innings at Leicester. Driving this next delivery and 4 runs out through the covers.
Right, if they just want to chuck me quickly because the trophy's not even on the field yet, is it? So.
And away it goes for 4. Nice shot there.
Yeah, lovely shot. That'll do him his confidence the world of good. He's pitched at ball from Potts and just driven nicely. Good shape, good timer of the ball. He just needs to spend time at the crease here and the runs will come.
Here we go then, Potts. 2 balls to go. And that's put away again. The carbon copy from Jake Libby. Away for 4.
Yeah, just lent on that really nicely. No real follow through, just time the ball because it's a hard new ball that's raced away to that offside boundary, and yeah, Libby will be feeling much better after those 2 deliveries.
Yeah, a bit in the slot from Matty Potts. 6 wickets in the first innings, as Georgie was saying. Well, those were gimmies. In he comes again. This might be 3 in a row. It is. Out through the covers. I don't think they're going to catch it, or is the fielder going to get there? He is. He's just won the race. I think that might be Dixon who's given chase out through there. And the end of the over. 18 without loss. Libby up to 10 already off 6 deliveries. Pollock has 4. 2 overs gone. And 20 without loss. Still waiting to see whether BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners are going to join us. Not at the moment.
And Rushworth in, left alone. Side the off stump by Pollock and carries through nicely to the keeper. He's getting a nice bit of carry from this end. It's bowled nicely in his spell earlier today. Back to Chris Rushworth that we know, usually so dependable and in that awkward line and length. If you can do that again, it can make life difficult for Pollock. In he comes. Pollock flashes off his hip out towards the leg side boundary. Fielder just can't get there, and that's going to be 4 to Pollock. Nice shot off his hip. Short of a length ball just straight onto the leg side by Rushworth, and Pollock picked up 4.
Yeah, no margin for error on this strip, is there? And it wasn't a terrible ball from Rushworth, but just offline, and Pollock seized onto it straight away. Here comes the update for FM listeners. Well, Worcestershire are batting after Durham finally declared their second innings on 170 for 1. It was after Sean Dixon completed his second 100 of the match, only the 5th Durham player to ever do that in the county championship, before he skied a catch off Finch behind to Ben Stokes for 105. Lease was 60 not out, but they went along at a fair lick, getting runs as quickly as they could, and they've set Worcestershire 442 to win, but more realistically to bat out 20 overs tonight and all day tomorrow. 22 without loss, Worcestershire in their second innings, need another 420.
Rushworth in, and that is driven nicely down the ground by Pollock. It's just lent on it. I think it's quite going to reach the boundary, but they come back for 2. That is lovely timing from Pollock. It certainly still looks like a good wicket out there, and like you said, no margin for error for these Durham bowlers. And the Worcestershire boys have seen the ball disappear to all parts when they've been bowling. I think they would definitely be keen to stay out there to accumulate runs and frustrate this Durham bowling attack. Rushworth in, good length delivery, defended up to mid-off by Pollock. He looks in good nick. He looks like he's timing the ball well, and he'll be happy with the start that he's made. 10 from 11 deliveries. Still a beautiful day here at Worcester, long into the evening. The sun is out, and in comes Rushworth again. Good length delivery left alone. Tricky take from the keeper, but successfully dealt with. And Rushworth finishes that over. The score is 24 for none.
So how would you be approaching this then, George, if you're opening the batting here? I mean, what have we got? 19 overs to go. 24 without loss. I mean, are you looking at the total? Are you looking at the numbers remaining in the day? How are you approaching it?
I think probably not at this stage. I think you just got to think that you need to bat time and play the ball that's coming down at you. I think this period will be a little bit trickier while the ball's new, and the batters are just getting used to the pace of the wicket and the conditions out there. So I think they'll just be looking to just bat, as simple as that sounds.
Potts in from the New Road end, and he's got Libby playing and missing to one that's just rising a little outside the off stump, and that triggers a little wander and a bit more gardening from Jake Libby, who got himself into a bit of form, got himself quickly going into double figures with those 2 4s and a 2 at the back end of the last over. He's into double figures, 10 off 7, but that run since that innings of 75, 11, 5, 3 and 0. He's on the drive again. That's not stopped in the covers. It was hit well, only half stopped, so it won't go all the way to the fence. They'll come back for a second.
Yeah, I think as soon as you start thinking negatively and thinking about, well, how much time have I got left? Do I need to survive? It's not a good mindset to be in. So I think positively they can play and think about where they're going to score their runs. I think that's the way to go for these Worcester boys.
Potts bowls wide outside the off stump, and there's no run. So where we are, 5 past 6, 7 minutes past 5. Get it right in a minute. 7 minutes past 5. So you're not thinking, right, I'm going to bat now till 5:15 or 20 past 5.
Yeah, well, I think they might be. It depends on the player. They might have to set themselves little targets. They might think in runs, or they might think in time. But if it was me, I'd just be thinking ball by ball and over by over. Each bowler's going to present some different challenge.
Potts wide of the off stump, no shot offered by Libby. Through it goes to Eckersley.
And both players would probably like to have scored more runs this season, so I think it's a good opportunity for them to occupy the crease, spend time in the middle. Wicket looks flat. It looks like a great time to be batting, and you think you've got to take the situation of the game out of it and just concentrate on playing each ball.
Potts bowls onto his toes, goes. Libby won't get a run, hits cover. 26 without loss. Yeah, I mean you would struggle to get better conditions to bat in, wouldn't you here? Glorious evening, flat pitch, and time on your side.
Yeah, absolutely, and Durham have spent a number of overs in the field, so they'll have some tired bodies as well coming to the end of the third day. So there will be opportunities to capitalise.
On the drive, Jake Libby won't get a run here, fielded at backward point. I suppose at the end of the over, 26 without loss, Libby 12, Pollock 10, 4 overs gone of this Worcestershire second innings. Rushworth 2 overs for 10, Potts 2 overs for 12.
Yeah, we talk about happy hour in the last hour.
Do you?
That's sort
Is that when the
hour.
drinks come on?
I wish. Not that kind of happy hour.
Wouldn't that be good if they
I mean,
did?
that would be fantastic.
Hang on a minute. Happy hour, on they come, way to the dressing room.
Yeah, we certainly look forward to that bit, wouldn't we? No, I mean in the sense of anything can happen in the last hour. Wickets can fall, runs can flow.
Rushworth's first delivery is tickled down the leg side. 4 byes. Thank you very much. So I've pinched your first ball. Off you go.
Yeah, in this happy hour, the fielding team can either get really tired, you get more 4 balls, more runs, opportunity to score runs, or the opposite can happen and they can get on top, loads of wickets can fall, and it's certainly an interesting time of day as Rushworth is in. Oh, and he's bowled him straight through the defences of Ed Pollock. Looks like a gem of a delivery. Pollock playing forward, and it's just beaten his defences. The bails have been sent flying, and fantastic delivery from Chris Rushworth. And being a little bit wayward earlier on in the over, as a gem of a delivery to dismiss Ed Pollock.
Yeah, he's been quiet in this match, Chris Rushworth. So far, he's had a quiet season by his own standards. But that was the Chris Rushworth Worcestershire fans have come to know, and I won't say love, I'll say dread. But that was a cracking delivery from over the wicket. I'm not too sure what poor Ed Pollock could have done there differently, because that was an absolute beauty. Sort of pitched from over the wicket to the left-hander, pitched maybe a fraction outside middle, and then just straightened a touch through the defences, and then just hit the top of middle, took the bail off, and he's got to go. 30 for 1. Well, that's what Rushworth can do. And Durham delighted. 9 more to go, that's how they'll think about it. Here comes Azhar Ali. Bags of experience. We know how good he is. But it's not worked out so far in Worcestershire colours this season. Could do with a score. 2 and 1. 20 didn't bat in the second innings, didn't need to against Sussex. 6 and 5 up at Trent Bridge, and then 0 in the first innings. Here lasted just 2 deliveries. So needs to produce for his team here, with 17 overs to go after this one today.
Yeah, that was just the lift that Durham were after, wasn't it? Their first 4.2 overs, gone for 30 runs. Probably not the start that they would have wanted, having declared, but a gem of a delivery there from Chris Rushworth. Brings Azhar Ali out. He's on a pair. Durham will be letting him know that. Got a short mid wicket, 2 slips and a gully. As Rushworth comes in and he defends well. No run to the offside.
I was just about to say, I'm surprised I haven't got another close catch and maybe an extra slip, but that was Azhar Ali was blocking Keegan Peterson, who I couldn't see at that catching position at short mid wicket. So they clearly feel that's the weakness for Azhar, and that's where he was out in the first innings, of course, a not too dissimilar position. That's where they think they can get him again rather than in the slips necessarily.
Rushworth in. Short ball, defended nicely from Azhar Ali, right on his toes. Went to the offside again, no run. Yes, and Durham doing their homework, isn't it? Someone in front of the bat in the eye line. Ben Stokes there as well. At, extra cover right in the eye line of Azhar Ali. I'm sure there'll be lots of chat out there, letting him know, trying to make him uncomfortable at the crease. And Rushworth is in again. Balls and played down into the onside, no run. Looked like it kept a little bit low.
Is it worth having an extra catcher in there? I mean, they've got so many runs to play with. New ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've got that luxury. 430 ahead, and yeah, there's no chance of Worcester chasing this down. Rushworth in, played down into the offside, again no run. Good over there from Rushworth. Is that a wicket maiden?
Yeah, I think it was. Let's double check that. Yes.
A wicket maiden, yeah, from Rushworth, and Worcestershire now a 30 for 1 at the end of the 5th over.
So wickets can obviously change the complexion of this game very quickly. One already gone in this second innings. Obviously Durham will want as many as they can get in the next 17 overs. Approaching 5:15. Matty Potts to continue. How he would love to add 4 more in this second innings. But played down to point by Libby. 12 from 13 balls. And what a season he's having, Matty Potts. 3 sixers already, and this is the 5th game of the season for Durham. He has been talked about in England circles. You can understand why. Past the umpire and bowls. That's nicely timed by Libby. Beautifully done through the covers, off the back foot. That punchy little back foot shot. And away it goes for 4. He's up to 16 with his 3rd boundary.
And that is one of those shots that, as a batter, I think it's one of your favourite shots to play. It's
just riding the bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Simple, no nonsense. You just have to time it. You don't have to absolutely leather it, and it's quite successful for him.
Potts past the umpire, bowls, and won't get a run here. Jake Libby's a faked throw down of the stumps by Matty Potts. But yeah, when he's in good touch, Libby, he makes it look very easy, as he has done for the last 2 seasons for Worcestershire. 1,000 runs last year. He got over 500 in the truncated season in 2020. And he defends this next ball back up the pitch to mid-on, given a new lease of life since he moved from Trent Bridge. But it's been a slow start by his standards so far this season, but be looking to cash in here on this still excellent track. 34 for 1. Libby's got 16 at a runner ball, and he waits for Potts. Won't get a run here. Turn to mid wicket, fielded by Alex Lees. What's your trademark go-to shot then, Georgia? What's the one that gives you, thinks, I know I'm in form here, I'm in touch?
I think you can't beat it like a nice crisp pull shot. It sounds nice off the bat. Get it in front of square, you know, you've he really connected with it. But again, like a nice cover drive as well.
Who doesn't love a nice cover drive? They'll pinch a quick single here. The Worcestershire pair just dropping it into the onside and going. Good running. Libby up to 16, 35 for one. He's pinched the bowling at the end of that over.
Pinched the strike, counted the balls, as we say.
Yeah. Are there many counters in your teams?
Yeah, there's plenty of counters.
Yeah.
One in particular, my Bouchier, she loves a count to 5 and a cheeky single. That's okay. If that's
Well,
she's on
is it
for.
though? How many overs do you let her do that before you say no? Actually,
Well,
or say 2 as you run past.
it doesn't bother me at all. She strikes the ball very cleanly, but yeah, I think it probably could annoy some. Depends how many she's on. If she's on 100, just let her go. Just let her have the strike.
It annoys me at the terrible level I play at.
So Libby on strike here to Rushworth, and at the end of his mark, and in he comes. It's defended up to a short mid-on fielder. I think about a single for a second, but I think better of it. Yeah, I think Libby looks like he's timing the ball nicely. So there's always that awkward period when you get to sort of 17. Are you in? Are you not? Do you feel like you can play a bit more expansively? We've seen those expansive shots be the downfall of the batters across this game. Rushworth in. Nice line and length again, and defended. It's bowling some good areas here, Rushworth. Asking questions of the batters. Beautiful delivery to get through the defences of Ed Pollock. That's just what Durham needed at that time.
And Libby can't ask for better conditions, can he, to get himself back into form? A better match situation, although obviously the pressure in terms of the narrative of the match is very much on the home side.
In comes Rushworth, and a big LBW shine is given. He's given. The finger went up straight away there. Jake Libby looks disappointed, but he has to walk off.
Well, he's been absolutely done by a grubber there. That's kept very low. The only thing we've seen about this pitch, as good as it's been for batting, is there has been a bit of variable bounce, and there has been from day one, and that kept really low on Jake Libby. No chance there.
No, and he's gone back to a delivery that you would expect him to go back to, and the ball has just not bounced. Struck him right in front, and an easy decision for the umpire there. And in the last couple of overs, we've just seen a little bit of an even bounce as the Durham bowlers have been hitting the wicket. Well, that is stone dead, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hit him just above shin high, right in front. So Libby's been done there a little by the wicket. He's gone for 17, and Rushworth has struck again. Well, he's coming to the party, Chris Rushworth, albeit belatedly by his standards. But Durham won't care as long as they get the job done ultimately. 2 for 10 now from his 21 deliveries. Libby out, what was it, 17? 35 for 2.
Yeah, and there's
What was I saying about Jake Libby getting back in form? What a perfect situation this was for him. I think we can edit that out.
Oh, I was just thinking, at what point is this? It's been baked all day in sunshine, hasn't it? So it'll be very dry out there now. I was thinking, at what point will we start to see misbehave? I think on the whole it's still a pretty good track, but Worcester batters coming in. Jack Haynes now just taking guard. He won't like seeing balls keeping low like that. Not at this stage of the day. He's got a massive job to do for his team here. Made 6 in the first innings before he was LBW to Potts. And Rushworth has got his back up now. He's feeling confident. Oh, we've got 2 slips still, a gully. Another short mid-wicket. As Rushworth comes in. Bowls back of a length and defended. to the offside for no run. Looks like as they're just bending their back a little bit more, hitting that pitch hard, that's when they're getting that uneven bounce.
Yeah, with Rushworth, it's a nightmare because he's going to hit the same spot pretty much every single time, isn't he?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's going to do what you expect, and like Jake Libby found to his cost then, sometimes it's not if the pitch is going to play a little bit of a trick or two.
So, in comes Rushworth again. Forward from Haynes, defended nicely into the offside. Again, no run. It's just that nagging length, isn't it? And any sort of sideways movement makes it so difficult to play, as Ed Pollock found out. And then any bit of uneven bounce and you're done for as well. So a good bit of bowling from Rushworth, being patient, put the ball in the right area as he so often does, and he's reaped his rewards. Comes in for the final ball of this over. Oof, and a play and a miss through to the keeper. Fantastic over there again by Rushworth, and Worcestershire moved to 35 for 2 off 7 overs.
Yeah, good stuff from Rushworth. He's tricky enough to face without any help from the pitch in terms of up and down bounce, and now it's perfect scenario for Durham. Plenty of runs in the tank. Worcestershire having to bat all day tomorrow, and this tricky period, another 15 overs to go tonight, and they'll look up at that scoreboard, Durham, and see 2 fresh batsmen, both on naught, and Azhar Ali's only played 4 balls and Haynes has only been in for 3. So what a time to introduce Ben Stokes, this unknown quantity.
The joker card,
in
isn't
his
it?
hand.
Absolutely. He's not who Azhar Ali will want to be seen with the ball in hand, only 7 overs old. Ben Stokes is the king of getting things to happen.
Here he is then, replacing Potts from the New Road end, and he comes and he's on the money straight away. Forward comes Azhar Ali and blocks him out to short mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, it's written, isn't it? It feels like a Stokes 6 for not many.
In quite quick succession,
The second innings, his match.
I feel like if he can hit the pitch hard like we know he can make stuff happen, for sure.
First spell, it was all about the short stuff. We tend to needed a couple of overs to get warmed up. That was short, helped round the corner by Azhar Ali down to long leg, where it's fielded by Rushworth. In comes the throw, and Azhar Ali's off the mark. So that'll be a relief.
Yes, he'll be feeling a lot better about life. It's amazing what 1 run can do to somebody's confidence.
One run will feel like 100. Not quite, but you know.
Well, it's contrasting fortunes, isn't it? Sean Dixon can't stop scoring runs, and then people on the other side who are just happy to get 1 away.
Haynes, a bouncer, ducks out the way. Through it goes to Eckersley. Haynes had a decent game in trying conditions up at Trent Bridge, 37 and 49, got starts in both innings at 7 and 29 and 2 in the 3 innings before that against Leicestershire and Sussex, and then obviously he made a handful in the first innings, didn't he? Just 6 he got, so he'll be keen to get amongst it. He's waiting for Ben Stokes now. It's short, he plays it well, just in front of almost his throat. He's got on top of the bounce and steered it down to gully, and there's no run. 2 slips and a gully are the close catches. Oh, there's a short leg as well. There he is. That should be Sean Dixon, is it? I think it is. Twin hundreds and he's under the lid. That's harsh.
Just thinking.
That is harsh. He might be the specialist, I don't know. Maybe he's the specialist short leg.
Is that a good?
You'd be keeping that quiet, wouldn't you? It's one of your skills. Stokes bowls down the leg side. Good take by Eckersley. Thought for a second that Haynes had a bit of a nibble at that.
Yeah, it was a good take from Eckersley. I've seen a few of those today, haven't we, from both sides, throwing the ball down that leg side, asking questions of their keepers, but Ben Cox and Eckersley, very good glovesmen. They've been up to it. It's the tired body set in.
And the shadows starting to lengthen here at New Road, approaching 5:30. Stokes motors away from us now and bowls a full toss. That should be help yourself, and it is through the covers from Jack Haynes. Well, a nice way to get off the mark. There's a words exchange between Stokes and Haynes at the end of that over. Stokes takes his sun hat from umpire Paul Baldwin, and off he trudges. So Haynes is away. 40 for 2, the Worcestershire score. Still 402 runs away from an unlikely victory. 14 overs to bat today, and all of tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd think that for Worcester's chances, you'd want these two in at the end of today, be able to start tomorrow with a little bit of a score. In comes Rushworth again, defended into the offside. Azarali for no run. For them to have a real chance at saving this game, you think you want Azarali hit some form, Jack Haynes to continue his starts that he's had so far this season and convert. They'll need some big scores if they want to save this game into tomorrow. 2 slips and a gully waiting as Rushworth charges in, and it is brilliantly fielded at extra cover by, of course, Ben Stokes. Diving stop, and the batters out there still seem to be timing the ball nicely. So I think there's a lot of runs out there if you're working hard and applying yourself.
Ball's still pretty hard, isn't it? Only in the 9th over of the new ball, so it will be coming on nicely still. There's that two-edged sword though, isn't it, where still might do a bit.
Rushworth in again, played nicely. Azarali to the side. Somebody with Azarali's quality as well. I think that's what you'd like to see. Give the dressing room some confidence. The Worcestershire players will be looking up to him, seeing how he goes about these sorts of situations. I'm sure he will have been in these plenty of times through his career. About how he goes about it, how he conducts himself. I think Worcestershire players can learn a lot from that. In comes Rushworth. And it's slip. It's edged through the slips, past the diving second slip. It's Scott Borthwick there. Azarali picks up 4, but Rushworth still asking questions.
Here comes an update for FM listeners. Worcestershire 44 for 2 in their second innings, so they're still a long way behind, and they've still got 14 overs left to bat today and all of tomorrow. The 2 men out, both the openers, Ed Pollock, LBW to Chris Rushworth for 11, and Jake Libby, I'm afraid, done by the pitch a little bit to Rushworth, one that kept very low and scuttled along the ground and trapped him bang in front of middle. Couldn't really do anything about it. He was gone for 17. Azar Ali at the crease needs runs, so does Jack Haynes. They have 1 and 4 respectively. Worcestershire 44 for 2 in their second innings after Durham declared their second innings on 170 for 1, a second century of the match for Sean Dixon. 8 more wickets needed for Durham, 398 needed for Worcestershire. So update for Hereford and Worcester listeners there. Back to you, Georgia.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got another slip coming in. We've got Keegan Peterson coming in to join Scott Borthwick and David Beddingham in there. And we've brought the fine leg up into the ring, into square leg. So Rushworth are coming in. Left alone there by Azarali. The Durham fielders with their hands on their heads. That was close. That must have cut back a long way.
Kept low as well, really low. That's a bit of a worry from that end. That was the sort of delivery that did for Jake Libby. Fortunately for Azar Ali, it was outside the off stump, but that shot down as well. And if that had been straight, well, There's not a lot he could have done about that, I'm afraid. But they have brought that extra catcher in, as you noticed, Georgia. Don't know, a bit of a, after the horses bolted a little bit with that previous delivery. That had there been a third slip in, I don't know, it's difficult to know whether it would have carried. Might have done. Better to have one there than not. 44 for 2. Ben Stokes starts a new over from the New Road end. Bumper to Haynes, who ducks under it. Through to Eckersley. So still the 2 slips and the gully and the short leg, the catches for Jack Haynes. There's a point cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a wide-ish long leg. Stokes, who's wicketless in this match. Up he comes and cuffed off the back foot nicely by Haynes through the covers for 4. Plenty of space. It just steered it through those 2 fielders at cover and point, and away it runs for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He's a tall man, isn't he, Jack Haynes, and he's just stood on his toes there and just leant on that ball through the offside. Like I said, lots of attacking fielders, so there's plenty of gaps out there for the Worcestershire batters.
Here comes Stokes. What sort of reply has he got? Might be a short one. It's a decent length actually. Forward comes Haynes. Won't get a run out to the covers. 48 without loss. Came very close to his first championship 100 last season here against Derbyshire. He got to 97 and Matt Critchley bowled him a rank half tracker, the leg spinner, and he had all the time in the world to deposit it anywhere within Worcestershire pretty much. And unfortunately for him, didn't quite catch it right and was caught on the fence, which was closer to the ladies' pavilion than we are today on that side of the ground. He'll get runs here off his hip down to fine leg, come back for a second because it's sufficiently wide of Chris Rushworth. Back they come. So that was frustration for him there, falling 3 short, but he did get his first 100 for the club in the One Day Cup later in the summer. Brilliant innings it was too.
Yeah, looks a good player. He's got good technique. So he's a tall man at the crease. He's quite assured in his setup and his little face. Got the England Test captain bowling at him.
Yeah, he'll revel in this challenge.
He's quite happy to just send him to the boundary, isn't he?
2 balls to go then. Stokes to Haynes. And he bowls and up onto his toes goes Haynes. Gets everything behind this. That was a rising delivery up towards his Adam's apple, but he's dropped it down just in front of him. Well played. Player of immense potential and talent already. He's already a key member of this Worcestershire top order. .50 for 2. Here comes Stokes then. Long red streak down the right thigh of his trousers. He comes in and again it's short, rearing up at the chest of Haynes. There's no close catcher on the offside. Had there been a silly point, that may well have been a catch, but no one there, so safe enough. End of the over. 2 overs, none for 11 now for Stokes. Worcestershire 50 for 2. 10 overs gone in their second innings. 12 more to go tonight, and then we come back tomorrow. 392 needed to win. Durham need 8 wickets.
Yeah, and that man with the ball in his hand, Chris Rushworth, he's got the 2 wickets to fall. Ed Pollock bowled beautiful delivery and Jake Libby LBW to one that's kept low. He's in as Ali comes forward, defends for no run. We've just seen in the end that he is bowling at now a ball keeping a little bit low, misbehaving slightly off the pitch. Saw one in the previous over to Azhar Ali. Keep very low, but because it was wide of the stumps, didn't have him in too much trouble. So Durham will be pleased. They'll be buoyed by that. Rushworth turns to bowl. He's got 3 slips and a gully, and he's got a short mid-wicket for Azhar Ali as well. So Durham setting very attacking fields as they can. And the position they are in this game, Rushworth is in, defended by Azhar Ali off the back foot, up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, 3 slips now and a gully. At what point a 4th slip or 5th slip becomes a gully? There's a grey area, I suppose, but Beddingham at first took a good one earlier on today to end Joe Leach's innings. Borthwick at 2nd, Peterson at 3rd, Travaskis in the gully.
Rushworth in, defended again by Azhar Ali. Durham fielders they're up and about. Lots of noise out there trying to get into Azhar Ali. I thought he defended that quite well, quite nicely out the middle of the bat, but they're all up and about and around.
Yeah, it'd take a lot to fluster Azhar Ali. 37, been there, done it all. Lots of experience in this country too, with Somerset, where he was a favourite in his time there.
Rushworth in and defended to gully. A little bit of a strange shot. It came forward, nearly overbalanced, but defended down towards the gully for no run. There's 2 balls left in this over. It's been a great spell here by Chris Rushworth. It's what we expect from him. 2 for 14 from his 5.4 overs so far. He's enjoying bowling here. He's making things happen on what we originally thought was a pretty flat wicket. He's got a couple of balls to misbehave as he's in and left alone by Azhar Ali, straight through to Eckersley. He's bowling very nicely. This is what we expect from him, isn't it, with the new ball. So dependable. He had a mixed start to his season for various different reasons. Injury, a concussion, and I think we're seeing him back to his best in this spell. He's hardly bowled a ball not on that awkward line and length. He comes in, last ball of his over, and just defended into the leg side for no run. So the end of the 11th over, Worcestershire 50 for 2. Azhar Ali has 5 from 18 balls, and Jack Haynes is 10 off 13.
Yeah, I wonder how many more overs they might get out of Chris Rushworth in this opening spell. Got through 6, 2 for 14 with 3 maidens. Doesn't need Darryl Mitchell in the Worcestershire lineup to still be a problem for the home side. And is he the man? Looks like it at the moment to do the most of the damage to try and propel Durham to victory here. 50 for 2, they still need 8 wickets, but lots of time to get them in. 11 overs to go today. Here comes Stokes, starting from the New Road end again, flicked off his hip by Haynes, down to long leg, and they come through for a single. 51 for 2. Haynes it's looked good, up for 11. Azhar Ali has 5, made a quiet start.
Just looking at the statistics, young Daniel.
Yeah.
And Sean Dixon's now the leading run maker in Division 2.
Is he? I'm not surprised.
9 runs at an average of 81, 400s and 250s.
Get him in the England team.
Yeah. He can still play for South Africa. He's got a UK passport now, though.
Here's Stokes past the umpire, bowls short, and down ducks Azhar Ali through to the keeper.
Masood of Derbyshire, Worcestershire, 713 at an average of 118. He's got 200s.
I mean, he's been ridiculous, hasn't he, at the start of the summer? Back-to-back double
Sean
hundreds.
Dixon's been ridiculous, sir.
Well, ridiculous, yeah.
Dixon joins the late Dean Jones, Paul Collingwood, Keaton Jennings and Scott Borthwick as Durham players who've scored hundreds in first class matches. Jones did it in 1992 against the touring Pakistanis.
Stokes moves in smoothly and up onto his toes goes Azhar Ali. Pitch a single here. Dixon under the lid does the fielding. Why is he under the lid? Is he the specialist? Can't believe they've made him.
Well, he's been there all game when he hasn't been batting, hasn't he?
Wow, he's got 200s. Come on.
Still got a job to do, Bonnie lad. Still got a job to do.
Outrageous.
Yeah. Harry Brook in Yorkshire's match has got a half century in every innings he's had so far this season. He's gone on to get 200s as well. He's got 598 runs. Compton 560. And Surrey have beaten Northants as well today.
Stokes past the umpire in short. Oh, good bouncer and well played by Haynes. That was. It was quick.
That was a corker.
That was rising. And if he'd stood still, that probably would have. Well, if he'd been wearing a cap, I think it would have lifted the peak of the cap off his head. The old William Tell with the apple and the crossbow there. But that was really well played.
It's giving him a shave.
Yeah. He would have smelt the leather there, definitely. But well played, Jack Haynes. Good ball from Stokes, crikey. 2 balls to go in this over. In he comes. Again it's short and well ridden by Haynes.
Paul Bennett says he would have declared with both Durham batsmen not out simply to help their averages, but he said I can't complain in general. Our featured commentary match on Radio Newcastle Day was in National League North. Gateshead have won the title and they were receiving the trophy today. They were playing Hereford United.
Yeah.
Do you know how many Hereford fans made the journey north today? To the International Stadium in Gateshead. There's more than 4,000 fans there altogether.
Right.
Which is a big crowd for Gateshead.
I'm going to say Hereford are usually well supported. Oh, wow. Defended out onto the onside. It's short again. He's getting an education here, Jack Haynes. Short and fast from the England captain. But he's survived so far, playing very well. 52 for 2 at the end of that over. 10 overs left in the day. And 390 more runs needed to win. Couple of hundred?
99.
Oh!
Couple of busfuls.
Couple of busfuls. Not bad, is it?
Do you see what's happened at Bristol Rovers today?
No.
They have gone up and they've pipped Northampton. They have beaten relegated Scunthorpe 7-0.
Done them on goal difference, haven't they?
Done them on goal score.
Goal score.
Goal difference was
Crikey.
the same, I think. So the fans invaded the pitch at 7-0 before the manager came on and asked them to leave again.
The Gasheads.
Yeah. So back in League One after 2 years away, I think it was. And think of one Bristol Rovers and Gloucestershire Fanatic who'll be more than happy with that. Matty Potts coming back into the action here, just bowled 3 overs earlier on. They've already bowled little spells here, haven't they, actually? Stokes has bowled 3.
Rushworth 6.
Yeah. Has Rushworth done it over 2 sections or 1?
No, 1.
One.
Straight off the bat.
He's got his eye in now, you see. He's got a few wickets under his belt in this game. 5 wickets. Potts from the Diglas end. Oh, that spoons up and it's over the slip cordon and it is away down towards third man from the edge of Azhar Ali's bat. And that was off the shoulder of the bat, actually. That was in the air, but it just got away over the top of Keegan Peterson, and he runs 2. Ball down to third man. A moment.
Yeah, again, that ball sort of leaping off a funny sort of length. It was the right shot from Azhar Ali, just to come forward to it and push it out into the offside, and it leapt from nowhere, took that shoulder and looped over Peterson. Agonisingly for him.
Potts again to Ali. Ali forward, defends this one. I was looking through Azhar Ali's stats the other day, and he's just played for that many different teams. I mean, some of them have had team name changes, but I reckon I counted about 15 sides he'd played for. 94 tests for Pakistan as well.
Yeah, and he's still doing it for Pakistan, isn't he? Got a big 100 in their recent test series against Australia.
His last test match was in March against Australia. He got 71 in the last test he played. This is played off the back foot here, out through the covers. Gonna run 2. Stokes chases it. Some of the names of the teams as well. It's just like electricity board 11 and things like this, you know, or water and heat company. Did play for Lahore Qalandars in the Pakistan Super League until 2016. That's the team who Matty Potts was with this year. They won the Pakistan Super League. He was there for I think the first 4 or 5 matches. Didn't actually get a game, but said he enjoyed the experience of being there and doing the net sessions. Now this is worth a shout, is it, or is that an inside edge? He's appealing, I think, possibly an inside edge. Let's just have a look at this one again on the I think there was an appeal, but I think there might have been a bit of inside edge, saved him there.
Yeah, maybe outside the line just, but that's a good shout. If he hasn't hit that, that's very close.
A long way behind. 4 for 2. He's very far away. But we wait and see.
Oh, crikey, I don't think he has hit that, you know.
You don't?
No.
Why is he not out then?
Don't know. Maybe height. Height could be the only thing.
Potts again, balls. Ball played back up past the bowler. And Rushworth chases after it from mid-on, 1 run. He's played for, I've just seen another team on here, Khan Laboratories against Peshawar. That was when he took his best bowling, 4 for 34. 57 for 2, Worcestershire. Target, remember. There's another 385 away. That's a leave outside the line of off stump there. Big stride forward from Haynes. End of the over. There's absolutely no reason to think that Worcestershire couldn't bat out tomorrow and get a draw. Winning it?
Well, they'd have to wait and see how far they got, wouldn't they? Into the last, get the tee and see what happens. But I can't. They're not going to be thinking about that. They're going to be thinking, let's get the last 9 overs out the way for no more loss, and then come back tomorrow. And again, as battered as they have today, really, the lower order showing the resistance they did, and see what happens.
Yeah.
But I suppose the fear is there might always be a session where there'll be a cluster. But the flip side, once the hardness and shine has gone off this new ball, which won't be too long now, there'll be that period until the second new ball is due where they can really dig in. So there's still 1 or 2 sizable hurdles for Worcestershire to get over yet. None more so than the next 9 overs. Stokes is just marshalling the troops. What have we got here? We've got a leg slip in place, or leg gully really. We have. We've got a leg gully, 2 slips, a normal gully, a short leg. They're the close catches. This one might be short. Any bowls? It is to Azhar Ali, who's behind this one. Stokes fields on his follow through.
Beautiful sunny evening, the sun glistening off the cathedral. Do you think that cathedral needs a clean? It's a little bit dark and...
Don't know, you bought your chamois leather?
You sandblast them, don't you?
I'd like to see you up there on that the top of that tower with your sandblaster.
Yeah, not with my bag.
And your welder's mask. Slight delay here again. Azhar Ali's not happy about something, and there's some discussion about the field, I think. Stokes is having a word with Alex Lees. Do you want Lees to come in a bit more and be another close catcher? I think he does. In he comes. So it's almost body line here. Leg gully, short leg, short mid wicket. He's getting closer to... Where's he going now? He's left short mid... No, he's going back. And slightly closer to the umpire.
What are they doing here?
Not sure. I don't think there's going to be a half volley outside the off stump, is it?
Because Dixon's standing in his road. He's got the square leg, but Dixon's right in front of him.
Anyway, let's see where this goes. Stokes in short, very short, and Azhar Ali has nothing to do with it. Through to Eckersley.
He's now having a chat, Alex Lees, with the square leg umpire.
Yeah, I mean there is a bit of a difference, isn't there? We're at an angle, but he's clearly inside the line of Dixon. but it's tight. It's very specific.
Richard Richard Illingworth's the umpire at square leg.
Stokes bowls, and that's uncomfortable, right into the armpit. That short ball by Stokes to Azhar Ali does well to take his bottom hand off the bat and just drop it down, because he knows Dixon is there waiting for exactly that sort of moment. He's quite deep actually there, isn't he, Dixon? That short leg.
On the back of the Basil D'Oliveira stand, there's some bars and stuff around the back, and they've got this where people have bought a brick, you know, you name on the brick, and then there's a collage of all different heroes from Worcestershire, past years and whatnot.
Stokes moves in and bowls. On the bounce, Dixon fields at short leg, threatens to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end.
There's a picture of Richard Illingworth out there. 800 wickets or something, did he?
Oh yeah, he was a right old stalwart for this county.
Yeah. If you were just parachuted into this scene now, two men in white coats with boater hats on.
Stokes bowls outside the off stump. Azhar Ali doesn't have to play that. Through to Eckersley.
And black trousers, you'd wonder what was going on, wouldn't you, if you didn't know what cricket was.
Yeah, I'd be wondering what the guy at square leg is doing, especially. You could kind of work out why the umpire, Paul Baldwin, is there, because at least he's looking at what's going on. But you think, why is that? What's that other one doing? Well, he's got to stand somewhere, hasn't he, I suppose. Last ball of the Stokes over. 57 for 2. In he comes. This is short. Pulled by Azhar Ali. It's leg gully, and it might go all the way down to the fence for 4. It does. Not sure how close that was.
Half an hour to go tonight.
Just helped over Liam Travaskis in that leg gully region down to the fence. 61 for 2 now. Azhar Ali up to 15 with that boundary. Haynes has 11. 14 overs gone in this Worcestershire second innings. 8 left tonight. Still 385 needed to win.
Partnerships 26. At Mardy Cricket on Twitter. At Dan Wheeler Sport on Twitter. The sport bit's important.
It is.
There's also a Dan Wheeler who is a customs and excise investigator.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like getting Dan Wheeler the sportsman's tweets.
He's confused for me all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, mistaken for me.
He's your man if you need any information on VAT or anything like that, but not cricket. I may have just made...
You're talking about me or him?
Well, it wouldn't be you, would it?
No.
It's true. Potts. Doesn't have to be taxing, as to say. Comes in here and bowls. Played off towards point by Haynes. No run there. Lees stops it. I don't understand any of it, mate, do you? It's all numbers.
Well, no, yeah.
I did business studies at college and I just couldn't get my head around profit and loss charts. So if you seem to be... If something was a bit lacking there, you could drag it over from here and just think, well, why? It doesn't seem right.
Just leave it to your accountant.
Yeah. Potts in. Haynes plays it short on the leg side, and he's got short leg in there and short mid wicket just behind him.
Well, that is quite easy to do on your own if you're quite straightforward. So if you're not registered as your own business, for example, then your tax is slightly simpler. So if
I'm
you're
not
just
registered,
doing...
well, I'm staff on there, so there's some freelance people that
Right.
set up businesses, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
What's your business called?
Well, I am what they call... I'm a sole trader, like
Yeah.
Del Boy.
Yeah. So no income tax or VAT for you then. Spots bowls. Oh, in the air, but away safely over mid wicket from Haynes. It was way beyond the grasp of Travaskis, and it's away for 4 up towards the Cathedral boundary.
If only.
No income tax, no VAT, no money back, no guarantee.
Yep.
Just one careful lady owner. And there's the cake trolley. Have you had any cake? You did. You had some this morning.
This morning, got to be due another slice.
They'll be drying out.
Got to be due another slice.
Later on, you're going to need some energy.
Yeah.
Keep your attention span going.
Need the energy for tomorrow.
Quite at what's that, down the M5? Is that where you go and then round? You go round the M25 or not? No.
BA34.
Is that down past Yeovil round that way?
No, it's not that one.
No.
Hampshire.
Oh, I'm getting my sums mixed up. Yeah. Through to the keeper this one, yeah, because you're going down past Oxford.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're going across to Sussex.
No.
It's nowhere near Lincolnshire.
It's not, is it?
No.
Nowhere.
Just in case you're about to say that.
Mablethorpe is. Good for a holiday. Unless you live there. Paul Bennett's emailed. League 2, a remarkable final day. Top marks to Joey Barton for getting the 7 required goals. As in comes Potts again and bowls, and Haynes lobs that into the air deep on the leg side, and that's 4 more, is it? It is. Just bounces inside the rope towards the hotel boundary. He moves on to 19. 69 for 2. Kudos to Forest Green.
Yeah.
And he says, bang average Darlow finished with a predictable 1-0 defeat at Kidderminster.
Did they? Up the Harriers.
And well done to the Heed. They've been promoted from their division. I feel like Gateshead's on the up again now. They've had a few years down in National League North. Previous owner was quite the story. As Potts comes in and bowls. This is cut by Haynes away for 4 more. This is time past point, and it's looking quite easy to score boundaries out there at the moment. Tacked that nicely. It was a half volley sat up for him outside the off stump. And in the over, 73 for 2. Just another 369 to win.
Yeah, it seems a bit daft given that Potts has taken his wickets. Oh, update for FM on the way. Yeah, Worcestershire 69 for 2, have moved on to 73 for 2 with a 4 off the final ball of that Matty Potts over for Jack Haynes. He's got 19, Azahali has 15, Pollock for 10 and Libby for 17, the men out in this second innings. Worcestershire need to bat for another 7 overs and all day tomorrow to try and save this. The 369 runs off victory. Durham need 8 more wickets tonight and tomorrow.
That was quite succinct there.
Well, it had to be. I had the music blasting. I had Trevor going very quickly. Let's get an end of play score from Dan Wheeler at the cricket.
So you were the last item on the show.
Yeah, always the afterthought.
BBC Hereford must have introduced
yeah,
it. Is it?
It is. Yeah, should be. Should be. Stokes is just waiting. There's been. It's a change of gloves, is it, or drink? I missed that while I was gabbling on about how Worcestershire are going to win tomorrow.
Gloves, drinks.
Here we go then. Stokes versus Haynes and Ali. I'll have a go at Azhar Ali first. The field is back. Not quite the body line it was last time. Leandro Vasquez was at leg gully. He's now been pushed back out further towards the boundary, sort of deep backward square, 3/4 of the way in. Stokes bowls and it's attempted pull which is almost dragged back onto his stumps. Azhar Ali felt that hit him in the midriff somewhere. It was there for the shot, but it's onto him quickly, and he felt that. He's still down on his haunches, and Jack Haynes is coming up to have a word, see if he's okay. That had a distinctly fleshy sound. That one. I just have a little bit of a gather of his thoughts here. As Ali goes for a little wander, just composes himself a bit. Wants to take a few more seconds. That would have hurt. Either hit him in the stomach or maybe the ribs. And he was through the shot, so maybe it was the ribs that took the brunt of that. In comes Stokes again, charging in and bowls short, and Azhar Ali does well to another vicious delivery that leaps up and just drops in front of Sean Dixon. This is some serious stuff now from Ben Stokes. This is fast and this is aggressive, and this is a real workout for these two Worcestershire batsmen. Jack Haynes is very, very happy to be watching this at the other end, I reckon.
You're going to have quite a nice drive tonight then, aren't you, in this weather? Be lovely going down all those oilseed rape fields down near Wantage. On the A34. Beautiful view.
Stokes into Azhar Ali. It's down the leg side. It's short again. Bit of a waste of energy that from Stokes.
All those average speed cameras on the Oxford bypass.
Do you study these road numbers?
No. You lot live by junction numbers, we don't in the northeast. Nobody knows what junctions numbers are where we are.
I don't really know what junction. I know
Somebody
junction
says to me, I live
7
next
is
to
Worcester
junction
North.
3 of the M5. And
You've got to see where it is.
the town it's next to?
Yeah.
That's what annoys me. You're driving back in the night time and there's signs above the motorway, roadworks from junction 44. And I'm like, where's that?
And where are the roadworks?
Yeah.
And where are the people working on the roadworks? Short down the leg side, and he's got his hands and the bat high above his head there, Azhar Ali, making sure there's no annoying little tickle on the way down the leg side to Ned Eckersley. 2 more balls to negotiate in this over.
Can you remember the Highways Agency tried this sign at roadworks a few years ago, and it was something like, please drive carefully, my dad works here, and it was a crayon drawing, and somebody retweeted it and said, he doesn't, son, he doesn't work here, nobody works here.
Nobody works here.
I've never seen anybody here.
They're still digging up the M6, aren't they?
Are
Been
they?
doing that for about 15 years. Up towards Manchester. Short,
Oh,
down onto his knees goes Azhar Ali. Was it the M1? The M1
The
seems to have...
M6, well, they've
permanent.
expanded, they've turned them into all managed motorways, haven't they? But they're doing like 15 miles at a time. I came back from Taunton a few years ago and worked it out. By the time I got home, 120 miles of the trip had been through roadworks at 50 miles an hour.
I think that's the last thing you'd want to work out after a journey like that.
Well, each set of roadworks it told you how many miles it was to
right.
the end.
Last ball of Stokes is over then. 73 for 2. Bowls to Azhar Ali. He'll get runs here, so he'll pinch the strike. Probably deserves it after his working over in that over to carry on at the other end, not facing Ben Stokes. He takes his sun hat from the umpire. 74 for 2. Azhar Ali has 16 with that single. He's had 37 deliveries. Haynes has 23 from 24. Stokes none for 18 from 5. Potts none for 34 from 5. It looks like he's going to carry on. 74 for 2. So there is 6 overs left in the day. 368 required. More from Marty, and then we'll bring Georgia back.
You had
to
those
close the play.
roadworks past Worcester for about, that's me you've turned off. Thanks. You do it all the time. For about 3 years, wasn't it? 50 mile an hour past here, and then all that bit up past West Brom. And that horrendous bit up past Knutsford, which is just constantly roadworks and interruptions. It's probably why I never drive anywhere in the winter. Potts from the Diglas end coming into bowl to Ali, who's on 16. Forward to this one, played back towards the bowler, who is obscured by a post in front of me. So, yeah, what's that, an hour and a half from here down there tonight?
A bit longer, I think. Yeah, just under 2, I think. Depends how many average speed checks there are.
Yeah, well, there's the bit round Oxford, isn't there? And the bit, I'm trying to think which way you would go. As Potts comes in and bowls, that's cut hard, and that's 4. James Franklin's going to field that one. It's come down towards third man. He was just walking by.
It's a reward for a lot of patience, isn't it, that Azhar Ali's had to show. Barrage of short stuff from Ben Stokes. And Potts just gives him a short one, but a little bit wider, and he just slashes his hands through it.
Potts comes in. Oh, something's put the batsman off. He wasn't quite ready. There's nobody moving behind his arm. Chat going on that they're not happy about. Potts turns. Comes in and bowls. Ali forward again, defence.
Still absolutely charging in, isn't he, with the same pace, a good pace. So he's had a fantastic first spell in his first innings and ripped through that Worcestershire top order. Looking to back it up in this second innings.
Potts bowls. Ball played away up towards mid-on this time.
Applauded heavily by his Durham teammates, appreciating the work that he's putting in. He's charging from 30 plus metres, a long run up. And he bowls with every bit of effort that he can, doesn't he?
In comes Potts. That's a quicker delivery, and Azarali claps us down on the shot there, but he keeps it away. Harry Brooks got to his latest 100, his third of the season with a 6, but like Ben Stokes did. Was that yesterday? It was yesterday, wasn't it?
He's a good player, isn't he, Harry Brooks? Looks good. Both red ball and white ball.
In comes the bowler, defended by Ali, and that is the end of the over. Brilliant sunshine here in Worcester now. It's a gorgeous evening. Might go for a little walk down the river later on.
It's one of those evenings that you don't quite know what the time is, do you?
No,
because the sun's out.
Well, if I was at home and I was looking at the watch and saying it's 9 minutes past 6, I'd be thinking it's quite early in the day. But on the end of 70 or 80 overs of commentary, it always feels quite late in the day, doesn't it? But
yeah.
Sitting having tea last week, watching the cricket from Sussex at a game that I should have been at but couldn't go to, and eating my tea at 5:30 one day, which was very early for us because we never normally eat that early. And I was thinking, God, they're long days to do in this commentary. Change of bowler here, and Ben Stokes has passed the ball over to Matt Salisbury from the New Road end. 5 overs to go tonight. Salisbury bowls, no run there. Paul says driving around Washington's the worst. Who knows where the districts are? They're not even shown on maps. I'm not even sure they name the district. There used to be numbered districts in Washington. There's all this new town plan, very similar to Redditch. Salisbury comes in and bowls. Turned away towards long leg, this time by Haynes. And Rushworth comes around and cuts it off. 2 runs. Was Redditch once? Did I drive around Redditch once, and was that divided into districts as well, a bit like Washington? 1960s new towns and grid plans, like a sort of American system. In comes Salisbury. Haynes defends. Of course, you've got your new Black Country route, haven't you, where you live? They all love it round there. Weren't they trying to stop all the boy racers on that route?
Yeah, they always are. Always are.
Goes round past Dudley, doesn't it? Does it go round near Old Hill, round that way?
Yep, A454.
Salisbury bowls slightly over pitch, played up to mid-on. Collected by Dixon. That was where I fell in the canal there when I was on a boat holiday with my mates. The canal was bright green.
Oof.
I dread to think what was in it, and I was itching from head to toe before I'd even climbed out.
Oh dear.
Horrendous. They were all busy taking photographs of me in the water without helping me. In comes Salisbury bowls. Off towards the covers this time from Haynes, no run there. So will you drive back tomorrow night then after the day's play, or come back on Monday, or?
No, tomorrow night.
Right. What time's the final game?
If we make it to the final, it'll be 4:30 start.
That's fairly early then, isn't it? Right. Salisbury bowls. Haynes plays it out into the covers, no run. In fact, it's gone up to Stokes at mid-off, end of the over. We're nearly at the end of the day. 4 overs to go. 80 for 2 Worcestershire, so they need another 362 to win. Durham had a lead at the start of their second innings of 271, declared on 170 for 1. Target 442. Now I was thinking, if it's a club ground as well, there'll not be any floodlights or anything like that, will there? It'll just
No,
so you'd
no.
have to get going in the afternoon.
Yeah, so first game's at 10:30, then the second 1:30, and then the final will be 4:30.
So you're playing for
Sussex.
against?
Against Surrey in the first game,
Right, and then the other two?
and then the winner of Hampshire-Kent
Right.
in the final.
So is that like a regional thing,
Mhm.
with them all being southern teams?
Yeah.
Right. Potts from the Diglis end. Oh, that's hit a number of different things on its way through, but Ali tried to fend it away one-handed, whacked off his thigh guard, came off the glove as well, I think, but he pulled his bottom hand off the bat as it was going through, and on the way to the keeper it went. So will there be, for instance, there'll be other regional competitions tomorrow as well, like that? or
Yeah,
not?
yeah, no, definitely. There are, I know there's one up here that Worcestershire are playing in. It's got Shropshire, I want to say Warwickshire, and one other team in,
Staffordshire.
possibly Staffordshire, yeah.
Potts to Ali, gone off down towards fine leg. Leg by going to be signalled here. It is. Well, Durham don't have a girls' team, do they? That's the thing. They used to have a team a few years ago, and then it sort of got drawn towards Yorkshire for some reason. I can't remember what the reasons, but it's quite a while ago now.
Mhm.
I know they have like under 15s, under 16 sort of age group stuff, because Paul Carrick does some of the coaching there. But it's generally the Northern Diamonds when they visit occasionally.
Yeah.
Come and play a game or two a year. Potts bowls, and driven back to him this time by Haynes. What's your favourite location then? Where do you like playing the most?
Oh, that's a good question. I do like the Aegeus Bowl. I've got some good memories down there for the Southern Vipers.
It's a really good complex, isn't it? When you go through the tunnel out of the main stadium into the nursery ground right next door, and they've got that golf course there now.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Tennis centre there as well.
Yeah.
Just miles from anywhere. It's
Yeah,
nowhere
it
near
is.
Southampton. Potts comes in and bowls, turned away off towards square leg for 1. I was staying there in the hotel in the ground, and went into the town to meet a former colleague, and Kevin James dropped me off at Eastleigh at the airport train station, and it still took the best part of an hour to get into Southampton.
Oh, really?
And then coming back, got the train back out there and had to get a taxi back to the hotel. And I think getting on a bus would have been even longer.
Mm.
Potts bowls, defended by Ali. I think there's a local train service, but it's a 45-minute walk from the ground to where the train stops on that line, and they don't come that often, so...
Yeah. And there is a bus stop there, but I think that's only served on match days.
And that goes around the houses, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
The last time Durham were there, 2016, the team stayed on a golf complex just down the road, and it's quite a nice little village. I went and drove down there one night and had some scran with William the scorer. It was quite a nice little country village. Potts bowls, through to the keeper it goes. And that is the end of the over. 3 to go here on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Newcastle. Day 4 tomorrow. We could be in for quite a lot of cricket tomorrow. I would imagine we will be, because only 2 wickets have fallen so far. If Durham could nick another one now, they'd certainly feel this has been a last good hour or so for them. But it's going to take some doing to get those remaining wickets tomorrow as well. That's Salisbury in the sunshine here on the banks of the Severn. Still quite a few in the ground actually. Comes in and bowls. Haynes rocks out the road of a short one, goes to the keeper. Last night the cloud was coming in, wasn't it? Well, you weren't here last night, but the cloud came in and it was, you could tell it was going to rain. It was just at which point then it started to get gloomy and it got quite cold. And by the time the umpires called it off for the day, you couldn't see anybody in the ground. Everyone had gone. And Mike, who's down from the north, used to watch the match. He watched the last 10 or 12 overs in the bar in the hotel through the window.
Got the right idea.
But it's a pleasant evening tonight. It's sunny and it's warm, and there's little in the way of breeze as well. This is played off the back foot by Haynes out to the covers. No run there.
It's a proper cricket evening, isn't it? Imagine down at the local clubs. There's some cricket going on.
It's like a nice summer's evening. At Tilford near Farnham, sitting having a pint next to the Barley Mow pub, watching the cricket on the village green. It's that kind of night. Salisbury in with another short one. No run there. It's gone through to the keeper. Have you ever been to Tilford?
I haven't, no.
It's a beautiful location, that. You go into the village over a little stream, over a little wooden bridge, and then it's the cricket ground is on the village green, and they use the pub as the changing rooms. And at one end of the ground, basically the road around the green is the boundary, and at one end they've got a tithe barn, and they hang the tins on the tithe barn.
Oh, lovely.
It's great. That's through to the keeper. No run there. Johnny Barron, who does some of the Surrey commentaries, he comes from near there. I've watched a couple of cricket matches there, and I've been down visiting friends a few years ago. And there was one night we were there, and there wasn't any cricket, and a guy landed on the middle of the cricket ground in a helicopter and came in the pub for a pint. It's a nice way to travel around if you got the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 balls left of this over, and then 2 overs remaining in the day. Salisbury in. Haynes turns the ball short towards Peterson on the leg side. No run. Oh, Forest Green Rovers are League 2 champions. They'll be bringing their vegan stadium into League 1 next year. Comes in and bowls, and Haynes plays it again to Peterson, short on that leg side. End of the over. 2 to go then. 82 for 2. 360 more to win. Durham need 8 wickets to win it. Tomorrow there'll be 96 overs. How many of those will we see? Can Durham get victory sorted out, or will it be another afternoon of frustration and handshakes at 5 o'clock? Will Worcestershire bat, and then suddenly see that they're in a position to have to go through these runs and throw the bat at it, which would be quite an incredible finale. Watford have been relegated again today. Them and isn't it Norwich and Watford just seem to swap places with Fulham and whoever else. I keep thinking
Bournemouth,
yeah. Fulham have got up this year to win the right to go back down again next year, and vice versa. Travaskis is going to have a twirl from the Diglas end. Bit of left arm orthodox spin. Left arm round to Ali. Ali forward. No run there. Ball just played safely away on the offside. comes in again, sun glistening on the lenses of his white sunglasses. Again, once more, Ali plays the ball back to him. The far side of the ground in the corner next to the trees is bathed in sunshine. It looks lovely over there at the minute. Travaskis again bowls, and again the ball is returned to him. We're in the shadows now in this corner. Pavilion's in shade as well. Sean Dixon's come in and is a silly mid-off. Got one slip in place. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Travaskis bowls. Pushed out by Ali beyond the grasp of Dixon towards the covers for one. Fielded by Scott Borthwick. Katie's tweeted, she says, "I've just realised it's the 4-year anniversary of that amazing game when Durham followed on and then won." What a game that was. That was against Leicestershire. So it was the third game of the 2018 season. In comes the bowler. Defended. That was an evening night, this, on the Saturday night. I drove down to Thirsk. My wife and children were down there at my in-laws. I went down, and on the A1 it was a beautiful night like this, and Durham fought back and won the next day. It's the only time they've won a game following on. One run off that over then. The last two balls are dotted, and one over to go today. Do you want to take us through the final over before you jump in the car?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looks like it's going to be Salisbury to bowl it.
I think there'd been 33 occasions in first class cricket in England when a team had followed on and won. In the next game, I think it was, Durham were bowled out for less than 100 by Derbyshire and won that one as well. That's the only time they've done that.
Yeah, it's not usual, is it?
No.
And it takes some effort, some character.
I think in Durham's second innings there was something like 86 extras, ridiculously. Viljoen, was it? Bowling wides and stuff.
In comes Salisbury, short ball, ducked out of the way by Azali. She has had to be very patient out there. He's fended off some short pitch bowling. A very, very clear plan from the Durham side, trying to make something happen, but he's matched it. He's been good. He's looked quite solid out there. He's 21 off 52 deliveries. Put a nice partnership together with Haynes. In comes Salisbury. Short again, defended into the offside. No run. Some good aggressive bowling by Durham this evening. And the shine's gone off that new ball. It's into the 22nd over with it now, so probably not doing that much. Not that much sideways movement, so they've had to use that pitch. Be aggressive. They've set their fields well. Restricted these Worcester batters. They'd got off to a good start. Now on 83 of 21. Salisbury in. Just run down towards the third man boundary. It's a chase on for the slip fielders, and they make it. They come back for 2 runs as Ali moves on to 23. And Worcestershire to 85.
Is that a 50 partnership or not? Probably not.
Yeah, 50
it is,
partnership, yeah.
Wow. Last time I looked, there was about 22 or 24. So.
Yeah, so these two have dug in, stuck around. They've had to be patient and work hard for their runs, but it's just what their team needed at this stage of the day. Salisbury in, forward from Azhar Ali and no run.
90 balls it's taken them.
It shows the patience that they've had to have. Both have played nicely. They've just got 2 more balls to get through this evening to go into tomorrow. And I think with these two at the crease early tomorrow, Worcestershire have got a great chance of being able to save this match. In comes Salisbury. A short ball and tucked out the way again from Azhar Ali. Straight through to the keeper. So with 1 delivery left in today, And Durham take that last wicket, take a bit of momentum with them into tomorrow, or will these two Worcester batters walk off? Thinking that they've done a good job here. Sauls returns. He's in the crease and left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali. So that's it for today. Players walk off. Fantastic day's play, and man of the moment, Sean Dixon, just gets a high five and pat on the back from Ben Stokes. It's wonderful 100 earlier in the day. Durham will be the happier of the two sides, but Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have provided some resistance to this Durham attack. Azhar Ali's 23 from 57 deliveries, Jack Haynes 26 from 40, and Worcestershire finish end of day 3 on 85 for 2 from their 22 overs. Still a long way behind this Durham score, 357 runs behind, and Durham just requiring those 8 wickets tomorrow. I mean, a good day's play, a long day's play, but a good final hour's play for Worcestershire. They'll be walking off quite buoyed by that performance. The pitch looks good still. We've seen a couple of balls misbehave, but on the whole it's still playing nicely. But the Durham boys just leaving the field now, applauding the innings from Sean Dixon and Alex Lees and that contribution that they've had in this game. Scored 200s in the game is quite some feat. Sean Dixon is in some form this season.
Well, that's it then. So, thanks to Georgia joining us today. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I have. Thank you
enjoyed
very
your
much.
lunch?
Yeah, absolutely.
And your cake? Couple of cups of tea?
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great day.
And once the crowds have vanished, you'll be out the car park in no time. Good luck tomorrow. So,
Thank you.
We'll have to have a look out for the scores tomorrow afternoon, and we'll read them out on air. Because I think we'll be here for some time tomorrow. Just my hunch. But Worcestershire 85 for 2 then. If they're going to win this, they need another 357 from 96 overs tomorrow. Durham need 8 more wickets. And Haynes has 26. Azhar Ali has 23. Their partnership's just gone past the 50 mark. And we will be back with you tomorrow on air just before 11 for the final day. My thanks Martin Emerson, myself, George Ellis, and where's he gone? Dan Wheeler. He's gradually, slowly walking back here. Looks like he's just received a bill for a car repair. He doesn't look happy, does he? Anyway, he's heading back. But we'll call it a day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
3, 5, 7 to win. No wicket to serve. Final day on the Sunday before Thursday. So Worcestershire 85 for 2 in their second innings, needing 3, 5, 7 to win.
Hi Andrew. Hi mate. Yeah.